Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 225 ends, the deviation exceeds 100. A week later, Yang Hui came to the Asuno family to attend Chio's coming-of-age ceremony. In addition to his family, Gerhardt also brought Fram Nara and 3 members of the Royal Guard. As a girlfriend, Wendy must be there, as well as good friends Dean and Lou, and even former comrades. The 3 captains and deputy captains of the Royal Guard were also beheaded by Yang Hui in the Battle of Lagrimas, but he did not kill them. If you have the ability, it is naturally a good deal to keep some talents to work for you. Lou's original physical condition was very poor, but there was a treatment room to save her life, and the inhibitory drugs were also updated and iterated, so she could still go out for a short time. But how did these 2 girls, Lou and Wendy, manage to be rivals in love and as close as sisters? Is the Asuno family finally going to have 2 flowers blooming? But these are all trivial matters, and there is no need to care too much. Yang Hui, you're here. Yulin took Yang Hui's hand and walked into the house, and came to Chio. The originally lively atmosphere cooled down instantly. Everyone held their breath and looked at Yang Hui and Qiao Ao. They all knew that Yang Hui didn't like Qiao Ao because of Yulin's injury. They also knew that the relationship had not eased after a few years. It was unknown whether Yang Hui's participation in Qiao Ao's coming-of-age ceremony could ease the relationship between the 2 sides. Grandpa Yang Hui. Qiao Ao lowered his head and dared not look at Yang Hui. Qiao Ao had never complained about Yang Hui's coldness to him. It was indeed his fault back then. He just hoped to get Yang Hui's forgiveness. Alice. He still looked at Kyo calmly, and finally sighed. He wanted to put his hand on his head, but now Kyo had grown up and was almost as tall as him. In the end, he just put his hand on his shoulder and patted him. Kyo, you have grown up. Grandpa Yang Hui. Kyo raised his head suddenly, his eyes were instantly wet with tears. Yes. Oh. The Lieutenant General gave in. Stupid. The Lieutenant General has retired. You should call him the former Lieutenant General. What's wrong with me calling him the Lieutenant General? The Lieutenant General is my idol for life. Great, Kyo. I guessed it today. Okay, go and entertain the others. No need, Grandpa Yang Hui, I'm waiting for you alone. Kyo said. Really? Yes, you are the only one who is late. Fleet and Graham teased. Really? Then what should I do? Yang Hui asked everyone with a smile. It's nothing, Grandpa Yang Hui. Suddenly, Kyo became shy, leaving Yang Hui confused. Stupid. Chio, don't you want to cut a cake with Uncle Yang Hui? That's right, Mom and Dad don't want it, Grandpa and Grandma don't want it, I just want to cut a cake with Uncle Yang Hui and Aunt Yaolin. Isn't that your wish today? Really? Everyone talked at once, letting Yang Hui know what Chio was thinking. He smiled and took Yaolin to the cake. What are you waiting for? Ah. Yes. Chio nodded happily, ran to the middle of Yang Hui and Yaolin, held the knife handle with them, and cut the first knife on the cake. Bang bang, fireworks and ribbons flew, cameras clicked, and applause continued. Congratulations, Chio, you're an adult. 10 years later, the EVARS system that invalidates diseases caused by Martian rays was developed. Thanks to it, the Martian sphere became a safe place to live, the people of Vegan were completely integrated into the federal society, and humans finally found a living space that could accommodate the entire population. For the Gundam Age world, a new era has finally arrived. As for Yang Hui and others, their journey is about to open a new chapter. Now settle the Gundam Age world for the commander. The 3rd phase of the Gundam Age World mission is released. Successfully obtain ZDP, successfully destroy the Guardian Sid, successfully prevent the destruction of the 2nd moon in the final battle, and successfully develop a method to cure the unknown disease on Mars 20 years ahead of schedule, and the reward is increased. Rewards. 1 construction opportunity, 2 building enhancement opportunities, 2 skill extraction opportunities, 2 skill enhancement opportunities, material gift pack, medium. Create a new series of Gundams, deviation 11%, provide a large number of advanced technologies to the Earth Federation, and promote the development of scientific research in the Earth Federation for more than 50 years, deviation 8%, ensure the survival of Commander Hendry Blue, Deviation 1% ensure the survival of Yulin Lusher, and inform the information of Promise Fortress in advance, causing her to become a B-class pilot. Deviation 15% Dixie or Garrett dies early. Deviation 12% Eludic Inoa survives and dies of natural causes. Deviation 4% Wolfanik survives. A Brett Lore. Remy Ruth, Selikabis, Shana Lu Ayamaran, Lou Aaron, Dean Aaron, survive. Deviation 10% Gerhard Garrett survives, and is deeply influenced by the commander and undergoes a huge change. Deviation 13% Fram Nora, Dal Frost, Offadist, and Diodor Lance survived 4% deviation. They founded the Celestial Being Squadron, established numerous meritorious services, and trained a large number of elite pilots for the Earth Federation. 9% deviation. The Gundam Age 2 was not destroyed by Sid, and Asemasuno did not become a space pirate. 6% deviation. Gerard Nelford and Rena Spriggan survived and joined the Celestial Being Squadron, and Angora joined the Celestial Being Squadron in advance. 5% deviation. The total deviation was 121%, exceeding 100%, and the Gundam Age world was qualified to connect with the Promise Fortress. Commander, please determine the connection location and establish a two-way channel. Done. Not bad. How about yours? Yang Hui looked at Graham and asked. Skill extraction 2 times, skill enhancement 2 times, small material gift pack. Graham replied. Not bad. What we lack most now is supplies. Yang Hui was very satisfied with the mission rewards. The construction and strengthening opportunities were fine, because they didn't know what the rules for the flow of personnel on both sides would be after the world was connected. So when they couldn't be sure how many people they could bring to Promise Fortress, they were not so anxious to expand Promise Fortress. But supplies were different. This was hard currency. Apart from anything else, the technology tree of the Research Institute still had a lot of dim icons waiting for Yang Hui to light up, especially the solar furnace and Veda. Even if they used their own research methods in the test area to light up the two technologies, they would need to consume a lot of supplies, which was not something they could afford at the moment. Moreover, if they wanted to produce after the research, they would need to spend supplies. Although they didn't know how much the production area would cost, Yang Hui guessed that it would definitely not be low. So, the mission is completed? Can we go to the Promise Fortress you mentioned right away? Fleet asked. Yes. Well, I'm really looking forward to it. Infinite world, infinite journey, hurry up, Uncle Yang Hui, I can't wait. Arthur said excitedly. Although I can't fight, I can still help. Mom, Dad, Uncle, and you can't abandon me. I can't wait to go to other worlds to see other Edens. Wherever Lord Gerhardt goes, we'll go. Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin were surrounded by the crowd, but there were quite a few people gathered in the middle. The Asuno family was all there except Chio, as well as Gerhardt, Fram Nara, Unoya, the elderly wolf, Myris and others, all of whom were old friends of Yang Hui and the other two, and they were all elite talents. After the EVARS system, a system for treating and preventing Martian diseases, was completed, Yang Hui gathered them together and told them the identities of himself and Graham, as well as the secrets of Promise Fortress. At first, they were as stunned as Wong and others when they first heard it, and thought it was an April Fool's Day prank. But after confirming that it was not a prank, they became excited. They could go to the infinite world and experience countless fantastic journeys. As long as they were not salted fish who were playing rotten, they would not give up the opportunity to qualify. At first, Gerhardt still held back his excitement and planned to refuse this opportunity, because he had the entire vegan behind him, and he couldn't just leave the people of vegan aside just because of his own ideas. But this problem was also solved by Yang Hui, that is, inviting Mrs. Doreen to go to Promise Fortress together. Even without Mephis's statistics, the deviation of more than 100% is an inevitable result. The connection of the world means the flow of people, so there is no problem for Mrs. Doreen, who has no combat power, to go. When Mrs. Doreen became a member of Promise Fortress, her lifespan was fixed. With a fixed lifespan, she can stay in the Gundam Age world permanently, which can not only stabilize vegan, but also as a trustworthy person. There is a person in the top management who knows about Promise Fortress, which can better conceal the existence of the fortress in the early stage, and control the Federation bit by bit, and finally open Promise Fortress to the Gundam Age world step by step. What? Mrs. Doreen is from vegan? Please, if you can connect infinite worlds, what is the difference between the Federation and vegan? They are all from the Gundam Age world, And do I need to describe too much about what the top management of the Federation looks like? So Lady Doreen is a chess piece that controls the world of Gundam Age, and together with Algaris, she stabilizes this world. Of course, Algaris also made a request. It is no problem to stabilize the political situation, but he still needs to be given the opportunity to command battles in other worlds. After all, he calls himself a tactician, and fighting is what he yearns for most. You can do it any time, but there is a problem. Where is the entrance and exit of the two-way channel? Yang Hui asked. Everyone fell into thinking. It is true that the entrance and exit of the channel are very important. Humans lack everything, but they never lack ambitious people. Once an ambitious person sets his goal on the Promise Fortress, it will be dangerous. If nothing else, send someone to block the door, and attack directly once someone comes out. Wouldn't that block the connection? Or use the Promise Fortress as an excuse to spread threat theories and conspiracy theories. What should we do? How about putting it in vegan? Mrs. Doreen suggested. With the control that Gerhard and I have over vegan, even if there are ambitious people, we can kill them in the cradle at the first time. No, what if the Federation uses this to put pressure on vegan? The Federation certainly can't do that either. The Federation is the most dangerous. How about putting it here? No one will force their way into the Asuno family. Arthur suggested. No, it's too small here. It's not convenient for adults to come in and out. Then let's go to Yang's Enterprise. Only there is absolutely safe. Fleet said. Well, I'm just afraid that if we leave for a long time, we won't be able to control the people below. Yang Hui said worriedly. Don't you have an independent research institute? The people in it are your absolute confidants, and they are all elite talents. It's normal for them to not show up for many years. The scale is not small. Graham reminded. Yes. How could I forget that place? Yang Hui clapped his hands. This is really a great location, but... Are you brain-opening? Yang Hui looked at Graham strangely. Graham, ha. Okay, no more jokes. Yang Hui motioned for everyone to be quiet and looked at them with interest. Everyone, are you ready to witness a miracle? A single chapter description, and also a vote. The Age world is over. Alice, this is my fault. When choosing the world, I only considered my own happiness and did not consider the preferences of all the readers. Sorry, but now it is over and I will enter a new chapter. As many readers have predicted, the next world is Seed plus D, which is also a series. The early stage is certain to follow the ship. This is a foreshadowing for the later stage, but it will definitely not be exactly the same. Please rest assured. Then the second thing is the most important. Some readers have suggested that I add some worlds, but I don't know much about some worlds. I still need to spend time collecting materials, so I want to ask for your opinions to see if you like these worlds. The following are the voting options. Please post your choices in the comment area. Thank you. Halo, Mass Effect, Star Trek, Overkill, Kanan. P.S. Please vote as soon as possible, as time is limited. For example, the technology level of Overkill is not high, and there are only 2 or 3 worlds left before the power level is increased. The current stage is still locked in the war in the Earth sphere, and the next stage is to go out of the solar system or join a low-level super system. Of course, I personally prefer Halo the most. I don't know why, but when I think of the Master Chief driving a Gundam, I get inexplicably excited. P.P.S. Someone suggested Star Wars, but, to be honest, even if Star Wars appears, it will be very late. After all, things like crushing planets with bare hands can be done in Star Wars, and my understanding of Star Wars is only the movies, and I don't understand the content of the comics at all. I still need to find information, so I haven't listed it for the time being. Chapter 226 Return, The Secret of Promise Fortress. The slight dizziness subsided, and everyone opened their eyes and looked around curiously. I've really regained my youth. It should be more than just younger. The pressure and hidden injuries accumulated before have disappeared. It really makes me feel a lot more relaxed now. Is this the Promise Fortress? How magical. Yes, this is the Promise Fortress. Welcome everyone. XN Fleet and others were attracted by the strange voice and looked at the source of the voice. 4 people they had never seen before, led by an intellectual beauty with brown hair, were standing aside to greet them. There was a snow-white shadow floating around the 5 people. Seeing Wang and Wang Liumei, Yang Hui said nothing, and walked over quickly to hug them. Welcome back. Wang and Wang Liumei said softly. Well, I'm back. Graham also walked up to Setsuna, Lyle and Tieria and hugged them gently. Although the relationship between them was not so close, seeing them again after decades, Graham's nostalgia was still aroused. Fleet and the others also understood at this time that they were Yang Hui and Graham's companions, and would be my companions in the future. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Li Noriega. This is Wang Liumei. This is Fleet, Yolan, Arthur. Yang Hui made a brief introduction to each other, and nodded to each other to get to know each other, but at this time, Wang and Wang Liumei came to Yolan, took her hand and said softly, "Thank you for taking care of Yang Hui." Yang Hui, degree, everyone, Greek letter Omega, watched the show in hiding. Yolan was stunned for a moment. She hadn't said anything yet, so why did he know her relationship with Yang Hui? But soon, she figured it out. Women know women best. The look of love for someone can't be hidden, not to mention that they love the same person. This is what I should do. This. Wang? Studying in the United States. Yang Hui, Fleet and the others are new here. You take them to visit the fortress. We want to chat with Yolan. Yang Hui wanted to say something, but when he sensed the two murderous auras, he shuddered and nodded quickly. Okay. Then, Yang Hui led the others on the scene to leave the central hall. How he seeing Yang Hui like this? The three women who stayed behind covered their mouths and laughed softly. It was rare to see Yang Hui like this, and it was also very interesting. Now that everyone who is in the way has left, Yolan, can you tell us how you and Yang Hui met? Wang asked. Yes, okay. On the other side, although everyone regretted that they could not watch the show, when they thought that Yang Hui would vent all his resentment on them, they still followed Yang Hui obediently and left, just in time to visit the Promised Fortress in advance, which was their future home. While Yang Hui was showing them around, he introduced the basic situation of the Promised Fortress. The current Promised Fortress was still very small, so it didn't take long for everyone to visit the existing area, and then return to the central hall. You're back. Well, the fortress is still very simple now, so it won't take much time. I'll start the two-way channel first, Memphis. As he spoke, Yang Hui came to the periphery of the central hall, where there was a metal door embedded in the wall. Commander, start it. Yes, Commander, starting the cross gate, connecting to the Gundam Age World coordinates, completed. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, a small blue light spot lit up in the center of the metal door, and the light spot gradually expanded and turned into a small vortex, eventually filling the entire door opening. The vortex with black inside and blue outside kept rotating at a slow speed. The Gundam Age World has been connected, unlocking the world connection function, unlocking the cross-gate access, unlocking permanent and temporary permissions. Commander, congratulations on successfully connecting to the first world. There will be more and more in the future, and Promised Fortress will also restore its former glory. Memphis, what are permanent and temporary permissions? The right to stay in Promised Fortress is divided into permanent permissions and temporary permissions. With permanent permissions, you can stay in Promised Fortress permanently. Temporary permissions only allow the owner to stay in Promised Fortress for a maximum of 1 week. At the end of the period, you will be forcibly repatriated to the original world. Without temporary permissions, you cannot stay in Promised Fortress. Memphis's voice was still flat, without any ups and downs. When everyone heard what Memphis meant, they also knew what it meant that Fleet and others had an extra countdown on their panels compared to Yang Hui, Wang and others. How to get temporary permissions and permanent permissions. Temporary permissions are granted by the fortress's senior management, with a time limit of 1 week, and senior members can freely set the time. There are 4 ways to obtain permanent permissions. 1. Perform a monthly mandatory task once. 2. Sign a permanent employment contract with the fortress and work for the fortress for this life. 3. The mission world is not connected to Promised Fortress, and use the number of followers to bind back to the fortress. 4. Not unlocked. Yang Hui was embarrassed. His face was almost tangled. Wait, what does this unlocked mean? The commander's authority is insufficient. Please upgrade the central hall and unlock more authority. In other words, there are only the first 3 methods at present. Yes. What does the permanent employment contract mean? Memphis did not answer Yang Hui, but directly called up a contract and put it in front of Yang Hui. Everyone looked at it and immediately understood what it meant. This contract is set up for members who do not perform tasks. Promise Fortress is not just a military fortress in the void, but a void city that can expand infinitely. In addition to military buildings, it also includes residential, trading areas, entertainment areas and other areas. There's even a huge circular desk-like thing in the center of the central hall, indicating that these areas and jobs need people to work. Non-combatants who have signed this contract will be assigned to these positions to serve combatants. Of course, it won't be free. As more and more areas are built, Promise Fortress becomes more and more prosperous, and the population increases. There will be a currency in circulation. The reward points that will appear in the future will exist like this. According to different positions, a certain amount of reward points will be used for life in the fortress. But, just this is not enough to qualify for permanent authority. The biggest limitation of this contract is binding. The signer of the contract is completely bound to Promise Fortress. They will prosper together and suffer together. This is the biggest restriction. The easiest way to understand is that the more prosperous Promise Fortress is, the better their salary and benefits will be. Once Promise Fortress is destroyed, they will also disappear. Why is it so harsh? Mephis also explained this. According to the records of the central database, there were traitors inside Promise Fortress, which caused a major crisis. In order to limit the appearance of traitors and to strengthen the sense of belonging of the fortress members to the fortress, the former commander increased the restrictions. I see. At first, everyone was a little bit unable to accept this compulsory practice, but after listening to Mephis's explanation, they accepted it. The existence of Promise Fortress is too important. Its existence represents the balance of countless universes. They can't imagine what will happen if countless universes lose their balance. In order to protect its safety, it is not surprising to have more rules and restrictions. Now it seems that upgrading the central hall and increasing the authority is the top priority. Yang Hui said. Everyone was going to agree after hearing this, but Mephis raised an objection. It is not recommended that the commander upgrade the central hall too quickly. Why? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment and asked. The level of the central hall represents the difficulty of the mandatory mission. The higher the level, the more difficult the mission. It is recommended that the commander proceed step by step and do what he can. There is such a rule? Why didn't you tell me before? Yang Hui asked. This rule is the most important. If they don't know, they will upgrade the level of the central hall frantically to increase their authority. Entering the high difficulty mission world under the current conditions without knowing it is to seek death, and they may not even know how they died. According to Article 99 of the Operation Rules of the Intelligent AI of Promise Fortress, when it is determined that the current commander's choice will threaten Promise Fortress, it shall be stopped in time, and reminders and corrections shall be made according to the records of the previous commander to protect the existence of Promise Fortress. Hearing this, Yang Hui looked at Wang with a strange expression. Receiving Yang Hui's gaze, Wang shrugged. He didn't expect that the previous decision would make them miss such important information, but it's not too late, and it also shows that her suggestions are all correct. Okay, is there anything else I must know? With experience, Yang Hui, who was worried, confirmed to Mephis, so as not to miss important information again. With the commander's current authority, there is no. Then thank you very much. My responsibility is to guide the commander to rebuild Promise Fortress. Listening to Mephis's serious response to him, Yang Hui slapped himself in the face. What kind of joke was he playing with the intelligent AI that he had no feelings for? Commander, any other instructions? No, wait. Originally planning to end the Q&A time, Yang Hui suddenly thought of something very important and wanted to ask, Mephis, what is the rule for issuing missions? What is the relationship between missions, rewards, and mission worlds? No one else understood why Yang Hui asked this question, except for one person, Graham. When they received the third stage mission, they all found problems in a series of missions. All the missions revolve around the Diva, and according to Yang Hui's memory, the story of the Gundam Age world for 100 years also revolves around the Diva. In this case, does the Diva have a very important meaning to the Gundam Age world? And are the rewards they get for completing the missions transformed from something they got from the Gundam Age world? Insufficient authority, unable to answer. Okay, I get it. No answer was given, but Yang Hui was not discouraged, because no answer is the answer. And what they have to do remains unchanged, that is, to rebuild the Promise Fortress, strengthen themselves, resist powerful enemies, and slowly dig out the secrets of the Promise Fortress. Chapter 227, Privilege Upgrade, New Functions. After the Q&A session, everyone was divided into 3 groups. The first was the decision-making group consisting of Yang Hui, Wang Liumi, Yulin, Fleet, Algaris, and Gerhardt, who went to the conference room to decide the direction of the development of Promise Fortress. The second was the pilot group consisting of Graham, Sitsuna, Lyle, Iria, and Asem, who would go to the training room to fight and get familiar with each other. Finally, there was the play group consisting of non-combatants such as Emily and Yunoa. They would not participate in decision-making and would not fight, so they could only stay in the central hall or visit Promise Fortress again to kill time. In the conference room, Yang Hui first briefly narrated all the experiences of this mission and let Wang and Wang Liumi know. This mission actually lasted nearly 100 years. Wang and Wang Liumi exclaimed. They had only been in the fortress for a week. It was hard to imagine that Yang Hui and Graham had experienced a new and complete life. Yes, I didn't expect that the mission in the Gundam Age world was different from the Gundam world. It was to go through the entire plot stage completely, not in stages. Yang Hui smiled bitterly. Wang and Wang Liumi looked at Yang Hui with tenderness, and then looked at Yulin, their eyes full of gratitude. It was hard for them to imagine how Yang Hui would have spent these decades without Yulin. What about the rewards? How much did you get? Wang calmed down and asked Yang Hui. Then, Yang Hui told Wang the total reward of the two. The material gift package had been opened, and Wang could check it directly. The skill extraction opportunities and upgrade opportunities were personal. The important ones were the construction opportunities and reinforcement opportunities. 3 construction opportunities for the general attack, and 5 reinforcement opportunities. Wang thought for a while and gave the answer, I suggest building a residential area, an entertainment area, and a mining area respectively. The reinforcement will be used once in the central hall, research area, production area, and 2 mining areas respectively. Entertainment area? Is it necessary? Fleet, Argyris, and Gerhard frowned. Construction opportunities and reinforcement opportunities are very precious. There's only one way to get them through tasks. They think they should not be wasted on entertainment. It is necessary. Wang explained to them why he chose this. With the experience of this mission, I think it is necessary to combine work and rest. It is easy for a person to collapse under high pressure for a long time. You know Yang Hui's ability, but you must also know how Yang Hui has spent these decades. Fleet, Argyris and Gerhardt were silent. Gerhardt might not know, but Fleet and Argyris knew it very well. Yang Hui had basically not rested for decades. He was either fighting or researching in the laboratory, or on the way to these 2 things. The only leisure time he had was to train young people, if this was considered leisure time. In such a busy time, he also had to consider how to complete the tasks issued by Promise Fortress. If they were to replace themselves with Yang Hui, they would not know how they would support these decades. And the entertainment area also has a very important function, that is, the flow of information. Information flow. That's right. Wang continued, now Promise Fortress is connected to a world, which is small and has few people, so it is difficult to see, but considering that more worlds will be connected in the future, the scale of Promise Fortress will become larger and larger, and there will be more and more people. It is impossible for everyone to know each other and know the information of each world as it is now. Of course, we can summarize this information and distribute it downward, but this can easily lead to dependence, and the information we can collect and summarize and distribute is mostly official general information, and many gossips are difficult to obtain. Don't underestimate gossips. Many times gossips can provide more help than official information. I see. And as mentioned above, if there are too many people to get familiar with each other, then relaxing in the entertainment area is the best opportunity to socialize and build bonds, especially for men. After a few drinks together, they become close friends. As he said this, Wang looked at Yang Hui with a smile. Yang Hui, embarrassing. What does it have to do with me? It's not my fault that Billy Katajiri didn't get your favor, so he went to the bar to drink to drown his sorrows and ended up in a state of disgrace. It seems to be related. The 3 of them felt that this view was correct, but they were a little embarrassed and didn't want to answer. They just nodded slightly to express their views. There is also a reason for choosing a residential area. It is also because of the increase in the number of people. Everyone present will definitely have high authority and directly own their own residence, but not everyone can get a high position at the beginning. At this point, Wang looked at Yang Hui and made a suggestion. Yang Hui, I think it is necessary to formulate a merit system. Merit system. Yes, I also agree with Miss Wang's point of view. Take now for example. We are new here and are not familiar with Miss Wang. Most of the people in each world small groups and those who have performed tasks in that world are clear about each other's abilities, but people in other worlds are not clear. They don't understand how to delegate authority and give official positions. You can't always rely on your impression to give it, right? In this case, there will definitely be a rebellious mentality, and some people will not accept it, which will eventually lead to internal divisions in the team. Fleet said. I agree with this decision. I agree. Agree. Everyone else agreed with Wang's suggestion, so Yang Hui naturally wouldn't object. He also felt that this was correct. It didn't matter in the past because it was just a small group, but now and even in the future, there are more and more people, and it's getting more and more diverse. Promise Fortress will become larger and larger. A large organization must have strict rules to control it. Okay, I agree. There's still a month before the next mission. We will try to finalize the promotion system within a week. Okay. Are there any other topics? Yang Hui asked. Everyone looked at each other and confirmed that there was no other important thing to say at the meeting, so they shook their heads. Okay, now we will start upgrading the fortress. After the upgrade is completed, everyone will go to rest and continue the discussion tomorrow. Agree. X5 The meeting ended temporarily and construction and building reinforcement began. Before that, Yang Hui specially notified others to prepare them so that they would not be scared. A residential area, an entertainment area, and a mining area were built, and the central hall, research area, production area and 2 mining areas were strengthened and upgraded. After confirming that everything was correct, they clicked OK. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled slightly, and several roars came from outside. In the eyes of the viewers, an inexplicable singularity appeared out of thin air. The strong gravity pulled the scattered gravel in the void together, turning it into a floating land, and then spliced it with the Promise Fortress. The uneven ground became flat, and 3 substances that had never been seen before were clearly separated. They turned into liquids and merged into the land. Then, exquisite buildings full of futuristic technology rose from the ground. The tremor stopped, the roar ended, and the new area was completed so simply. The same was true for building upgrades. The 3 materials of void gold, ether gas and chaos crystal appeared out of thin air and quickly merged into the original land. The buildings on the ground changed and became more exquisite and more majestic. The interior of the central hall was expanded by about 1/3, and the floating screens around it were no longer chaotic codes. They resumed normal operation, but there was no content yet. The central circular reception desk was also repaired and could be used. The level of the central hall is upgraded, the authority is upgraded to LV1, the team function is opened, the number of direct teams is increased by 1, the random selection of team members is cancelled, the commander can form 2 teams to go to 2 worlds to perform mandatory tasks, each team has a maximum of 6 people, and the task world rules are changed to randomly select 2 worlds, and the 2 teams have the right to allocate 2 worlds. After listening to Mephas's explanation, Wang Liumei, Setsuna, Lalanti Ira's eyes lit up. The change of random rules is just too timely. In this way, they don't have to wait for good luck to knock on the door. They came to Promise Fortress not to play badly, but to improve themselves and help Yang Hui. No one wants to keep watching others go to other worlds to improve themselves and experience unknown adventures. Especially Setsuna, Lalanti Ira were the most deeply touched. During the meeting, they fought with Graham respectively and could clearly feel how much Graham had improved. The growth brought by decades of countless life and death battles is not comparable to a week in the training room. However, the problem is again, 6 people in each team, 2 teams, a total of 12 people. The number of people is seriously exceeded. Although it is not based on luck, there are still people who cannot follow the team to other worlds to perform tasks, and it is not a random selection. The allocation of personnel must be carefully considered. Yang Hui, I want to go. Mr. Yang Hui, you can't leave me to guard the house this time. I must go. Look, Setsuna, Lalanti Ira looked at Yang Hui with fiery eyes, with an expression that they would make trouble for you if you don't agree. Except for non-combatants, Everyone else has the same expression. No one is willing to stay to guard the house, otherwise they would not agree to Yang Hui coming to Promise Fortress. It seems that I can't rest. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it weren't for this, he could rest for a day, but now, if the personnel are not decided quickly, no one will be able to sleep. Let's go, continue the meeting and select the people, Yang Hui said to Wang and others. Yet, this time, not only the decision-making group went to the meeting room, but all the fighters went together. A group of people ran to the meeting room in a mighty manner. They wanted to know the result at the first time. If they were not selected and no one could convince them, then don't blame them for making trouble. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 228 Skill Extraction and Enhancement. There is no need to be too entangled in the two teams. First of all, Yang Hui's team has been determined. The upper limit is 6 people. Wang Liumei, Setsuna, Lyle, Tieria and Yang Hui are exactly 6 people. The reason why they are directly determined is that they have been stagnant in Promise Fortress for a mission cycle. In terms of emotion, they and Graham are companions who are willing to follow him to Promise Fortress when they are uncertain and know nothing. They can't be disappointed. In terms of reason, 1 general manager, 1 tactical forecaster, 1 intelligence officer, and 3 Miss pilots are the most reasonable arrangement and allocation, and they are also the earliest batch of members. Wang and Wang Liumei are also important positions in the fortress. They must make certain achievements to suppress others. The second team is not difficult either. Half of the candidates can be determined at the beginning. Graham must be assigned to the second team because, except for Yang Hui, he is the only one who has performed mandatory tasks. At the same time, he is currently the second combat force below Yang Hui, as an experienced person in combat force guarantee. The second person to be determined is Fleet. Graham is an excellent fighter, but if you ask him to command and plan, forget it, he is not the material. Fleet's command and planning ability is very good, which just makes up for Graham's shortcomings, and he is also a powerful Miss pilot. The third is Gerhard. Although he has come to Promise Fortress and the Gundam Age world is also connected to Promise Fortress, the Federation and Vegan have been completely integrated, and there is no gap between Gerhard and Fleet, but the balance between different small groups must still be considered. Moreover, Gerhard's identity represents the entire Vegan. After coming to Promise Fortress, he must also strive for advantages for the people of Vegan as much as possible, at least he must not embarrass Vegan. Therefore, even if Gerhard's abilities overlap with Fleet's, he must be arranged in the team. This is a balance and an opportunity for running in. The establishment of ties is the fastest in a life and death crisis. The remaining 3 candidates will be determined by their strength. They will play a simulated match, and whoever wins will go. One thing that must be mentioned is Yulin. Knowing the relationship between Yang Hui and Yulin, Lyle, who is the most knowledgeable about human relations, planned to give his position to Yulin and go to the second team, but Yuling refused and took the initiative to ask to stay and guard the house. The reason she gave was that she was not familiar with the Promise Fortress yet, she wanted to stay and get to know her future home, and the fatigue she had endured in the Gundam Age world had not completely subsided, so she wanted to have a good rest. But Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liumei all knew that Yulin took the initiative to give the opportunity to be together to Wang and Wang Liumei. After all, they came first, and they had to correct their attitude later. They had been with Yang Hui day and night in the Gundam Age world for decades, and it was time to leave the opportunity to others. Anyway, there is a long way to go, and there is plenty of time to be together in the future. Everyone said that there was no problem with this decision. Both the distribution of abilities and the social etiquette had been taken into consideration. Everyone's eyes were very excited about the remaining 3 positions. As for who would eventually get the position, it would depend on their own abilities. If they were not as skilled as others, they could not blame others. Isam, Wolf, Fram Nara, and the 3 members of the Royal Guard. Everyone aimed at these 3 positions. After the meeting was dismissed, they immediately ran to the training room to duel with great interest. They would not stop until the winner was determined. Who do you think will win? Wang's question made everyone who had already confirmed the quota look at Yang Hui. Wang Liumei, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria were not easy to comment on because they did not know each other very well. Flit, Gerhard and others were not suitable to speak because they would favor their own people in their hearts. So they could only ask Yang Hui's guess. He stood on the neutral side, and his evaluation was the most fair and objective evaluation. In terms of driving skills alone, Wolf, SM, and Dora are all equally matched. So, since Yang Hui said so, it can be basically confirmed that there are people from the Federation and vegan, which can be considered balanced. Unexpectedly, Yang Hui immediately reversed, but Dora probably has no chance. He will give the opportunity to Fram. Alpha and Dieter will also help to protect Fram. Huh? Following Yang Hui's gaze, everyone looked at Gerhard. Being stared at by dozens of eyes, Gerhard was stunned for a moment, blushing slightly and turning his head away, avoiding everyone's gaze. It's good to have a little girl in the team. It's too boring for a group of big men to stay together. Graham teased, and then he became the object of attention. X and what happened? You got it. Are you a fake? Graham is interested in women. Steel can also bloom? Impossible. Everyone looked at Graham in disbelief, wondering if Graham had been swapped by someone. Wasn't his love all devoted to Gundam and fighting? When could he make such a statement? Ahem, I was considering the atmosphere of the entire team. After all, I have led a team. Graham explained awkwardly. Oh, I'm telling the truth. After all, people like me are still a minority. In the past, those brats from beyond the flag couldn't chat without beautiful women when they were chatting privately, and the same goes for those brats from the celestial being team. So, considering the entire team. Oh, I'm telling you, I'm not kidding. Flit, Gerhard, Lyle, Setsuna, Tieria. Let's go. Get on the plane. Faced with everyone's teasing, Graham didn't get angry on the spot, but dragged Setsuna and others to the training room. He was tongue-tied and couldn't explain clearly. Even if he explained clearly, the other party would not let him go. So the best solution was to get on the plane directly. The training room has the function of real simulation. Everything in the simulation is real, even injuries and deaths. Although you won't really die, people who have died once know that even if they know they won't really die, they don't want to experience that feeling a second time. Although Gerhard, Setsuna and Tieria did not join in the teasing, Yang Hui, the culprit, could not be defeated, so he could only vent his anger on others three. Everyone dispersed, and Yang Hui took Wang Lianmei and Yulin back to the top floor of the house. The first thing he did was to extract skills. There were 4 extraction opportunities in total and 5 enhancement opportunities. Well, how should I put it? Yang Hui felt that it was a waste to use all of them on himself. Mephis, do you have active skills? Yes. After getting the answer, Yang Hui felt that it was not advisable to use all of his extraction opportunities. First, the more skills, the better. More means more, and it is difficult to master all of them. Moreover, each additional skill takes more time to learn and master. Just like playing games, why do game characters unlock more skills as their levels increase? It's not just that the higher the level of the character, the stronger the skills are, but also because the player needs to adapt. If the player gets a character with full skills at the beginning, it will take a lot of time to understand, learn, master, and match various complicated skills. Second, the extraction of skills is random. Not all skills are suitable for Yang Hui, and Yang Hui does not intend to be a perfect hexagonal warrior. He does not think that he is the legendary Long Aoshin. He has determined his own path forward and will move forward firmly. There are too many lessons in history that people are greedy. Mephis, can the opportunity to extract skills and strengthen skills be transferred to others? Yes. Then is there any way to transfer the skills that have been extracted to others? Yes, the Research Institute LV2 opens other technology pages, the third column, the third row, skill and printer, can do it. Well, I know, use 4 skill extractions. Understood, 4 skill extractions were successful. Congratulations to the commander for obtaining reflex speed enhancement, medium, shadow lurking, mastery, spatial recognition ability, B level, and mental power burst. 4 skills, 1 active skill, 1 skill that strengthens basic attributes, and 2 auxiliary skills. Mental power burst is an active skill that doubles the user's mental power within 30 seconds, and maintains explosive output without decreasing, but after the end, it will enter a weak state for 1 minute. Spatial recognition ability, B level, and reflex speed enhancement, medium, will not be mentioned, but the skill that needs to be detailed is shadow lurking, mastery, which sounds very magical. This skill that looks like an assassin or thief in the game is not a magical skill of invisibility or hiding in the shadows, but a passive skill in a blessed state. Its effect is very simple. When performing a lurking mission, it can greatly reduce the probability of being discovered, which is a miracle for Special Forces members or intelligence personnel. But this skill, no one is suitable, including Wang Liumei, who is responsible for intelligence work. Although Wang Liumei is positioned as an intelligence officer, she is not responsible for collecting intelligence on the front line, but the chief of intelligence who sits in the rear and coordinates the entire play, and will not perform lurking missions at all. It seems that I can only copy this skill and put it in the warehouse first. The others. Spatial recognition ability, B level, was directly passed because Yang Hui had this skill, and it was A level. Psychic burst, and reflex speed enhancement, medium, were suitable for Yang Hui, so he chose to keep them. Then there were 5 enhancement opportunities. Yang Hui used them 3 times, strengthening, misdesign, once, spatial recognition ability, once, and reflex speed enhancement, once, leaving 2 for backup. Except for misdriving skills, which could not be improved by enhancement opportunities, all other skills had been upgraded to the maximum level, which was enough for him to adapt for a month. Skills are not just learned, and turning them into part of the body is the most important thing. Feeling the changes in his body, Yang Hui clicked on the attribute panel of the monkey version. Name, Yang Hui exclusive machine, Dawn Gundam exclusive territory, Promise Fortress skills, misdriving, B+ level, misdesign, master, spatial recognition ability, S level, mental strength enhancement, large, reflex speed enhancement, large, mental burst. The monkey version is still the monkey version, but the content is still much richer. Well, keep working hard. Chapter 229 Gold Devouring Beast. After a night, a new day begins. Everyone, whether familiar with the route or new to the mission, enters into intense work. A month is neither long nor short. No one knows which world the next mission will take them to, or what kind of crisis they will encounter. Everyone must improve themselves as much as possible and be prepared to face all the unknowns. Fleet, Wang, Argyris, Wang Liumei, and Jehurt came to the conference room early in the morning to discuss the rules of the merit system, class system, and promotion system. Now the authority of Promise Fortress is too low, and many functions have not been opened. However, according to the current actual conditions, a complete system must be formulated. Otherwise, when will the authority of Promise Fortress be fully opened? It will be too late to formulate rules by then. As for the impact of the emergence of new functions on the existing rules, just change them according to the new functions. With a general outline, the remaining work is simple work such as modification and addition. Graham and other full-time pilots did not attend the meeting. They could be said to be heartless or to trust others. Anyway, they did not care much. They just needed to know the final result. Everyone was not good at what everyone was good at. Everyone had their own division of labor. As combat members, all they had to do was to work hard to improve themselves and become stronger. But then again, the battle for seats yesterday also had a result, exactly as Yang Hui predicted. The 3 selected were Assam, Wolf and Fram Nora. Dalfrost was indeed shortlisted, but in the end he was willing to make way for his sister and gave her the opportunity. On the other side, Yang Hui and Graham came to the Research Institute together to find the skill imprinter that Memphis mentioned. Graham's skill extraction and enhancement times were both 3 times, and he used them all. I don't know if it was because he often took away the body and suffered retribution. None of the skills he drew could be used, and all needed to be copied. Let me see. Clicking on the technology tree panel of the Research Institute, a new page was added. It was the complete tree diagram of the Gundam Age world, including all the technologies researched by the Federation, Vegan, ExoDP, and Yang Hui himself. And unlike the technology tree of the Gundam U world, the technology tree of the Gundam Age world has been fully lit up. It's so complicated, it makes me dizzy. Graham complained. Don't mention you, I feel the same. It's not Graham's fault. Even Yang Hui, a professional scientific researcher, felt dizzy when looking at the intricate tree diagram. It was really too messy. Moreover, when each icon was clicked, branch technologies such as materials, armor, engines, radars, systems, and weapons would appear. Many of these branches were repeated. If you were a science idiot, this would be quite convenient. You could just select the machine you like to study and get the whole set of technology. You didn't need to study it in detail. You could just hand it over to the production area for manufacturing. But Yang Hui was different. He was a scientist. He not only had to learn the basic technologies of each world, but also integrate, merge, transform, and upgrade the technologies of each world to develop better and more complete technologies. So the current tree diagram is not suitable. Mephis, can the technology tree panel be readjusted? Instead of classifying each world, each technology can be extracted to form a separate tree diagram. Yes, comma, the next second after getting the answer, the technology tree panel changed, with more pages, but the content of each page is a single technology, which is much simpler and clearer. Yang Hui chose the last page and found the skill in printer that Mephis mentioned. It consumes very few resources, so Yang Hui lit it up directly. Not only the skill in printer, but there are also many very practical technologies in other pages, such as the emergency escape device, which is an auxiliary device combined with a driving device. A coordinate can be set in advance. When the body is broken, the transmission device will be activated urgently to safely transmit the driver to the set coordinate, absolutely guaranteeing the driver's safety. Moreover, space teleportation technology. So cheap. Yang Hui frowned. Emergency escape device already involves high-level space teleportation technology, which is a higher-level technology than Veda and solar furnace. The price of this kind of science and technology is actually a little cheaper than skill in printer. How is this possible? With curiosity, Yang Hui lit up the emergency escape device without hesitation and immediately made a set of them, as well as 10 skill imprinters. After imprinting the useless skills, Yang Hui began to tinker with the emergency escape device, and then, Mephis, can you tell me, how can a palm-sized chip have space teleportation technology? Is the pinnacle of science really magic? Yang Hui looked at the chip in his hand with a complicated expression and asked Mephis. This thing has exceeded his understanding and is even about to destroy his worldview. Please rest assured, Commander, there are no concepts of anthropology such as metaphysics, theology, and magic in this fortress. This technology is not considered space teleportation technology. It is a consumable, and the technology in it cannot be studied. It is one of the benefits given to the commander by the fortress. Then how did this thing log into the technology tree panel? Insufficient authority. Okay. Infinite worlds, infinite possibilities. Yang Hui certainly would not take it for granted that all worlds are developing technology. There is no fantasy or magic world, and even many superworlds have concepts such as magic. But let's not talk about the fact that Mephis told him that all the worlds of mandatory tasks are based on his memory, and they are all worlds that add science and technology to Promise Fortress. Promise Fortress itself is a product of technology, and naturally there will be no magic in the traditional sense, at least after they have the ability to fight against unknown organizations and let Promise Fortress escape from hiding in the Void Interlayer. It's just, every time Mephis told him that he had insufficient authority, he felt like a knife was stabbed in the heart, and there was nothing he could do. The development of the fortress must be gradual and can't be rushed. Then I'll go to train. After solving the problem of redundant skills, Graham naturally would not continue to stay in this place that gave him a headache. He also had to see how the training of others was. As the second combat force of the fortress, he naturally had to take on the task of guiding others to become stronger. Graham left, and Yang Hui stayed alone in the research area to familiarize himself with the new technology tree panel, and integrated the various technologies of the two worlds, taking the essence and removing the dross, and merging them into a unified standard technology. Unknowingly, a week passed quietly, and the discussion of Wong and others temporarily came to a conclusion, and a series of rules and regulations had a preliminary framework. It was definitely not detailed enough, but it was enough for the current situation. Yang Hui, who had been in the research area for a whole week, finally established the entire research area panel smoothly, and combined it with the current technology, and all technologies met the standard. A quarter of the rest time has passed, and the rest of the time still cannot be relaxed, because the next mission will have 12 people participating at the same time. Excluding Wong and Wang Liumei, 10 people's bodies need to be prepared. Yang Hui, Graham, Fleet, SM, and Jehurt all have their own bodies, but all need to be modified and upgraded, and all the original things will be replaced with a summarized standard technology, and they also need to be specialized according to their respective driving styles. And the bodies of Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiria need to be tailored again. The rules of the production area have not changed, but have become more complicated. You can design the appearance, skeleton, structure, etc. of the machine by yourself, add various technologies and weapons. After the design drawings are completed, the terminal in the production area will judge the integrity and rating, and finally give the resources and time required for manufacturing, and then start manufacturing. This is more in line with Yang Hui's wishes. As a MIS designer, he naturally prefers to design MIS bit by bit according to the needs, and then manufacture and mass-produce that kind of thing. Although it is necessary, he still doesn't like it. Before the scale of Promise Fortress expands and there is enough demand for standard equipment, he does not plan to use the production area to manufacture mass-produced MIS. Of course, the current technological level of Promise Fortress is not low. Among the black technologies obtained from ExaDP, there are many parts and systems rated as A, which means that now it has the conditions to directly manufacture A-level machines. But no one's driving skills have reached A level. The strongest Yang Hui and Graham have only recently entered B+. Flit, SM, Gerhardt, and Lyle are all B level. Further down, Wolf, Setsuna, Tiria and others are only at the B level. Even if they can manufacture A-level machines, no one can perfectly exert their capabilities. They can only be used as decorations. Moreover, there is a very serious problem. Alice, it is not durable. Yang Hui looked at the few remaining resources and wanted to cry without tears. After opening 3 material gift packs, the resources that were originally very abundant were exhausted again in just half a month. The cost of a B-level machine and 2 B machines is still very distressing for the current Promise Fortress. Fortunately, the machines of Yang Hui and others were only transformed and strengthened instead of remanufactured, otherwise the materials would really be insufficient. Originally, I planned to use the Diva's assault landing mode as a sample to manufacture 2 battleships, but the mines at home are not strong and now, 3. Supplies are too scarce. I thought the research area was a gold-eating beast, but I didn't expect the production area to be the same. Wong complained, holding his aching forehead. There's nothing I can do. This is the first time I use it, and I have a hunch that no matter how many mining areas we have and how advanced they are, supplies will be in short supply. Yang Hui sighed. Yang Hui knew the operating mode of Promise Fortress too well. Now there are only research areas and production areas, but he has a hunch that there will be more and more gold-eating beasts in the future, and the upgrade of buildings. If I'm not wrong, it must be a geometric increase. Chapter 230. Next stop, Gundam Seed. The machine is still being remanufactured, but the detailed data has been collected and the training room is ready for use. We can directly use real simulation to test in advance to see if there are any places that need to be modified and debugged. However, considering that the material warehouse is bright and shining, it is best not to change it, otherwise I really don't know if it is enough. Fortunately, the evaluation system of Promise Fortress is still very good. During the design, it has been checked for omissions and deficiencies, and there are no unreasonable or major changes. Moreover, Setsuna, Lyle and Tiria have not entered the mission world. Even if they train day and night for a week, their growth is very limited. Since there is no big change, they can compare their previous machines, replace the internal parts with better technology, and then replace the solar furnace with new engines and energy. The remaining work is to change the OS according to the requirements of Setsuna, Lyle and Tiria. Although it is not clear which world the next world is, the current central hall is only level 2, and there will definitely be no difficult mission world. 3 B machines and 1 B+ machine, equipped with corresponding drivers, are definitely capable of self-protection. However, the 3 of them did not have much change in their bodies. The bodies of Flit, Gerhardt, SM, and Wolf also changed a lot. The appearance of the Legirus Gundam, Gundam Age 2, and G-Titan did not change much, but the internal structure was completely updated. The mobility, defense, flexibility, and output have all changed, and they must be adapted and mastered in advance. This is only the first change. The second change is the armament. The Gundam Age 1 has been completely changed. The attack and shield system of both hands is a double-mounted high-output beam rifle attached to the surface of the shield. After changing the mode, it can be transformed into a double high-output beam sword. The inside of the shield is a triple-mounted grenade launcher. 2 Shijure blade daggers are hung on the waist, and the shoulders are equipped with X-rounder launcher. In addition to providing high-speed flight capabilities within the atmosphere, the armed backpack behind it also contains 2 quadruple-mounted micro-missile launchers and 2 mechanical auxiliary arms. This is the new form of Gundam Age 1 after it was separated from the Age system. Yang Hui named it the Savior form, which can be regarded as a gift to celebrate Fleet's true savior. Gundam Age 2 has not changed much, and is still the Barrett Hunter form. Isem is not an X-rounder, let alone a transformer. As a natural person, he cannot use the X-rounder launcher, so he's equipped with 2 leg boosters on the original basis. In addition to increasing the maximum speed of the flight form, it also provides the ability for the MIS form to stay in the air for a short time in the atmosphere. At the same time, these 2 external thrusters can also be separated from the body, playing a role similar to a floating shield. As for the operation, leave it to Hello. The tail of the Legeris Gundam has changed from 1 to 2, which not only enhances flexibility, but also replaces the beam cannon with a Shijure blade, which has a telescopic function and can reach up to 500 meters. Not limited to close combat, the beam gun has been strengthened, with 2 modes of penetration and blasting. The shield has enhanced its defense capabilities, and the X-rounder launcher and beam sword have been removed, and the palm beam sword and beam Vulcan cannon have also been removed, replaced by 2 high-output beam swords stored inside the thigh, and the X-rounder launcher has been moved to the shoulder, and there are 2. As for the G-Titan, according to Wallif's request, the original missile launcher has been removed, and the back thruster has been strengthened to improve mobility. As for the armament, Wallif said that he could not operate too many weapons at the same time, and a simple beam rifle plus sword, gun and shield integrated composite weapon would be enough. Compared with being a firepower bunker, he is closer to Graham's fighting style. However, thinking that Wolf's physical fitness and driving skills were not as good as Graham's, in order to ensure his safety, Yang Hui specially strengthened the safety performance of the full-body armor and cockpit to prevent him from really killing himself. Finally, it was Yang Hui's Dawn Gundam and Graham's Flag Gundam. The Flag Gundam removed the 2 Fangs cannons on the back, and then the structure of the entire body changed. The Shijure blade on the wing was no longer located at the tip of the balance wing when it turned back to MIS form, but was hung at the back waist. The ejection function was cancelled and it was only used as a melee weapon. 2 beam boomerangs were re-equipped on the shoulders. Don't say, Graham likes this weapon very much. Finally, the armor and skeleton were strengthened, especially the toughness of the skeleton. Graham's extreme sports are endless, and no matter how good the materials are, they can give you money to play. All Yang Hui can do is to prolong the time the skeleton is damaged. The changes to the Dawn Gundam are mainly the wing-shaped floating guns on the back. The 16 floating guns and the brackets are all removed and replaced with 2 purple-gray wings. The wings contain 4 X-rounder launchers and a large number of nozzles. When moving at high speed, they can assist the main nozzles to increase the maximum speed to twice. Usually, they can adjust the balance of the body well, and at the same time, the Dawn Gundam has the ability to fly in the atmosphere. Speaking of X-rounder launcher, Yang Hui is not an X-rounder, but he is a transformer. They are all mental power users. They can also control bits with the help of mental connection devices. Moreover, compared with the degenerated X-rounder, the evolved transformer has stronger and more stable mental power, so Yang Hui can use bits generated by 4 X-rounder launchers at the same time. Moreover, among the many technical centers, Yang Hui spends the most time on X-rounder launcher. The power of bit is hard to resist, but the range of action is a flaw, too small. This is a huge flaw for Yang Hui, who is good at medium-range high-speed mobile shooting battles. So Yang Hui spent a lot of time and combined all the technologies in his hands to strengthen and transform it. In the end, he only doubled the range of bit, but it was still insufficient. This will weaken your combat effectiveness. Yang Hui, why don't you dismantle the X-rounder launcher and replace it with a floating gun? Fleet suggested. It will definitely weaken it, but the current range of bit is enough for me to use. After all, I am not Yu Lin, and I rarely snipe at long distances. Moreover, the practicality of bit must be mastered. It is much better than ordinary floating guns. It has no entity, infinite generation, armor penetration, and position penetration. Once we have collected enough technology, we can strengthen it. Yang Hui said to Fleet. Okay, just don't go too far. There's one more thing I want you to pay attention to, Yang Hui. The 4X rounder launchers can indeed greatly enhance the firepower of the Dawn Gundam, but the energy consumption is huge. With your fighting style, you can only last 20 minutes in a large-scale battle. So, Yang Hui switched the technology tree page to the energy option and clicked on the lonely solar furnace icon. This is my ultimate goal. Without the solar furnace, my ability has been cut in half. I'm not a reformer, so I don't know the blessing of GN particles on you, but the solar furnace. Alia Schuchenberg is really a monster. Every time they saw the information about the solar furnace, Fleet, Madonna and other technicians couldn't help but swear. After arriving at Promise Fortress, they learned about the situation in the Gundam world. Logically, the technological development of the Gundam world is not as good as that of the Gundam age, and this is excluding the statement of ExaDB. The miniaturization of beam weapons, the establishment of space colony satellites, MIS technology, battleships, etc. are all inferior to the Gundam age world. But, the monster Alia Schuchenberg appeared, and the technological level of the entire world was raised abruptly. Solar power generation system, the discovery of GN particles, solar furnace, which of these things is not shocking? Especially the solar furnace and GN particles, if you can only use one word to describe them, it is omnipotent. Offsetting the effect of gravity, semi-permanent energy, interfering with electronic equipment, offensive and defensive, assisting reformers to open large chat rooms, multiple furnaces at the same frequency to increase output geometrically, and even quantum transitions in theory, etc., are simply God's creations, and there is no flaw to be found. Fleet and others once doubted, do such people really exist? Isn't it that someone is so idle that he came to the mortal world to despise humans? Well, I agree with your evaluation. You will have a chance to meet him in the future. You can scold him in person when the time comes. Don't worry, he is just a pile of data now and can't hit you. Let's talk about the Dawn Gundam again. Fleet didn't intend to compare himself with a monster, and wisely changed the subject. How are you going to solve the energy problem? The greatest deterrent of the Dawn Gundam and Yang Hui is the terrifying multiple firepower coverage, and the accuracy is terrifying, but if it cannot support a long-term battle, then Yang Hui will have a fatal weakness and the deterrent power will be greatly reduced. It depends on whether there is a better energy system in the new world. For now, bring 2 more auxiliary energy tanks to make do. Yang Hui said helplessly. That's fine. Anyway, you are not Graham, and you rarely get angry in battle. Haha. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and smiled, but Graham couldn't hear it, otherwise the kid would be beaten again. By the way, tomorrow is the day to set off. Are you ready? Yang Hui asked Fleet. Well, we've all been waiting for this day. Yang Hui saw some excitement in Fleet's eyes, raised his eyebrows, and persuaded, you have to stay calm, Fleet. On the surface, Graham is the captain, but I've handed the whole team over to you. Although Gerhardt has made great progress, he is still easily impulsive. Only you can see the overall situation and give the most correct instructions. I don't ask you to achieve much results. The mission is endless, but everyone must come back safely. Fleet heard this and suppressed his excitement. He replied seriously, I know, leave it to me. The next day, everyone gathered in the central hall to see off the 12 people who participated in the mission. There was envy, happiness, and worry. Are you all ready? Yang Hui asked the 11 people who participated in the mission. Yes. Everyone nodded. Memphis, let's start. Choose the mission world. Gundam W, Gundam Seed. These 2 worlds. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then made a choice. Graham, you go to the Gundam W world. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Fleet asked. Gundam, OZ, Masked Man, Artificial Intelligence, and most importantly, be careful of the Zero system. Okay. Memphis, let's go. Start the mission world transmission, heading to the Gundam Seed world. Chapter 231 New Identity, New Beginning. Alice, it's all over again. In the beautiful morning, Yang Hui woke up from his sleep, went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Seeing his delicate and tender face, he couldn't help but sigh. Of course, Yang Hui was not sighing about why he was so handsome. He was not so stupid. He was just sighing that he had to delete his account and start over in the new world, and became a baby again, and then grew up slowly. Although 16 years have passed, Yang Hui still couldn't help but sigh that the setting of Promise Fortress is really annoying. Dong Dong, come in. Master, breakfast is ready, and the master is waiting for you. Okay, I'll be there right away. After taking care of himself, Yang Hui walked through the long corridor and came to the restaurant. At the long square table, a middle-aged man sat at the head. His meticulously groomed hair was shiny, his square face had a gentle smile, and the glasses on the bridge of his nose added a bit of elegant gentleman temperament. Come on, take a seat. Yes, father. The restaurant was luxurious, but the breakfast for the two was quite simple, with Chinese millet porridge, shrimp dumplings and steamed buns. During the meal, the father and son did not say a word. After finishing their breakfast slowly, they went to the study together. Yang Hui looked at the silent back. Although this man usually did not like to talk much, Yang Hui could feel that he had something important to tell him today. The father and son sat opposite each other, and Yang Hui saw a trace of seriousness on the man's face. Lord Uzmi found me and discussed something with me. Lord Uzmi. Yang Hui frowned slightly. Father, you are the head of the Yang family, one of the 5 major families in Orb. Lord Uzmi should not tell me that he discussed something with you, right? That's right. The gentleman with the glasses in front of him is the head of one of the 5 major families in Orb, which is as famous as the Asha family and the Sadhok family. Yang Hongyu, and Yang Hui, as his only son, can be regarded as one of the princes of Orb. The world of Gundam Seed is divided into 2 major forces, the Earth Union, which represents the Earth and is represented by the Atlantic Federation, Eurasian Federation, East Asian Republic, South African Unified Organization, and South American United Nations, and the independent country Planned, which is composed of a new group of colonial satellites. There is an irreconcilable hatred between the Earth Union and Planned, especially the Atlantic Federation, which is the strongest country in the Earth Union, under the influence of a certain behind-the-scenes organization, and is determined to kill Planned under the slogan of protecting the blue and pure world. As for the origin of this slogan, we have to mention the 2 terms natural person and adjuster. Adjusters refer to human beings who have been genetically manipulated and have innate superior abilities than ordinary people, that is, humans whose genetic genes have been artificially adjusted, improved, and optimized. Compared with ordinary natural people, adjusters are more outstanding in average performance in intelligence and physical fitness, learn quickly, are immune to many diseases, and usually have better appearance. Natural people are ordinary people who have not undergone genetic manipulation. As for Orb, the Kingdom of Scandinavia, and the Equatorial Union, as very few neutral countries, they will never participate in the war between the 2 sides, nor will they lean towards either side. Moreover, Orb advocates the peaceful coexistence of natural persons and adjusters. As a country on Earth, it is the only country that has both natural persons and adjusters. The Atlantic Federation is naturally very unhappy with the practices of Orb, the Kingdom of Scandinavia, and the Equatorial Union. However, on the one hand, the land area of Orb, the Kingdom of Scandinavia, and the member states of the Equatorial Union are very small, the population is not large, and the national location is not strategically significant. On the other hand, the Earth Union still has the big enemy Planned to deal with, so they will turn a blind eye. As long as Orb, the Kingdom of Scandinavia, and the Equatorial Union do not openly support Planned, they will not make a big fuss. But Orb is also very different from countries like the Kingdom of Scandinavia and the Equatorial Union. The Earth Federation really doesn't care about the Kingdom of Scandinavia and the Equatorial Union, because they pose no threat to the Earth Federation and there is no possibility of any threat. But Orb has always been the object that the Earth Federation wants to win over but hates. Orb, whose full name is the United Hud State of Orb, is at the forefront of the world in terms of its small territory. Orb's military technology is at the forefront of the world because it can provide a lot of energy due to its location in the volcanic belt and its policy of not refusing to allow adjusters to live there. Orb's military development is very rapid. The state-owned enterprise, Aurora, built on Kurigo Island, is the symbol of Orb's military industry. And Orb also has its own mass accelerator, Hyuga, and resource satellite, Heliopolis. It is not much inferior to the facilities of a federal country. Because Orb has such a powerful force, it is also nicknamed Sleeping Lion. In terms of economic activities, Orb is an island country composed of large and small volcanic islands. It is very poor in resources, but has a very high level of industrial technology and scientific and technological strength. The products of its state-owned military enterprise, Aurora Society, are loved by the international market. In Orb's complex political system, power is concentrated in an elected parliament and 5 noble representatives who originally ruled Orb. One of the 5 noble representatives will be elected as the head of the delegation to manage the country's policies. The first representative of Orb was Uzmi Asha, who was called Lord Uzmi by Yang Hui and Yang Hui. Yang Hui himself was one of the 5 noble representatives. It's about Orb, and it's about you. Have you been discovered? Yang Hui smiled when he heard it. He guessed what Yang Hui was going to say to him. You should know that Orb is a neutral country. Yes, I know. Then what about the X series? It's a kind of deal. The X series, after the Earth Federation was beaten to a pulp by the Plant's Defense Army, Zaft's most elite weapon MIS on the battlefield, the commander of the 8th Fleet, Dwayne Halberton, proposed a MIS development plan for the Earth Federation, but was strongly resisted by the top leaders. However, he was deeply aware of the crisis brought by MIS, so he and some like-minded comrades carried out secret development without telling the headquarters. G-Plan was launched in this way. Under coercion and inducement, the United Space Dynamics Company, Fujisansha and other companies jointly started the development of MIS belonging to the Earth Federation. However, the MIS built was based on the data analyzed from the captured Zeon. In order to break the difficult battle situation, the performance was much higher than the Zeon successor ZGMF 515, Zigu, that had been confirmed at the time. In addition, the MIS itself was designed based on the physical ability of the adjuster. The OS of the GAT series, developed based on the Xeon OS, was obviously not suitable for natural people. Although a large number of people were recruited from the public to participate in the development of the OS, the development progress of the OS was extremely slow compared to the hard work. In the end, they had no choice but to invite Orb to assist. Because of his insistence on implementing the belief of neutrality, the representative chief Uzumi flatly refused, but not everyone thought so. Koto Sahok, the head of the Sahok family, wanted to develop an independent defense MIS, thinking that this was a great opportunity to obtain the technology of joint MIS. Yang Hui was also a person who agreed with Sahok's idea. Orb's military strength looked strong, but it was just a paper tiger. The strength of a single soldier was not as good as Zaft, and the number was not as good as the Earth Federation. Once either side wanted to take action against Orb, Orb would have no power to resist. So, the development of MIS was imperative. Yang Hui secretly contacted Koto Sahok and assisted the Earth Federation to finally complete the development of the X-Series OS, although it was only a castrated version. The Earth Federation was not a good thing, and Yang Hui would not watch it grow. The original OS can only make the X-Series move, but it is a mess. Even the adjuster has a headache when seeing it. The OS developed by Yang Hui is even more excessive. He developed the OS completely according to his own driving habits. Not to mention natural people, even the adjuster is difficult to control. Yang Hui roughly calculated that at this time, maybe only Team K can control it, and the immature Kira and Aslan are definitely not able to do it. Of course, this kind of OS will definitely not satisfy Dwayne Halberton, but when Yang Hui sent his simulation data, he was dumbfounded and helpless. We are all natural people. I can do it, but you can't. You can only blame your own food, not me. Although this is Yang Hui's personal secret operation, there is no permanent secret. As long as there is action, there will be traces. Isn't it? It was discovered. Moreover, Yang Hui is Uzmi's most loyal supporter and firmly implements the concept of neutrality. What deal? Yang Hui would not think that his son was close to the Earth Union, because Yang Hui had asked Yang Hui more than once about his views on the Earth Union and planned, and Yang Hui had expressed his contempt and disdain for the Earth Union more than once, and even disgust. So Yang Hui must have a deep meaning for doing this, and the deal he was talking about must be very important to Orb. Time and technology. Time and technology. Yes, Orb needs time and technology to expand its military power. Yang Hui. Orb is a neutral country. Neutrality without power is meaningless. The Union has fallen into a slump in the war. They must win over all the forces they can to fight against Zaft, and Orb will be the first to bear the brunt. Except for the shouting just now, Yang Hui was not angry at all, but listened quietly to Yang Hui's explanation of his reasons. His son has been a genius since he was a child, and Yang Hui has made an indelible contribution to his stable position as the second in command of Orb. The development of MIS has become the mainstream. Unless the technology of MA and battleships is instantly raised by 2 or 3 generations, there is no way to compete with Zaft's MIS forces. Orb does not have its own MIS technology. The United's G-plan can pave the way for Orb. With the technology of MIS development, Orb can directly form its own MIS forces in secret. Whether it is the United or Zaft attacking, it will not be without the ability to resist. In fact, these are all excuses. Orb does not need the technical information of the G-plan to develop MIS. Yang Hui's mind is filled with 10 times more technology than the G-plan, and it is more advanced. The reason why I said this is just to find an excuse, otherwise Yang Hui really couldn't explain where he learned the MIS technology. But can't only adjusters drive MIS? Although Orb has adjusters, most of them joined Orb because they hate war. It is impossible to force. Who said that MIS can only be used by adjusters? Huh? What do you mean? It's just an OS that natural people can use. Yang Hui waved his hand indifferently, and the smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. It's not difficult to solve. Chapter 232, A Deeply Hidden Secret. You mean natural people can also drive MIS? Yang Hui could no longer keep calm and stood up excitedly. That's right. Yang Hui nodded, but immediately reminded Yang Hui not to get too excited, but not everyone can drive MIS. Driving MIS is a profound skill that requires a certain amount of talent and a lot of time to train. That's good too. Isn't this breaking through the blockade of natural people by the adjusters? Ahem, that's right. Yang Hui's mouth twitched. In this world, Yang Hui's statement was fine, but in Yang Hui's opinion, this was pure nonsense. When did MIS become a special weapon for adjusters? In other words, MIS is the main weapon of natural people. Special races like adjusters, transformers, and NTs have always been a minority. As for why natural people can't use the OS in this world. Nonsense. This was originally developed based on adjusters. Adjusters are better than natural people in all aspects, so the settings of the OS are naturally better. It's not that low-level ones can't be made, but that they haven't been made at all. After all, high-level people will be constrained and unaccustomed to using low-level OS. Although Yang Hui is not an adjuster, he is not only a transformer. His physical fitness, reflex speed, thinking ability, etc. are better than those of adjusters, so he can naturally use the OS developed by Zaft. In addition to his own technology and knowledge, what is the point of developing an OS for natural people? MIS that surpass Zaft's latest and most advanced machines are just a drop in the bucket. This is a serious matter. You go with me to see Lord Uzumi immediately. Okay, but I have to call Wang and Rumi. I originally planned to take them shopping. Pa. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Yang Hui covered the back of his head and glared at Yang Hui. What? You are so philandering that you don't allow me to teach you a lesson. Yang Hui glared at Yang Hui and scolded. That means I'm excellent. Humph. I really don't know who your personality resembles. Your mother and I are both devoted and loyal people. That's because you have no ability, so you can only be suppressed by your mother. Bastard. Go and get ready. Perhaps because the scars in his heart were torn open, Yang Hui could no longer maintain his gentle and humble manner, and kicked Yang Hui with his leg. Yang Hui would naturally not stand there stupidly and let him kick him. The moment he kicked, he ran out of the study. After Yang Hui left, Yang Hui retreated, and the anger on his face disappeared, replaced by a calmness like the surface of a lake. I don't know what this kid is going to arrange. Are we really not trustworthy? Yang Hui returned to his room, dismissed his left and right, closed the windows and drew the curtains, and completely locked the door. Then he took out a device from the secret compartment on the wall, placed it in the center of the room and started it. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound sounded. Yang Hui put the pad on the device, and dialed a series of garbled phone calls. It's me. What's going on? On the other end of the video call was a heroic woman. Her long black hair fell naturally like a waterfall of black gemstones. Her fiery red eyes seemed to be able to burn the soul. Her crimson coat was not buttoned. She wore a shawl of the same color over her high-necked white dress. A lavender scarf was turned out from her collar and hung on her chest. She looked noble and gorgeous, but not like a delicate rich girl. Instead, she looked like a heroic and beautiful female god of war. My dad is looking for me. Great. Do you know me so well? Haha. Okay, I'm going to meet Uzumi soon. Then congratulations. Congratulations to you too. You contacted me through the encrypted channel, not just to congratulate me, right? Well, how are you preparing? Secret Doc number 99, ready. Your subordinates are so loyal that even such high conditions can't make them work for me. Remind you, they are not subordinates, but companions. Haha, is there a difference? Yes. Okay, I get it. Get ready and wait for my signal. Understand, but your brother. Yes. If, don't blame me. No, I know you. Okay. The other party was about to hang up the call, but Yang Hui stopped her. Mina. Anything else? You are also my companion. I don't know if it was an illusion, but before the call was hung up, Yang Hui saw a touch of redness suddenly appear on her fair face. This was the first time Yang Hui saw it. Have you, the proud one, also begun to learn to lower your head? You have more than just subordinates around you. He muttered to himself in a low voice, not knowing whether he was speaking to himself or to her who was far away. Yang Hui informed Wang and Wang Liumei, who were also in orb, of the same content. Their current status was not low either. They were both daughters of orb counselors. Although they were not as good as the 5 major families, they were also considered to be in the core circle. With this status, it was not difficult for them to collect intelligence from this world and make certain arrangements around the world. It was just that the age limit prevented them from carrying out all-round operations. It seems that we have to start. Wang said. Well, Sumeragi, you will immediately go to the Heavenly Pillar to join Setsuna, Lalanti area. Understood. Rumei, activate the people we have planted in Zaft and try to find out the movements of Zaft, especially the information related to Heliopolis. Understood. Well, I will go to see Uzumi. If you are right, I will go to Heliopolis to make the final handover. Your machine. It's not time to expose it yet. Whether it is Zaft's Miz or the latest X series, Yang Hui doesn't care. Which one of the Dawn Gundam, Exa, Cherubim and Devil is not crushing them? But this is just the internal technical content. After coming to this world, Yang Hui found a very sad problem, that is, the neutron jammer. The existence of the neutron jammer directly turned the 4 Gundams into a pile of scrap metal, because they are now all equipped with nuclear energy engines. Although they can use high-performance batteries, the energy of that thing can only make Yang Hui burst out with all his strength once and then he will be finished. It's better than nothing. There is also a very serious problem, that is, the current orb cannot reveal that it has a Miz, let alone an advanced generation Gundam that can be driven by a natural person. It is no secret that Yang Hui is a natural person. He is registered in the Joint Intelligence Network and has a high ranking. He has also had a lot of contact with Plant. As long as he drives the Dawn Gundam to attack, it will be difficult to hide it from everyone. However, Setsuna, Lalanti area do not have this problem. From the beginning, the 3 of them have hidden their identities. The only people who know about it are Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liumei, Mina and Old Sahak, and even his younger brother Gina does not know. So it is not a big problem for the 3 of them to drive the Gundam to attack, participate in some battles and then disappear. Of course, it is best not to use it, so that there will be no possibility of being discovered, just as a trump card to save life. Well, Liumei, pay more attention to the progress of Plant's research on the anti-neutron jammer. I will arrange it immediately. The anti-neutron jammer must be obtained, otherwise the battles in the future will become more and more frequent and larger in scale, and the existing high-performance batteries will not support them to participate at all. This is completely opposite to their mission. The first stage mission, participate in the second Yakandu offensive and defensive battle, ensure the survival of the 3-ship alliance members, destroy Genesis before attacking the Earth, and find the truth hidden behind the blue cosmos. P.S. The death of the 3-ship alliance members and the successful launch of Genesis will lead to a reduction in rewards. The more truth behind it is found, the higher the reward. With the existence of the mission, the final Yakandu offensive and defensive battle must be participated in. In order to ensure the success of the mission and to ensure their own safety, a complete body is necessary. But this mission made Yang Hui discover an abnormality. The mission of investigating the truth behind the blue cosmos is worth pondering. What is behind the blue cosmos? Of course Yang Hui knows, isn't it the Death Merchant, Logos? This is almost a free mission. But what really matters is the reward increase in the supplementary instructions. In theory, this kind of free mission is impossible. If you know the answer directly, wouldn't it be a free reward of the highest level? Yang Hui specifically asked Mephis, who replied, Promise Fortress cannot issue missions that will lead to certain death, nor can it issue missions that are given away for free. This answer proves that the answer Yang Hui knows is not a perfect answer, which means that there are still some secrets hidden behind Logos. In response to this, Yang Hui also asked Wang Liumei to increase the intensity of the exploration of the Earth Union, especially the Atlantic Federation, but there has not been much progress for the time being. However, Yang Hui only paid attention to it and was not worried or afraid. He had long adapted to the differences between the real world and his own memories. He would fight against the enemy and cover the water with earth. As long as he was strong, nothing could defeat him. Yang Hui followed Yang Hongyu to the Asha family's mansion and met Uzmi Nara Asha. You and Sahuk's behavior have crossed the line. Uzmi questioned as soon as they met. No, this is just a transaction, exchanging a small amount of assistance for time and technology, just like ordinary material trade. Yang Hui answered neither servilely nor arrogantly. Well, but the military strength of the alliance will surely increase greatly, and it will also be a major threat to Orb. It doesn't matter. It will take time for the alliance to form enough MIS troops, and this time is also our opportunity. Lord Uzumi, you should know that neutrality with only slogans but no power is of no value. How sure are you? It depends on the strength of your support. I'll give you the Aurora Society. I know you have a connection with old Sahuk, and I can also give you the Heavenly Pillar. Hearing this, Yang Hui gave a less than satisfactory answer, 50%. Chapter 233, Things from the Old Life? Only 50%. Uzumi and Yang Hongyu both frowned. This success rate was too low for them to accept. Yes, only 50%. We have too little time left. Yang Hui shook his head and said 50% means that Orb must be developed and strengthened, and while adhering to the concept of neutrality, it must be able to withstand the pressure from the two major forces of the Earth Union and Zaft, and even if it is involved in a war, it must be able to protect itself. If Yang Hui came to this world 20 years earlier, Yang Hui would be confident that he could develop Orb into the third largest force on par with the Earth Union and planned, but now it is the end of CE 70, G-Plan, is about to be completed, and the X-Series has all been shipped to Heliopolis, which means that the official plot line is about to begin. From the beginning of the plot to the Earth Union having its own MIS troops and attacking Orb, there is only about half a year. Half a year is not enough for Orb to have the ability to compete with the Earth Union and planned, and the same is true if the full strength of Yang Hui, Setsuna, Lal and Iria is taken into account. Moreover, considering that Orb has been under the surveillance of the two major forces, if they want to form a MIS unit, they need to import a large amount of rare materials from outside. Such a big move cannot be hidden from the eyes of the two major forces. Once discovered, they will definitely impose political and economic sanctions on Orb, restrict Orb's imports and exports, and make Orb have technology but cannot convert it into combat power. It is even more likely to cause the two major forces to be wary and launch an attack on Orb in advance. Therefore, the 50% success rate that Yang Hui mentioned is based on all these difficulties. The success rate is really high. I know, let's do it. The difficulties that Yang Hui can think of, Uzumi can naturally think of. To be honest, after taking all possible factors into consideration, Uzumi feels that the 50% that Yang Hui mentioned is just a deliberate increase to comfort them. In his opinion, let alone 50%, there is not even 10%. However, Yang Hui's view is exactly the same as Uzumi's. Orb is now a bitch who is just a saint. She can only stand on the moral high ground to promote slogans and ideas, but she has no power to defend her position. Once the Earth Union or plant decides to make Orb stand on the side, Orb will have to follow and must join one force, and the bubble of neutrality will be broken. Therefore, in order to maintain its neutral position and not be manipulated by anyone or any force, Orb must have the power to protect itself, and even the power to fight against the world. It's just that Uzumi is old, and his enterprising spirit has long been worn away. His vision can only see how to maintain Orb's current status, but he can't see the future development. Yang Hui's behavior of secretly joining forces with Sahuk to help jointly develop MIS is apparently destroying Orb's position, but secretly it is really putting Orb on the road to development and growth. So, even if in his eyes, the success rate is very small, he will support Yang Hui's plan. At most, he will use his life to pave the way for young seeds. As long as Orb's ideas are passed on and the seeds can thrive, What is the contribution of their older generation? Leave it to me, Lord Uzumi. Yang Hui's evaluation of Uzumi was mixed. Uzumi could only see the present and could not see the future development situation. Such a person would fail as the leader of a country, not to mention that the situation in Orb was so complicated. Orb's path was like sailing against a current. If it did not advance, it would retreat. If it only saw temporary safety, the demise of Orb was only a matter of time. But Uzumi, as the leader of Orb, dedicated his whole life to the country and was even willing to pave the way for Orb with his own life. This was admirable, not only for him, but also for most of the senior officials. With such a leadership group, the whole country was united and had unparalleled cohesion. This was the real reason why Orb was called the Sleeping Lion. You go to Heliopolis. Since you are involved in the plan, you should witness it with your own eyes until the end. Well, I have booked the flight ticket and will leave today. And, if possible, help me bring back that stupid daughter. Yang Hui felt a headache when he heard the word stupid daughter. Kagane Yula Asha, Uzumi's adopted daughter, is also the first princess of Orb. Doesn't it sound very noble? But Yang Hui's only comment on Kagane is a naughty child who will never grow up. She is hot-tempered, impulsive, and stubborn. She only cares about what she sees and will not think about the deep meaning behind it. Once she is sure of her own ideas, she will not listen to anyone's advice, nor care about other people's feelings. She will go her own way and even encourage people around her to join her in the fun. The most important thing is, Kagane is also a short-sighted person. She firmly believes that the current Orb is the best and refuses to change anything. Kagane is indeed the daughter of Uzumi. Her short-sightedness is exactly the same as Uzumi's, and she is even better than her teacher. Although Uzumi has no ambition, he can support the young people's determination to make progress and see clearly what the future path of Orb should be. But Kagane can't see clearly, and even criticizes Yang Hui's behavior, thinking that this is destroying Orb. Her approach is to constantly give in on the basis of maintaining Orb's neutrality, which eventually leads to other forces gradually eroding Orb and swallowing Orb up silently. Yes, Yang Hui's approach does have to take great risks, but this is the current situation of Orb. If it doesn't explode in silence, it will die in silence. If you fight, Orb still has a future, but Kagane's approach is to push Orb to the brink of destruction without even a chance to turn back. So, Yang Hui has made up his mind to save Uzumi and others as much as possible. If he can't do it, he can't let Orb fall into Kagane's hands. Can I refuse? Yang Hui asked with a wronged look on his face. He and Kagane have known each other since childhood, and their relationship is quite bad. They quarrel almost every time they meet. Yang Hui is not a real child, so he will not be serious with a child, but Kagane likes to be serious with him. Every time she sees him, she will quarrel with him, and she has an attitude of I can't win and no one can leave, which makes Yang Hui very headache. There is no way, if you can't afford to provoke her, just hide. Ha, your relationship is still as bad as ever. Speaking of the relationship between children, Uzumi and Yang Hui laughed at the same time. This is not my fault, it's because she doesn't want to let me go. Yang Hui spread his hands and said helplessly. Well, I understand, but Xiaohu, I want to ask you to bring her back, not in the name of Uzumi Nara Asha, but in the name of your father. I will do my best, you know your daughter yourself. If it was a request from a national leader, Yang Hui would have refused even if he had principles, but he couldn't refuse the request of an old father. I'll leave it to you then. Yang Hui nodded, got up and left. After he left, the smile on Uzumi's face completely disappeared, and he had a headache instead. Yang Hui's expression was completely opposite to Uzumi's, with a face full of pride and pride. Alice, why can't that girl learn from Xiaohu? Xiaohu has been a genius since he was a child, and he also has the maturity and stability of an adult, which ordinary people can't learn. Excluding the relationship between superiors and subordinates, Uzumi and Yang Hui have been close friends for many years. It's not a formal occasion, so naturally they don't need to be too serious when talking. Old Yang, what I mentioned to you before. How do you think about it? Not very much, you know my son, and there is really nothing I can decide for him as a father. Yang Hui spread his hands and said bluntly. Is there really no room for maneuver? Doesn't your man like Kagane very much? Can't he help with the work? Yes, my man really likes Kagane very much and wishes that Kagane was his daughter, But a daughter is not a daughter-in-law. Don't forget the two girls from Noriega and the Wang family. Oh, forget it, Xiaohu and Kigali are really not suitable. Alice, that girl. I'm afraid she won't be able to get married. Yang Hui didn't know about the private conversation between Yuzumi and Yang Hongyu. He was now thinking about what he should do next and how to maximize his benefits. If nothing unexpected happens, Zaft's intelligence network has already obtained the information of G-Plan, and the cruise team is also on the way to Heliopolis. A battle is inevitable. Yang Hui doesn't care about the plot. What Yang Hui needs to consider is how to preserve Heliopolis from the battle. After all, it is the only colony satellite in Orb. If it is destroyed like this, the people of Orb will worry that Orb will not be able to protect them, which will eventually lead to loss of morale. But the destruction of Heliopolis also has its benefits. First, it can use this reason to ask for diplomatic compensation from Planned and obtain a large number of materials. Yang Hui has a good relationship with the top leaders of Planned, so it is still possible to fight for material compensation. Second, Orb does not have a cosmic power now. Heliopolis is a pig to be slaughtered. As long as the two major forces have an idea, they can occupy Heliopolis without any effort, and Orb is helpless. Rather than letting it hang out and divide Orb's energy, it is better to destroy it directly. What? You mean the territory in the universe? Please, when Orb develops and becomes strong, let alone Heliopolis, dozens or hundreds of Heliopolises are not a problem. So Yang Hui couldn't determine whether to protect Heliopolis for a while. There is also the robbing of the X-series. He thought about grabbing a Gundam as a temporary vehicle, but this idea was quickly eliminated, still because of his identity. There was nothing wrong with the argument of protecting himself for a while, but Yang Hui's plan was to follow the Archangel, at least for a while. Once he followed the Archangel and helped them fight, the Earth Alliance and Plant would not miss this opportunity. For example, as a natural person, why could he drive him as? For example, as a neutral, why should he help the coalition fight? This would bring prices to Orb. As for the idea of having to follow the ship, there were many talents on the Archangel, including the captain, the deputy captain, the ace pilot, the god helmsman who drove the battleship as a fighter plane, the super maintenance division, a ship full of talents, especially deputy captain Bazalulu. Yang Hui was reluctant to let her become a victim of political struggle. The most important thing is Kara's existence. Although Kara will eventually join Orb's camp, Yang Hui doesn't just want Kara to help Orb fight. If he wants to completely pull Kara to his side, it is necessary to make contact in advance, because Kara is confused at this time. At this time, it is almost the only chance to build a good relationship with Kara and instill his own ideas. Once Kara has determined his own path and values, it will be difficult for him to accept his ideas. The strongest adjuster. I don't know if I can accelerate your growth. Chapter 234 The beginning of turmoil, a premonition of unrest. After a long voyage, Yang Hui's feet finally stepped on the ground. Although it was just a colony satellite, it was still very uncomfortable to stay in a small spaceship for a long time. Finally here. After getting off the plane, Yang Hui stretched his body. Heliopolis, as a non-industrial colony satellite, the air is still very fresh, and the freshness quickly drove away the dullness. Master, where are we going now? Where is Professor Kato now? Heliopolis University of Technology. Then let's go to Heliopolis University of Technology, and... Yang Hui stopped and looked helplessly at the group of people following him. There were at least 20 bodyguards, assistants and other personnel. No need to follow me. I don't like to be so high profile. But your safety. This is Heliopolis, what danger can there be? But. Okay, leave a car and you can disperse. This is an order. Okay. Everyone was unwilling to agree to Yang Hui's action alone. After all, Yang Hui's name was at the top of the POC list, pull in or kill, an abbreviation for pulling in or killing, in various countries, and he had experienced many kidnappings and assassinations. But Yang Hui's orders were absolute, and they could only follow them, because most of them were retainers of the Yang family, not official personnel of Orb. However, although they agreed on the surface, they still had to provide protection in secret. The bodyguards quickly dispersed. They seemed to have left, but they were always not far from Yang Hui, so that they could protect him immediately if danger occurred. Yang Hui knew this, and he didn't reject it. He just didn't want to make it as high profile as the national leaders trip. Moreover, he went to see Professor Kato not only to understand the progress of the X series. As the strongest adjuster, Kira was Professor Kato's student at this time. Moreover, Yang Hui had contact with Kira when he was a child, and they had a good relationship. With Kira's personality, he should not forget him. After passing the bustling urban area, although Heliopolis Industrial University had many students, it was still quieter than the urban area, but Yang Hui still preferred this kind of atmosphere. Too much bustle was not conducive to thinking. Walking into the campus, Yang Hui recalled his memories. Thinking back, the last time he experienced normal campus life was in the Gundam world. Since then, he has not experienced a normal and complete campus life. Whether in the Gundam Age world or the Gundam Seed world, he has been racing against time to get his diploma as quickly as possible and skip a grade to graduate. But this place is about to end. Yang Hui sighed. No matter what the ending of Heliopolis is, the students here will not be able to enjoy their campus life as carefree as they do now. The incident in Heliopolis is just a signal, symbolizing the beginning of a turbulent situation. Unlike the previous war between the Alliance and Planned, this time no country will stay out of the turmoil. At this time, bang, ouch. Yang Hui was suddenly hit by someone in the back. Mirialia. Are you okay? No, it just hurts a little. I told you to watch the road. Did you bump into someone? You have to apologize quickly. Hearing the voice before seeing the person, Yang Hui knew who it was before he turned around to see who bumped into him. I'm sorry, my friend accidentally, You are. Yang Hui. Kira was very gentle and apologized to Yang Hui before anyone else, but when he saw Yang Hui's face turning around, he was stunned, and then surprised, because this was his good friend he hadn't seen for many years. Kira? Kira Yamato? Long time no see. There were 3 people in front of him, 2 boys and 1 girl. The girl was Mirialia, Kira's current classmate, with short brown hair curled up at the end, and light green pupils like emeralds. One of the boys was Fornik, Mirialia's boyfriend. He also had short brown hair that was a little messy, and dressed casually. It was obvious that he didn't like to take care of himself. And the last person was Yang Hui's target, strongest adjuster, Kira Yamato. Of course, Kira is still very young now. His black and white collared coat is dotted with a few red dots. His lavender pupils are filled with a happy and gentle look. His young face does not have the fortitude of the future, but it is more gentle. It's really you. How come you are here? Kira asked in surprise. Do you know each other? Mirialia and Thor asked curiously. Well, Yang Hui and I are elementary school classmates. We both study in the Moon City Elementary School, but Yang Hui is very smart. He and I were classmates for only 1 year, and he skipped a grade and graduated. Kira recalled, thinking about his past interactions with Yang Hui. Huh? Is it true? The legendary genius. Mirialia and Thor were shocked. Kira was already a genius in their eyes. They didn't expect that there was a genius better than Kira who could graduate after only 1 year of elementary school. Haha, you are too kind. My name is Yang Hui. Please give me more advice. Yang Hui stretched out his right hand to Mirialia and Thor. I'm Thor Koenig, and this is my girlfriend, Mirialia Ha. Please give me your advice. Please give me your advice, Yang Hui. I didn't expect you to be so easygoing. Then what should I look like? With my nose in the air and a lot of arrogance. Yang Hui joked after shaking hands with the 2 of them. Ha ha ha. By the way, Yang Hui, why are you here? Kira asked. I'm here to see Professor Kato. Professor Kato. Yes. It just so happens that we are also going to see Professor Kato. Let's go together. Okay. By the way, Yang Hui, are you from the East Asian Federation? No, I'm from Orb. Hey? Is that so? Yang Hui didn't expect to meet Kira in advance, as well as Melia and Thor. It was considered a good impression to meet them in advance. Chatting along the way, Yang Hui found a rare sense of relaxation. Staying in Orb, everyone around him knew his identity and knew that he was excellent. They were either cautious or flattering when communicating with him. The only one who could talk to Yang Hui sincerely, except for the elders, the Emperor, and Wang Liumei, was Mina, who was far away in the heavenly pillar. When he came to Professor Kato's laboratory, under the introduction of Kira and the other 2, Yang Hui also met Sai and Kaz. The 5 of them together were Professor Kato's students. However, here, Yang Hui also met the person who was expected but very much did not want to see. Why are you here? The heavy coat tightly wrapped her body, and the loose newsboy cap was pulled down as much as possible to cover her appearance and blonde hair, making herself look like a boy. I want to ask you, Kigali, why did you run here? The girl dressed as a boy was Kigali, the person Yang Hui least wanted to face. Very annoying. As expected by Yang Hui, Kigali got furious when she saw Yang Hui, ran over angrily and grabbed Yang Hui's collar, and asked, "You did it, right? Did you do it?" To be honest, Yang Hui really wanted to slap Kigali in the face to wake her up. They were hiding their identities now, and G-Plan was related to the top secret of the Earth Union, and it was also a confidential matter of Orb. She actually yelled in front of outsiders, as if she was going to make the secret public. Let's not talk about the act of leaking secrets. If the top secrets were known to civilians, according to the style of the Earth Union, all 5 people present would be sentenced to life imprisonment or execution. Kigali's actions would undoubtedly push them into the abyss. Calm down, Kigali. Yang Hui glanced to the side intentionally or unintentionally, reminding Kigali that there were outsiders. But once Kigali got angry, she would not care about these things, let alone Yang Hui's reminder. It must be you. Do you know that what you did is too? Shut up. With a roar, Kigali's questioning was interrupted. Tears instantly filled her eyes and she let go of Yang Hui's collar. Remember your identity and see the situation around you clearly. Yang Hui adjusted his wrinkles and reminded Kigali coldly, "Watch your mouth, Kigali, don't hurt others because of impulse." That? Kira asked a little scared. Although he didn't know what happened between Yang Hui and Kigali, it was not good to quarrel. Moreover, they had not seen each other for many years, so he did not know what Yang Hui had been through or what his identity was, but the momentum that burst out at that moment really scared them. "Sorry, I scared you." Yang Hui's face became gentle again, and he apologized to Kira and the other 5 people seriously. "My sister is not very sensible, and I have caused you trouble." Yang Hui. Hearing Yang Hui calling her sister, Kigali got angry again. "We are the same age, but you are 3 months younger than me." "You. Shut up. Wait obediently." Humph. Seeing this, everyone smiled awkwardly, secretly sighing that this pair of siblings was really strange. "Okay, is Professor Kato here?" "We are here to find him." Yang Hui asked Sai and Kaz who were here before. "Sorry, the professor is out, but he should be back soon. If you don't mind, you can wait here," Sai said. He and Kaz had already learned Yang Hui's name from Kira, and learned that he was Kira's good friend when he was a child, so they did not drive them away. "Then I'm sorry to bother you." "You're welcome." At this moment, Yang Hui's pad rang. "It's me." Seeing the caller, Yang Hui's expression became serious again. "Master, emergency situation." Zaft Army ignored the warning and approached Heliopolis, a Nazca-class ship, 6 Sion machines. "Notify the Heliopolis government and sound the evacuation alarm immediately." "Yes, I'll send someone to pick you up right away." "No, I'll go to Aurora Society. You guide the people to evacuate as soon as possible. This is an order." "Got it. Got it." After hanging up the call, Kira and the other 5 looked at Yang Hui in amazement again, and Kigali hurriedly asked, "What happened?" A Nazca-class battleship of the Zaft Army ignored the warning and approached Heliopolis, and the Ms. was also dispatched. "For safety, you hurried to evacuate." How could it be? Could it be? Kigali thought of something and glared at Yang Hui, thinking that it was everything he did that led to the attack on Heliopolis. Kira and the others found it difficult to accept Yang Hui's explanation for a while, but among the 5, Sai calmed down the fastest. He was the best born among the 5, and was born into a wealthy merchant family. He saw that Yang Hui's identity was extraordinary. "Who are you?" Sai asked. "I'm not lying to you. My name is Yang Hui. Your aura and the phone call just now show that you can't be an ordinary person. Go to the shelter quickly. You may know my identity in the future, but not now. Okay. By the way, take her to the shelter." As he said that, Yang Hui pushed Kigali to the side of the 5 people. "Yang Hui. You. Remember your identity, Kigali. Don't let others get hurt because of you. Tisk. What about you?" "Yang Hui, aren't you going to the shelter?" Kira said worriedly. No matter what Yang Hui's identity was, He was his friend. I still have things I have to do. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 235. My name is Yang Hui, Yang of the Yang family. Yang Hui separated from Kira and his group, and the bodyguards who had been wandering around immediately surrounded him in the center. Master, we will escort you away first. No, to Dawn Society. Yang Hui said. Dawn Society. Master, Dawn Society is very dangerous. Boom boom boom. Before he finished speaking, Heliopolis shook violently, and countless people fell down at once. I know, yes. The captain of the bodyguards received the communication and immediately reported to Yang Hui, Master, the secret port where the new joint warships are docked has been bombed. Now the joint army and the Zaft army are fighting in Heliopolis. 2 misses have invaded the interior, and the commandos have also been discovered. The direction of their advance is Dawn Society. I know, go to Dawn Society, there's our hope. But the joint army and the Zaft army are fighting outside. Even if we go to the port, do you think we can leave by boat? Yang Hui questioned the bodyguard. But the Aurora Society is the main battlefield, why don't we go there? It's meaningless, only the Aurora Society has our hope of safety, and G exists for this moment. Yes, we will definitely protect the safety of the young master. Let's go. Yang Hui didn't let them leave. Even if he told them, they wouldn't do it, but the factory area is the most dangerous place. The only hope is fake. He just wants to take this opportunity to establish contact with Gundam and Archangel so that he can board the ship smoothly later. But it's not difficult for him to go alone. A large team of bodyguards. Let them leave on the premise of trying to keep them alive. At this time, the factory area was already full of smoke. The technicians and guards who stayed behind were fighting fiercely with Zaft's commandos. Seeing this, Yang Hui immediately asked the bodyguards to replace the bulletproof vests and long guns scattered around nearby and fight with Zaft's commandos. Yang Hui is not a person who will be slaughtered by others after leaving the maze. His shooting skills are also first class. It can't be said that his shooting skills are superb, but they are definitely not bad. Captain Ramius. The orange technician uniform could not hide his proud figure, his slightly curly brown hair was shoulder length, and his mature beauty was covered by smoke and charring. Malu Ramius, the legendary captain of the Archangel, met Yang Hui at this moment. You are Master Yang Hui. Why are you here? It's dangerous here, go to shelter. Malu looked at Yang Hui in disbelief. As the technical chief of G-Plan, she naturally knew Yang Hui, but she couldn't think of why he appeared on the battlefield at this time. Heliopolis is Orb's territory, I can't just sit there and do nothing. By the way, is G safe? 3 have been transported out, and 2 have been intercepted here. I see, the 3 should have been taken away, let's protect the remaining 2. But no buts. Yang Hui immediately called the bodyguard captain, divide into 2 teams, one led by me, to assist Captain Lamias here, and the other team you lead to occupy the commanding heights. Understood. Wait. Yang Hui ignored Malu's obstruction and led his men to disperse and engage in a firefight with Zaft's commandos. Another pair of people also climbed to the commanding heights from the side stairs under the cover of firepower, and formed a crossfire with Yang Hui and others to suppress the decline and suppress Zaft's attack. Watch out behind you. In the fierce exchange of fire, Yang Hui suddenly heard a familiar reminder, turned around and shot without hesitation, killing the enemy who was about to sneak attack him from behind. Kira? Why are you still here? Yang Hui. You. Stop talking nonsense. Ignore us, hurry up and take shelter. You can reach shelter number 39 from the left passage. Before he could finish his words, the left passage Yang Hui mentioned exploded violently, flames shot up into the sky, and the entrance of the passage collapsed directly. Tisk, damn correction force. Yang Hui cursed inwardly, turned around and killed a few more enemies, and immediately shouted to Kira, come down quickly, it's not safe up there. Kira didn't dare to hesitate, climbed over the railing and jumped down from a high altitude. It was because the adjuster had excellent physical fitness, otherwise, a natural person would definitely be paralyzed from the height. What's going on? Isn't Orb a neutral country? Why was it attacked by Zaft? Kira came to Yang Hui's side and asked quickly. Now is not the time to talk about this. Why haven't you taken shelter yet? Where are the others? Yang Hui asked back while firing. Everyone went to the shelter. The girl named Kigali ran away halfway. I went to chase her and just sent her to the shelter, but there was no place for me. That's good, you. He was about to tell Kira another route to another shelter, but the screams on the side attracted the attention of Yang Hui and Kira. Ah! Captain Lamia's. Malu's right arm was shot and the bullets were all used up. On the other side, the only Zaft red-clothed man left at the scene rushed up with a dagger, intending to give Malu a fatal blow. Seeing this, Yang Hui subconsciously shot at the enemy, but his bullets were also used up, so he could only rush over to fight the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Kira followed closely behind him. He didn't dare to leave Yang Hui too far now. But Yang Hui saw clearly who was in front of him, and Kira, who helped Malu up, also saw clearly. The time of the three people seemed to stop at this moment, and in the constant explosions around them, they formed a weird static picture. Aslan. Aslan. Yang Hui. Kira. Yang Hui's enemy was Aslan Zala, who had formed a deep friendship with Kira at the Moon Elementary School. Except that Yang Hui had anticipated this scene and acted in cooperation, Kira and Aslan did not expect that the three of them would meet again in such an environment. Hey, this is not a good time for a class reunion. Yang Hui clenched his fist and said to Aslan. Yang Hui. Get out of the way. That's what I want to say, Aslan. This is Heliopolis, the territory of Orb. You. Aslan did not want to attack Yang Hui. The more he understood Yang Hui's meaning, the more he actually disagreed with the order issued by his superior. Orb was also the object that Plant had been striving for. The unprovoked attack on Heliopolis would undoubtedly push Orb to the Earth Alliance, and he himself was unwilling to involve Orb, a neutral country, in the war. But he was a soldier and had to follow orders. The two were in a stalemate, but Maru moved, grabbed Kira and jumped into the cockpit of the Gundam under his feet, and started it. Oh my god. You are so anxious that you can't see that I am still here. Yang Hui cursed inwardly, and jumped off the strike Gundam directly, jumped into a barely usable jeep at the fastest speed, and quickly fled from the messy hangar. Boom. The two remaining Gundams stood up in the rolling waves of fire, and the flames were chasing the jeep's rear. Feeling the temperature coming from his back, Yang Hui didn't dare to let go of the foot that was stepping on the accelerator. If he slowed down a little, Yang Hui might be cooked. I can't play like this next time, it's really fucking deadly. Yang Hui cursed himself for almost playing too hard, and only slowed down until the temperature behind him slowly became cooler. Coincidentally, Kira's friends were not on the shelter, but fled in panic in front of Yang Hui, and then looked back blankly at the Aegis Gundam flying out of the smoke and explosion. What are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Yang Hui stopped the car beside the four people and shouted. The four people's consciousness was awakened by Yang Hui, and they did not dare to hesitate and got in the car quickly. Yang Hui left the scene as quickly as possible. This was the battle area between the Strike Gundam and Zeon. He did not like to rely on luck for his life and prayed that they would not hurt him in the battle. Moreover, as a veteran of the battlefield, Yang Hui also understood that if he and others continued to stay in this place, they would drag down Kira's battle. In reality, Kira was completely a novice in Ms. Without the aura of the protagonist, he was not sure whether Kira had the ability to protect them and defeat Zeon at the same time. Yang Hui, what happened? This is a neutral country. Why did Zaft attack Heliopolis? For a while, too many things happened that they could not understand, especially the battle in Heliopolis. They became citizens of Orb because they were afraid of war. Natural people and adjusters lived in harmony, which could be regarded as the only paradise in the turbulent world. But now, this paradise seems to be unsafe. That Ms. Zaft's new model? Why are they fighting each other? Melia asked hurriedly when she saw the Strike Gundam fighting with Zeon. In their eyes, Ms is exclusive to Zaft and cannot be used by natural people. They would never guess that it is a Ms developed by the Earth Alliance. GAT, X105, Strike, a Ms developed by the Earth Alliance, one of the 5, G.S. The red machine next to it is GAT, X303 Aegis Gundam, same as above. Yang Hui watched the battle and said calmly to the four people. What? A jointly developed Ms? But aren't natural people unable to drive Ms? It was impossible before, but it doesn't mean it will be impossible in the future. Wait, why do you know so clearly? Huh? The four people have already reached a safe place. After their fear subsided, they naturally thought of many things that were wrong. Because I made the OS of G, and I helped the Earth Alliance to make it as an assistant. Yang Hui explained. You did it. But, didn't Kira say that you are a natural person? Why can you write the OS for Ms? And, aren't you from Orb? Why are you helping the Earth Union? Isn't this destroying the neutral position? Why are you doing this? Facing the angry questioning of the crowd, Yang Hui's expression was calm. In order for Orb to not become a victim of the struggle between the two major forces in the future, in order to have the ability to protect people like you and thousands of people like you at any time. You. Who are you? My name is Yang Hui, Yang of the Yang family. Chapter 236 The Real Top 5. Yang from the Yang family? Could it be the Yang family, one of the 5 major families? The 4 people exclaimed. Although they didn't know much about Orb's politics and top leaders, every citizen of Orb must know about the 5 major families at the top. All of Yang Hui's previous performances showed that he was not an ordinary person, and Yang Hui specifically emphasized that his Yang was from the Yang family, so, the only one that could be imagined was the Yang family, one of the 5 major families. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. But, why, you are not? This involves the future development direction of Orb. Are you sure you want to know? Yang Hui asked directly without even looking at them. His eyes were always focused on the battlefield. The movements of the Strike Gundam had undergone earth-shaking changes. Has the person been changed? The baby who was just learning to walk before, now can fight smoothly. Not only has the person been changed, but the OS has also been debugged? It's Kira who is worthy of it. He can completely change the OS I wrote in such a short time. I have to sigh at Kira's strength. Kira reprogramming while fighting is a famous scene. Although this is definitely a scene that reflects Kira as the strongest adjuster, the OS originally written by Professor Kato must not be too advanced, otherwise Kira would not have cursed. His OS is definitely more advanced than the OS written by Professor Kato, and the logic of each program must be strict. It's just too advanced that ordinary people can't use it. Yang Hui dares to guarantee that Kira can't use it freely now. But now the Strike Gundam's movements are flexible and smooth, without the slightest obstruction. That must be the OS has been rewritten. I can only say, it's worthy of being the strongest adjuster. It's about to end, sit tight. Yang Hui has seen the Strike Gundam insert the armor breaker, melee dagger into Jean's body. Knowing that the battle is over, there is no need to continue watching. The 4 didn't hear clearly what Yang Hui had just said, nor did they know that the pilot of the Strike Gundam had been replaced by Kira. They only saw that the Strike Gundam suddenly burst out with amazing combat power and then killed Zaft's Jean. As for Yang Hui asking them if they still wanted to know the answer to the question, they definitely didn't want to. The answer to the question has risen to the level of national policy. As ordinary people, how could they want to know? It's too late to hide. They are just worried about whether they will be drawn into the huge vortex. Will we be okay? Melia asked worriedly. It's probably difficult. After all, it's the top secret of the military. Yang Hui replied. Then what should we do? The 4 panicked all of a sudden. Leave now, find a shelter to hide in, and don't tell anyone what you heard and saw today, including your parents. Is it really okay? Won't you report us? The most timid Kaz asked Yang Hui. What benefits can I get from reporting you? Yang Hui turned his head slightly and glanced at Kaz. Didn't you say it was top secret? What does the top secret of the Earth Union have to do with me? Oh, everyone remembered that Yang Hui was not from the Earth Union. He was one of the people standing at the top of Orb, and had nothing to do with the Earth Union. It doesn't count, right? What does it count as helping the Earth Union develop Ms. Kira? By the way, where is Kira? At this time, Thor suddenly remembered that Kira went to chase Yang Hui's sister halfway, and he didn't know if he was safe now. Kira was in the assault. What? I saw it with my own eyes. But, Kira, how could he get on the Union's Ms? It happened suddenly, and the situation was too urgent at the time, so this is the only way. Then can the Earth Union let him go? Definitely not. Let Kira go? That's impossible. It's a foregone conclusion that Kira has touched the top secret of the Union. With the ability Kira showed in the short battle, Malu will never let him go, unless he kills Malu to silence him. Then, what should we do? Aren't you friends? Can't you help? Thor asked Yang Hui to help Kira. I can't help. Yang Hui shook his head. He couldn't help Kira, and he wouldn't help. Kira was the strongest adjuster, one of his most important targets, and he would definitely not strangle him in the cradle. I'll go with you. Thor. Mirialia exclaimed. They should listen to Yang Hui's advice and hide in the shelter as if nothing had happened. Why did Thor take the initiative to jump in? I can't leave Kira alone. Thor shouted with fear. Of course he was afraid, but Kira was his good friend, and he couldn't watch his good friend fall into danger and ignore him. I'll go too. Sai hesitated for a second or two, and then made the same decision as Thor. Sai. Thor's right, Kira can't be left alone. Then I'll go too. Mirialia hugged Thor's arm tightly. The word fear was already written on her face, but she still didn't back off, or she couldn't back off. Then Kaz was timid. Seeing that all his friends were going to find Kira, he also wanted to go, but he just couldn't muster up the courage to say the word go. Kaz, if you are afraid, just go to the shelter. There's a shelter nearby. Sai advised. They would not use friendship as an excuse to force Kaz. Everyone has their own choice. They would not look down on Kaz because of his timidity. I won't go to the shelter. The advice of his friends was like the sharpest knife piercing his heart. The consoling eyes seemed extremely ironic. He knew that if he went to the shelter, Kira and others would not look down on him, but their friendship was completely over. Kaz. Have you decided? The nearest shelter is in front of us. There will be no chance to regret the road ahead. Yang Hui asked the four people without looking back. It's decided. Take us with you. Kira can't face it alone. Then let's go. Yang Hui raised his lips and admired their friendship in his heart. He knew there was a huge danger, but he could still stand up for his friend. This kind of emotion was precious. But, thinking of some shitty things that would happen in the future, Yang Hui felt a little bit upset. But that was not what he needed to worry about. He only needed to guide Kira to the path he hoped for and reap the results in the end. Driving back to the side of the strike Gundam, Kira opened the cockpit and asked for help when he saw Yang Hui and others. Come and help. Someone is injured. Thor, Sagi and Kaz carefully helped the unconscious Maru to the ground. Mirialia found a medical kit from somewhere and helped Maru to bandage it simply. Maru should also be thankful that it was a penetrating wound. If the bullet stayed in the body for a long time without being removed, the arm would be in danger. Yang Hui. You seem to have a lot to ask me. Yang Hui didn't look at Kira, but stood aside and watched the strike Gundam. That girl said you were a traitor. I never betrayed. Everything I did was for Orb. She was just confused by the flashy slogans. Then this Ms. The Earth Union's newest Ms, the GAT, X-105 strike, one of the 5 Gs, was jointly developed by major companies and research institutes of the Earth Union, and I assisted in writing the OS. Did you write that OS? Kira exclaimed. Yes. But, that kind of OS, can it really be used by humans? Aren't you a natural person? Who told you that natural people must be worse than adjusters? Yang Hui turned his head and asked Kira with a smile. Instead of worrying about these, you should think carefully about what you should do in the future. This is the top secret of the Federation. Do you think you will be safe after driving the strike Gundam? But, I'm still just a student, and I'm from Orb, not a soldier of the Earth Federation. Do you think this excuse is useful? Yang Hui shook his head and explained for Kira, and there are Zaft warships still stationed outside Heliopolis. Whether we can leave Heliopolis safely depends on your help. Me? How could I? Do you think I don't know that you temporarily reprogrammed the OS I wrote and killed Zaft's gene? Actually, there is another way. What way? Kill her. Yang Hui pointed at Mary lying on the ground. She is the only Earth soldier who knows that you have driven the strike Gundam. Kill her. You don't say it, I don't say it, and they don't say it. No one will know about this, and you can still return to Orb as a student. How can I possibly do such a thing? Kira roared. Killing people was out of his control. That's all I can do. What about you? Yang Hui, since you wrote the OS, a logically rigorous, tightly linked OS, you must be able to use it, So, I absolutely cannot participate in the war between the Union and Zaft, at least not now. Yang Hui knew that Kira wanted him to fight in his place and drive the strike Gundam. From the setting of the OS, it can be seen that Yang Hui is very likely to have excellent driving skills. Why? Kira didn't understand, because he didn't know Yang Hui's identity. My name is in the top 5 of the POC list, whether it is the Earth Union or planned. Once I participate in the war, Orb will no longer be neutral, and Orb is not ready yet. Okay? What is this? Pull in or kill. How could it be? How on earth? I am one of the top 5 in Orb. The so-called top 5 refers to the top 5 people in power in Orb. Yang Hui was not kidding. He was one of them. On the surface, his father Yang Hongai was in the position, but both Yang Hongai and Yuzumi knew that the reason why Yang Hongai could hold his current position was because of Yang Hui's help behind the scenes, so they all tacitly agreed that the real top 5 was Yang Hui, not Yang Hongai. Of course, this was only a secret between the top management and Yang Hui, and the number of people who knew it completely was no more than a handful, but most people had guessed the result. How can you? Yang Hui put his finger between his lips, asking Kira not to say anything. Don't tell anyone else. Oh, I will, but you tell me this. Why? Because I trust you. Yang Hui said to Kira with a smile. Kira was stunned. He could feel that Yang Hui was not fooling him, but really believed in him, but he also felt that the trust that Yang Hui said was not just believing that he would keep the secret, but there was a deeper meaning, but he just couldn't figure out what it was. However, he didn't have the chance to think about it now, because Malu had woken up. Yang Hui. Kira. Come on, she's awake. Chapter 237, Seeking Medical Help in Desperation? Where is this? Looking at the blue sky, Meru was unable to fully recover his thoughts for a while. How do you feel? Captain Lamia's. Yang Hui. Meru tilted his head and saw Yang Hui, the boy who had driven the strike Gundam before, and a strange girl surrounding her. It seems that there is nothing serious, but it is best not to move now. Be careful that the wound will open again. Yang Hui reminded. I'm fine. Meru shook his head, sat up, took the water handed over by Marialia, drank 2 sips, and stared at Kira. Meru himself is a technician, and he knows the situation of the strike Gundam very well. The problem with the machine itself is not too big, but the OS is not something that a natural person can use. No, it should be said that humans cannot use it. Although the OS is completely logical and not written randomly to deal with things, it is too complicated. I can't even understand it, let alone control the strike Gundam. But Kira, as a child, and a student, actually rewrote the OS in battle and defeated Zaft Sion in the strike Gundam. This is appalling. Oh, sorry, I mess around. No, I didn't. This Ms. is amazing. At this time, the cheers from the back interrupted Meru's words. Everyone turned their heads to look, and Yang Hui's mouth began to twitch. He really underestimated the boy's enthusiasm for Ms. He thought that with the previous reminders and warnings, they would not easily touch the strike Gundam again. Who knew? What are you doing? Come down quickly. Meru stood up and shouted at the strike Gundam. Just a look, what's the matter? Seeing that the 3 did not leave the strike Gundam immediately, and even stayed on it to complain, Yang Hui secretly thought that it was not good. Seeing Meru took out a gun, he immediately grabbed her hand and lifted it up. Bang bang, the gunshot rang out, but fortunately it shot into the sky and did not hurt Thor, Sonny and Kaz. What are you doing? Malu glared at Yang Hui and questioned. I'm the one who asked you what you were doing. Yang Hui asked Malu in an unhappy tone. It's already difficult for you to raise your right arm, and you're shooting at them as a demonstration. Can you promise not to hurt them? This. I understand how you feel now, but calm down. Being impatient won't solve any problems. But Yang Hui, you know, G is. Top secret, I know. I told them before I came, they knew this but still came, just worried about their friends. Yang Hui persuaded. Huh? Kira was stunned for a moment, looked at Marialia, and then looked at Thor and the other 2 who came over. Seeing them smiling and nodding at him, Kira bowed his head in shame and blamed himself. What are you doing? We chose to come back by ourselves. Thor put his arm around Kira's neck and comforted him. That's right, I'm just curious about what the Ms. on Earth look like, not that I'm worried about you. Thor is coming back, so I'll naturally follow him. So don't blame yourself, Kira, we're friends. Thor, Sai, Marialia, Kaz. Hearing the comfort from his friends, Kira's heart was touched and warmed, and the panic about the emergency gradually dissipated. So, how will we be treated? Imprisonment? Or execution? Sonny and others looked at Malu with a serious look. Although they were mentally prepared, when they really had to face this moment, the emotion called fear still filled their hearts. This is not necessary. You have seen the top secrets of the Earth Alliance Army. It is impossible to let you go directly. You need to act with me for the time being. I will report your situation to my superiors, and they will decide on your disposal. After speaking, Malu looked at Yang Hui again. And you, Yang Hui. I know the military regulations. I will act with you temporarily. Yang Hui spread his hands indifferently. This was his original plan. He had known the intelligence about G for a long time. It was he who arranged the final test in Heliopolis. Combined with Duan Halberton's style of doing things, he would definitely be fine. Then now. Malu looked at Kira and the others standing together. Come one by one, tell me your names. Thorneggs. Mirialha. Sayajir. Kazbaskak. Kira Yamato. Kira, please use the Strike Gundam's communication equipment to connect to the Earth Army to pick us up and retrieve the strike. Thor, Sai, Katz, please go to the factory area immediately and bring container number 5 here. Wait, change to container number 4. Container number 5 is the artillery battle backpack of the Strike Gundam. The main weapon, Flame God, Super High Pulse Cannon, is not a weapon that can be used inside the colony satellite. Container number 4 is different. It is a giant sword backpack, which is most suitable for fighting inside the colony satellite. Yang Hui has made up his mind not to protect Heliopolis at this time. Although they are all destroyed, the result will be different depending on who destroyed it. Kira's practice of opening a big hole in the wall should be avoided if possible, so as not to let someone use this stain to make a fuss in the future. Moreover, eliminating the unwarranted damage caused by Kira to Heliopolis, Yang Hui will have more bargaining chips to negotiate with the Earth Union and plant in the future. Container number 4? I see. Thor and the other two immediately took action. They had missed the last chance given by Yang Hui and were now trapped in a vortex. Instead of thinking about becoming wanted criminals after escaping, it would be better to follow Yang Hui's instructions for the time being. Yang Hui is Kira's friend. They believe in Kira and think that Yang Hui is reliable after a short period of getting along. Thank you, you are still thoughtful. Malu thanked Yang Hui for stopping her. She was anxious just now. The situation is unclear now. It is unknown when the Zaft Army's MIS will attack again. The friendly forces have not been able to get in touch. Without knowing anything, she only thought of enough firepower to give herself a sense of security, and completely ignored the problem of the environment. The artillery backpack does have enough firepower, but it is too powerful and cannot be used inside the colony satellite. Once the Strike Gundam hurts Heliopolis in battle, it will be her fault for the wrong command. It's a small matter. I told you, this is Heliopolis, the territory of Orb. Malu saw Yang Hui's calm and sunny smile, and suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, and her pretty face flushed slightly. For some reason, she felt safe and reliable from this boy who was much younger than her. Atherin, who was driving the Aegis Gundam, returned to the Nazca class and was working with the maintenance personnel to reprogram the OS of the Aegis Gundam. This OS. Are all the people on Earth crazy? Can humans use it? This is desperate, right? This OS can't even be used by adjusters, let alone natural people. It's too messy. As Yang Hui expected, the OS he wrote was so amazing that even the adjusters of Zaft could only describe it as a monster. Atherin's hands jumped rapidly on the keyboard, redebugging the OS at a very fast speed, but he did not complain like the maintenance personnel, not because he thought there was no problem with the OS, but because his thoughts had flown to the past dozens of minutes. Memories of his childhood came flooding back to his mind, the friendship between himself, Yang Hui, and Kira, the reluctant farewell between him and Kira when Yang Hui graduated early, the promise and blessing between him and Kira when they parted, and a favor that was hard to repay. Yang Hui, Kira, why did you? Hearing the exclamation of the maintenance personnel, Aslan's thoughts returned to the present. Sorry, it affected your work. It's okay, but Aslan, what do you think of the Earthlings OS? It's not for humans to use. Aslan complained, but many of the special codes in it made him very familiar, and it was difficult to remember where he had seen them for a while. As expected, natural people, I finished it here, how about you? Almost done, my own OS is still better. By the way, where's Captain Cruz? Aslan asked. We attacked. I didn't expect Endymion's Eagle to be here. In order to destroy the Earth army as soon as possible, the captain had to attack personally. I see. Captain, even if the opponent is Endymion's Eagle, it can only be killed, right? Who said it wasn't? The captain is very powerful. Back to Heliopolis, Thor and the other two have brought back container number 4. After opening it, the blue giant sword, shoulder guards and rocket anchor composite soldiers were revealed. Where is the energy pack? Where is the energy pack? Kira looked for it, but only saw the weapons, not the scarce energy, and asked quickly. The weapons and energy pack are integrated, so you can just replace the equipment directly. Yang Hui came to the operating table of the container and explained to Kira while helping the Strike Gundam equip the giant sword backpack. Okay, I got it. The Strike Gundam squatted in front of the container, with its back to the weapons. Yang Hui manipulated the auxiliary support of the container to prop up the components of the great sword backpack, and installed the shoulder armor, shield and ship slashing sword on the Strike Gundam. At this moment, boom! A loud noise came from the sky, and a violent explosion occurred in the central axis. The silver-white Ziggu rushed out of the fire and smoke, and the orange-yellow Mobius Zero followed closely behind. The two fought hard for a while. Zaftsmiz. Ziggu. It's Cruz. Compared with Meru, Yang Hui recognized what a machine that was different from Zeon was at a glance, and also identified its driver at the first time. Arlu. Cruz, Zaft's absolute trump card, not only has excellent driving skills, but also amazing strategies. It can be said that he is a man who has calculated the whole world. Chapter 238 Angels Set Sail. In the sky, Cruz's, Shigu, and Mew's, Mobius Zero, were fighting hard, but the Zero, whose wired pods had been completely destroyed, could only rely on the fixed direction linear cannon to fight the intact Shigu, and was almost doomed to defeat. That's it. Entering the interior of Heliopolis, both Cruz and Mew immediately noticed the Strike Gundam that was changing its equipment. Shigu went straight to the Strike Gundam, and Mobius Zero chased after it, firing its linear cannon continuously, not giving Shigu a chance to attack the ground. But, with only the linear cannon left, Mobius Zero had no way to compete with Shigu. Shigu made a spiral maneuver in the air, circled behind Mobius Zero, and pulled out the heavy slashing sword, with a terrifying cold light shining. Seeing this, Mew, Mobius Zero, urgently turned around and turned directly in the air under the huge G-force, but it was too late. The linear gun just locked onto the nearby Shigu, and with a flash of cold light, the linear gun was split into two. What? Mew panicked. The linear gun was the only weapon, and now it was also destroyed. Wouldn't he be killed by Cruz? But Cruz didn't care about Mew and the broken Mobius Zero at all. They were already on the plate. When and how to eat them was up to him. But the Strike Gundam on the ground was intact. The maze on the Earth was not fully understood. The performance and threat were unknown. Since the opponent had not started yet, the unknown was strangled in the cradle. The mission of the Cruz team was to seize the 5Gs on the Earth. Now 4 have been snatched away, and the pilot of the last one has also died. So they just destroyed it directly. Seeing Shigu attacking from the air, Thor and others fled in panic. Meru quickly followed and chased them and threw them to the ground. Running around when the Miz attacked was looking for death. Although lying on the ground was almost the same, they could also pray for a slim hope. Yang Hui did not run away. He had been helping the Strike Gundam to change the giant sword backpack. This was also the first time that the Strike Gundam changed its weapons. The OS was a set. Kira changed the machine's OS, and the OS of the weapons that came with it had to be changed as well. Is this considered a pitfall for yourself? Yang Hui used self-deprecation to relieve his psychological pressure. It was too exciting to be involved in a battle with a physical body. It was so exciting that Yang Hui did not want to encounter it again. Damn it, I should have let Setsuna and the others come to Heliopolis in advance to wait. Yang Hui hated the feeling that his fate was not in his own hands. In order not to expose the identities and machines of Setsuna, Lal and Tiria in advance, Yang Hui asked them to wait at Heavenly Pillar. If he had known earlier, he would have asked them to replace Zaf's Miz and wait nearby. Kira. Are you ready? Wait a minute. All systems are complete. After changing his clothes, Kira activated the PS armor, without hesitation. PS armor, full name phase shift armor, that is, phase shift armor, which has almost invincible defense against live ammunition weapons. The Strike Gundam leaned over to protect everyone and blocked the 76mm shells. PS armor? Tisk, a step too late? But after the other 4 Gundams took back the information of the PS armor, he had already obtained intelligence and knew how terrible this armor was, but Cruz did not give up destroying the Strike Gundam. The PS armor was indeed terrible, and Zigu, who was covered with physical weapons, really couldn't do anything to the Strike Gundam. But there are pros and cons. Nothing in the world is perfect. The invincible defense of the PS armor corresponds to energy consumption. High defense means high energy consumption. Now he only needs to deal with the Strike Gundam and continue to consume its energy. When the energy is exhausted, it is the opportunity to destroy the Strike Gundam. But Cruz's plan was excellent, but he did not consider that there would be people who would disrupt the situation. Boom. The ground of Heliopolis was penetrated by electromagnetic torrents of blue, red and white. Smoke and flames rolled thickly. A pair of white long legs stepped out of the smoke, and then a gorgeous body, like a holy angel descending, temporarily stopped all fighting. Time goes back, the secret dock of Heliopolis. The explosion of the time bomb shattered the entire dock, and scattered wreckage, debris and bodies of the victims were everywhere. Fortunately, the Archangel, the newest battleship of the Earth Federation docked in the dock, did not suffer much damage and remained intact. But unfortunately, there were very few survivors. The only people who were safe and sound were the few people who happened to be in the ship at the time of the explosion, and almost all of them were engineers. Sergeant Arnold Neumann reported to Lieutenant Natal Bakalulu. P.S. These 2 characters will be described in detail, especially Sergeant Arnold Neumann, who is a super helmsman. How is the situation? How is the Zaft warship? Bakalulu asked. The safety of the few of them, the future of the Archangel, and the G-plan, that is crucial to the Earth Alliance, all rest on her shoulders. There is no other way. The situation is too tragic. Zaft's bomb attack almost wiped out the Earth army inside Heliopolis. Except for the people on the Archangel now, there are no survivors. Lieutenant is already the highest rank, and she can only bear this responsibility. I don't know. We have done our best just to find out the surrounding situation. Hearing this, Bakalulu activated the Archangel's self-check system. Most of the systems can operate normally, and the damaged parts will not affect normal navigation, so she was relieved. It is worthy of being the Archangel. An explosion of this magnitude cannot be silent, Bakalulu exclaimed. But the area facing the port is full of debris, and we are completely trapped. Sergeant Arnold Neumann guessed what Bakalulu was thinking, but reported helplessly. Bakalulu thought for a moment and turned on the Archangel's communication system. There was nothing but electronic noise. This was also normal, but Bakalulu thought of more. We are still being interfered with by the communication, but is this a feint? Zaft's target is actually G. Thinking of this, panic spread in her brain, and Bakalulu could no longer remain calm. Damn it. What is the situation of Aurora? What about G? I don't know anything here. If the Archangel is the most advanced battleship of the Earth Federation and is extremely precious, then the G-plan is related to the future of the Earth Federation. The X-series uses a technology that is more than an era of Zaft's mass-produced machine, Xeon. The miniaturization of beam weapons, PS armor, and the frame of the G-series. These are all highly confidential technologies. If all fall into the hands of Zaft, not only will it not be able to reverse the current situation, but it will even help Zaft widen the gap and further suppress the Earth Federation. This, 105 Assault. Earth Army, answer. At this moment, a piece of intermittent and unresponsive communication rekindled Bakirulu's hope. Communication? This is Archangel. I'm Lieutenant Natal Bakarulu. Please reply if you get it. However, Bakarulu's call was not responded to. Communication interference blocked the connection between the two parties. But this did not discourage Bakarulu. She heard a few key words: 105 strike as GAT, X-105 strike Gundam. Calling the Earth Army proved that the other party was not a soldier of the Earth Federation, but it could not be a member of Zaft. So the preliminary judgment of the situation is that the strike Gundam fell into the hands of an unknown person, but it has not been snatched away by the Zaft army. The other party took the initiative to contact the Earth army. It is likely that he wants to return the strike Gundam or seek help. So, what we need to do now is very clear: get out of trouble, understand the situation, and recover the strike Gundam. As for seeking help, judge according to the specific situation. After all, they are now busy. Archangel sails. While giving the order, Bakurulu sat in the captain's seat. Let this ship sail? There are not enough people. Arnold immediately objected. Instead of talking about this, we might as well think about how to do it. Gee, might still be fighting. Are we going to sit here and ignore what's going on outside? Arnold was silent. He didn't want to be trapped in this place. Regardless of whether there would be rescue, he couldn't ignore the battle outside. At this time, the other 3 survivors also came to the bridge. They were originally just reserve members of the Archangel, but apart from them, no one else could help Bakurulu get the Archangel, this huge ship, moving. I called the people. Everyone sit down and follow the instructions of the computer. Yes. There are Zaft warships outside, we can't fight. Arnold asked again. I know, we can prepare to fire the special gun while starting the Archangel. Can we do it, Sergeant Major? Hearing this, Arnold sat in the helmsman's seat without saying a word. The departure process has been initiated. Due to an emergency, the process from C30 to L21 has been skipped and the main power source is online. Under the instructions of Bakurulu, a handful of people nervously started the Archangel and checked various systems. Output increased, no abnormalities, 450 seconds left to reach rated power. It's taking too long. How is the pipeline connecting to Heliopolis? Still usable. Get power from there, connect the pipeline, and transmit power to the accumulator. Connection confirmed, current normal, 20 seconds left to reach rated power. No abnormalities with a life support device. SIC, Combat Intelligence Center, is online. The weapons system is online, FCS, fire control system, is connected, the magnetic field chamber and the classifier are idling normally. The outer armor impact baffle is stabilized at maximum power. Main power connected, no abnormalities with the engine, all systems of the Archangel are online, and preparations for departure are complete. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the behemoth Archangel was awakened. The angel might still be in a weak state, so the calculation was so. The protection of the angel drove away the despair in everyone's hearts and planted the seed of hope. The airtight partition is locked, all personnel are prepared for impact and sudden hull damage. Proceed at a slow speed, Archangel is setting sail. The fire at the tail was faint, and the Archangel maintained a slow speed to sail forward, slowly coming to the exit of the locked passage. The long-legged deck opened, and the 2 black and ferocious muzzles revealed their sharp fangs. While firing the special gun, the maximum combat speed, the blue positrons gathered towards the muzzle like a cluster of fireflies, and the light of the sparks gathered together to emit a dazzling bright glow. Charging completed. Lahongren positron city breaker cannon, aim, fire. Boom. Chapter 239, Sensitive Identity? Then I'll show my cards. New ship? Can't we get rid of it? Warship? Inside the colony. Archangel. The Archangel set sail, and everyone came to a standstill. But Cruz came to his senses the fastest, gave up the strike Gundam, and headed for the Archangel. We have passed the port and entered the colony. The impact caused little damage to the hull. Arnold reported. The interior of Heliopolis is seriously damaged. The strike Gundam is in startup mode, no, in combat mode. After receiving the report, through the glass of the bridge, the approach of Shigu was visible to the naked eye. Bakurulu immediately issued an order, avoid. Right full rudder. At the critical moment, the Archangel turned to the right and narrowly avoided the shooting of Shigu. Although 1 or 2 shells fell on the Archangel, they only splashed weak sparks on the surface of the armor and bounced off with a ding-ding-dong-dong sound. The enhanced super-speed armor-piercing shells can't penetrate the armor of the new ship? Is the Federation's new battleship a monster? Cruz cursed. Zigu's ammunition was running low, and he was carrying only light weapons, so he couldn't shoot down the Archangel in a short time, so he set his sights on the strike Gundam again. I'll start with you. Beep, beep. What? The alarm sounded, and Zigu just turned around, and the strike Gundam holding a giant sword was approaching rapidly. The thin beam of light on the giant sword stimulated Cruz's survival instinct, and the cold light of the sword tip stung his skin. Zhu placed the shield across his chest, slightly turned sideways and hid the 76mm machine gun behind the shield. After blocking the giant sword of the Strike Gundam, he immediately swung it open, letting the middle door open and hit the heart directly. The action is too monotonous. Are you a newcomer? Just right. However, sizzle. The confident expression froze on his face, and the heavy shield did not hinder the giant sword at all. It was cut in half without a pause, just like tofu. Also cut in half were Zigu's left arm holding the shield and the machine gun hidden behind the shield. What? This kind of power? Cruz was frightened by the performance of the Strike Gundam. Whether it was the super jumping power and instantaneous explosive power, or the power of the gun blade, ship-slashing sword, Shigu could not contend with it alone. The threat of the Strike Gundam increased, and his own body also lost the ability to fight. Cruz had no choice but to control Shigu to turn around and run, returning to the universe through the previously open channel. Stop. Don't chase. The Strike Gundam still wanted to pursue the victory and kill the enemy, but Yang Hui's voice cooled Kira's nervous brain. There are Zaft warships outside Heliopolis, and there are more than one Ms. Don't let the sheep fall into the tiger's mouth. Understood. Shigu temporarily retreated, and Yang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest crisis was over, and compared with the original plot, the damage to Heliopolis was much less. The Archangel's missiles did not blow up several steel cables connecting the central axis, and the Strike Gundam did not open a big hole in the wall. However, it's up to people. Yang Hui was extremely conflicted about the decision of Heliopolis. If everything went its own way, Heliopolis would disintegrate and collapse without Yang Hui's intervention. But now, the damage was not that serious and it was in a very embarrassing position. But even so, the final outcome of Heliopolis still needed to be determined by the next battle. The three Xians were all carrying heavy equipment for fortress battles and ship battles. Even if only one was missed, it would cause much more damage than a few ship-borne anti-MIS missiles. Next, Yang Hui looked up, and the Archangel slowly landed, indicating that his dangerous journey was about to begin. With his joining, whether this journey of the Archangel would be easier or more difficult, was unknown. The Archangel landed, and everyone boarded the Archangel from the exit of the catapult deck with the big hands of the Strike Gundam. Captain Lamias. As soon as they arrived, Bujalulu came to greet them with the survivors. Lieutenant Bikiro. I'm so glad you're okay. You guys are the ones who saved us because you activated the Archangel. The two of them saluted each other, happy that they were both alive. Zaft's attack was too fierce, and the Earth Federation was almost wiped out. Now there was one more survivor, which was a victory. At this time, the cockpit door of the Strike Gundam opened, and Kira walked out, attracting the attention of Bikiro and others. Hey, what's going on? It's still a child. Was that kid driving just now? As a highly skilled maintenance engineer, Kojiro Matic found it hard to accept. He knew that the X series was not something that ordinary people could drive. The 5X series Gundams had also undergone preliminary simulation experiments on Earth, and were driven by 5 elites selected by the Atlantic Federation, but walking slowly for 2 steps was already the limit, not to mention flexible movement and combat. The reason why they came to Heliopolis was to hope that with the help of Professor Kato, they could make the final adjustments to the OS that was difficult to use, so that it could fight normally. Otherwise, the G built with a lot of money would be no different from scrap metal. Now, they saw that Kira, as a teenager, could drive the Strike Gundam to fight against Zaft's MIS and even repel it, which was incredible. Captain Lamias, this is... Maria was embarrassed. She herself had a dreamlike feeling. The unfinished MIS was perfected by Kira on the spot, and defeated Zaft's MIS twice in a row. She didn't know how to explain it. Moreover, she already had a preliminary guess about Kira's identity, which was also a topic that was easy to cause conflicts in the current situation. Hey, I'm really surprised. Just when everyone fell into a mysterious silence, a cheerful and chic voice broke the awkwardness. Mew, who was still wearing a driving suit, came to the front of everyone. I am Captain Mulaflaka of the 7th Mobile Fleet of the Earth Army. Nice to meet you. The purple-based driving suit well showed his well-proportioned figure, although not strong. His short curly golden hair, blue eyes, and a cheerful smile gave people the feeling of another big brother. Seeing that Mew was at the same level as him, Malu quickly saluted and introduced himself to Mew. I am Captain Malu Ramius of the 5th Special Division of the 2nd Space Domain. I am Lieutenant Natal Bakalulu from the same unit. I want a boarding permit. Who is the person in charge of this battleship? Mew asked. His mothership had been sunk, and he needed a new place to live as he was homeless. Upon hearing this, Bakalulu was silent for a moment, and gave a sad answer. From the captain down, the main officers of this battleship have died in battle, so now Captain Lamias should take over this position. Huh? Malu was stunned for a moment, and wanted to find out what was going on, and then Bakalulu's next words came. The only ones who are safe and sound are the non-commissioned officers and a dozen soldiers who were on the ship at the time. I was inside the central axis at the time, so I survived. Captain, how could it be? Oh, what is going on? Mew, who was originally responsible for the atmosphere, couldn't help but have a headache. His mothership was sunk, and his comrades who had been with him day and night were also killed. Now his only hope is also a semi-destroyed one, which makes him feel that the future is quite dark. Anyway, give me permission, Captain Lamias. The ship I took along the way was also sunk. Well, okay, I agree. Mary also felt unreal at this time. She was forced to become the person in charge of the Archangel and could not accept everything immediately, but the situation was urgent and there was nothing she could do. She couldn't let Mew become a lonely ghost, right? By the way, who are they? After getting permission to board the ship and having a place to stay, Mew also had the energy to worry about other things. As you can see, they are civilian teenagers, and Kira and the other 5 were easy to introduce, but Yang Hui's identity was too sensitive. You are young Master Yang Hui. Why are you here? Bakalulu also knew that Yang Hui's identity was sensitive, so she immediately stopped talking and did not directly point out Yang Hui's identity. Bakalulu only noticed that Yang Hui was also there at this time. He was also one of the participants in the G plan. Although Bakalulu's military rank was not high, she was born in a military family. Her treatment in the army was not as good as that of Captain Marilu, so she knew Yang Hui just like Marilu. Long time no see, Lieutenant Bakalulu. This is Heliopolis, the territory of Orb. Is there something wrong with me being here? That's not what I meant, I'm asking. Besides, I also got involved in this thing. I'm here to witness its final result. Yang Hui pointed to the strike Gundam next to him and explained to Bakalulu. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but it was Orb and the strike Gundam, and they were related to both, which caused the whispers of everyone present. You guy. Bakalulu was angry. She knew that her identity was sensitive and that G-Plan was top secret, but she still declared a relationship here. Isn't this embarrassing for them? Although Orb has always been the object of the Atlantic Federation's efforts to win over, and so has Yang Hui himself, she doesn't think that Orb and Yang Hui, who have repeatedly rejected the Atlantic Federation, are ready to take sides. It seems that your identity is extraordinary. Mew didn't know Yang Hui, but he still had a good eye. Whether it was Yang Hui's performance or the words that aroused imagination, they all showed his extraordinary identity. Then, Yang Hui shrugged at Mew, then stopped smiling and looked at Malu with a serious face. In the name of Yang Hui, the son of Yang Hongyu, one of the 5 major families in Orb, I protest to the Earth Union. You and Zaft openly fought in the colonial satellite, Heliopolis, under the jurisdiction of the neutral country Orb, and blatantly violated the International Neutrality Act. Orb needs you to give a formal explanation and compensation for the damage to Heliopolis. Of course, the same protest statement will also be sent to Plant. Don't worry that I will target the Earth Union or get close to Plant. Orb's neutral position will not be shaken or changed. This, everyone present was shocked. Mew, Arnold and other people who didn't know Yang Hui were shocked by Yang Hui's identity. Malu, Bakalulu and even Kira and others who knew Yang Hui were shocked by Yang Hui's sudden change. Especially Malu, she was just the person in charge who was forced to do something, and before she understood anything, Yang Hui questioned and protested, which made her brain almost crash. Even if she really wanted to protest, she shouldn't tell her, but her superiors or the Atlantic Federation or the Earth United Government. In the current situation, she couldn't report it even if she wanted to. But no one expected that this was just an appetizer. Yang Hui's next words made them completely lose the ability to think. At the same time, as an assistant to Plan G, in the spirit of the contract, in order to complete Plan G, I ask you for permission to board the ship. Huh? Chapter 240 Regulators and Natural Persons. Wait? What's the matter with the boarding permission? Hey, are you kidding? The young master of the Orb Yang family is helping the Earth to jointly develop Ms. Aren't you a neutral country? Don't be kidding. Yang Hui, this is the Earth Army's newest battleship, and the G plan is top secret, you. Facing the questions of the three highest-ranking officers present, Yang Hui answered them one by one, of course, incomplete ones. As you heard, although 4X series units were taken away, isn't there still one left? As for the current results, it can't be considered complete, right? Commodore Halberton promised us a very high reward, and I don't want to leave a handle, so that I can't get paid after working hard, so I will temporarily follow the strike Gundam until it is completely completed. This is the answer to Meru. Orb is a neutral country, there is no doubt about this. This cooperation with the Atlantic Federation is just a simple transaction, and does not involve a change in political stance. As for why? Sorry, it involves Orb's secrets, so I can't tell you. This is the answer to Mew. I've been involved in the development of the G series, so it's not a secret to me. As for the Archangel, am I not considered to know the secrets now? This was his answer to Baki Lulu, and he stepped on the catapult deck a few times to tell her that we're on board, so what's the point of talking about secrets? What's this all about? You. The three people had different expressions. Every answer Yang Hui gave was well-founded, and it was difficult for them to refute it, especially the permission to board the ship. The performance of the strike Gundam has not been fully demonstrated. Similarly, there are problems and defects. As the only remaining semi-finished product of the G plan, it is the most important task to safely deliver it to the commander of the 8th Orbital Fleet, Commodore Dwayne Halberton. Although 4 units have been stolen and technical information is bound to be leaked, it cannot be completely used as a wedding dress for Zaft. The Federation's hope of building a Mecha unit depends entirely on the strike Gundam. Similarly, as a semi-finished product, it is definitely impossible to hand it over. After all, Project G was carried out by Dwayne Halberton on his own and in conjunction with others, and many shady means were used. If there is no result, the top leaders of the Atlantic Federation will not let him go, and the people or organizations who were coerced and lured will not let him go. So, Yang Hui, as the only surviving top R&D personnel in Project G, it is the most appropriate and perfect result for him to complete the strike Gundam with the team. However, his identity is too sensitive, and if it is not done well, it will completely change the situation of the Earth and planet. If you do this, Orb will not agree, so I will not grant you permission to board the ship. Malu shook her head and rejected Yang Hui. Although she was also eager to see the completion of G, as long as G could be safely delivered to the hands of the Earth Federation, it would only be a matter of time before it was completed, but it would take longer. But Yang Hui, this big trouble, was right in front of her, and she was actively squeezing into her, so she had to push it away quickly. Let's not talk about what kind of trouble Yang Hui would cause if he boarded the Earth Army's warship. As far as the current situation is concerned, Zaft's warships are still lying outside Heliopolis. They have no other combat power except the strike Gundam and the Archangel with insufficient personnel. Whether they can escape from Zaft and successfully reunite with friendly forces is unknown. Meru dare not let Yang Hui take risks with him. Okay. Yang Hui spread his hands. He knew Meru's character and would never give him permission to board the ship. He didn't force it. After all, his identity was here. If he forced it like a licking dog, Meru and others would doubt his purpose. But not giving permission to board the ship now does not mean that he can't stay on the Archangel. But now, Yang Hui looked in the direction of the strike Gundam, or in other words, in the direction of Kira and the other 5. What about them? Why would a civilian child drive him? Mew knew that Yang Hui's question could not be further investigated, so he also followed Yang Hui's wishes and shifted the topic to other places. Ah, that's right. When the attack came, he showed up in the factory area for some reason. It was too dangerous at the time, so I asked him to board the strike Gundam. His name is Kira Yamato. Seeing that Mew was full of doubts about Kira, Meru quickly added. Thanks to him, he destroyed a Zeon and repelled the Sigu before, and finally managed to defend the last G. Destroyed Zeon? You mean that kid? Bakaralu exclaimed. They all knew that they repelled the Sigu, but there was still a big difference between repelling and destroying, which made it even harder for them to believe. I came here this time to escort the rookie pilots of those machines. How are they? Mew asked. When the explosion occurred, they were at the command desk greeting the captain, and then they... I see. It was another sad topic. Although they were not acquaintances, they were both members of the Earth Army and were both lives. They died so simply, and no one could turn a blind eye. But the information provided by Malu made Mew confirm a certain conjecture. Mew took the lead and came to Kira with everyone. What happened? Facing the burning eyes of everyone, Kira was very nervous. You are the adjuster. In order not to scare Kira, Mew's tone was very gentle. Although he was from the Earth Army, he was not a fanatic and was hostile to all adjusters. Yes. Click with Kira's affirmative answer, the soldier on the side pulled the bolt. Thor and others were frightened, but still stood in front of Kira. What do you want to do? Yang Hui also stood between the soldiers and Kira, looking at the soldiers with a grim look. Kira is a citizen of Orb. Put down your guns. Malu immediately scolded the soldiers. She could see that the soldiers were quite nervous. They were not the fanatics. They were now in a state of war with Zaft. They had narrowly escaped death because of Zaft's attack before. An adjuster suddenly appeared in front of them. They subconsciously regarded Kira as an enemy. But Malu heard two meanings in Yang Hui's words. First, to tell everyone that Orb is a neutral country, and its citizens include both natural people and adjusters. Heliopolis is a colony satellite of Orb, and it is normal for adjusters to appear. Kira is not an enemy. Second, to tell everyone that Kira is a citizen of Orb, so Yang Hui, as an important figure in Orb, will definitely protect his citizens. If the soldiers really hurt Kira, it would not only be a fight between natural people and adjusters, but would directly evolve into an international issue. Moreover, seeing the soldiers' nervousness, she was also afraid of accidental discharge. After all, Yang Hui was standing on the ray. The soldiers' nervousness cooled down under Malu's scolding, and they looked back at each other in a daze, but in the end, they obeyed Malu's order to put down their guns. What? It's obviously because of Kira that they were saved, but you have this attitude. That's right, ungrateful. Thor and the other four muttered, Kira is their friend, and the savior of everyone. It would be uncomfortable for anyone to be pointed at by the person they saved. Captain Lamias, what on earth is this? Bakalulu was very confused. Why did Maru hand over the important G to a civilian boy? What's more, he was an adjuster. There's no need to make a fuss, right? Many adjusters moved to the neutral country, Heliopolis, because they didn't want to be involved in the war, right? Kira. Yes, because I'm the first-generation adjuster. Kira replied. P.S. The first-generation adjusters refer to the adjusters who have adjusted their genetic genes before they were born, and the second and third generations are the offspring born after the combination of adjusters. In other words, your parents are natural persons. At this point, Mew also laughed somewhat embarrassedly. After all, he was the one who brought up this topic. I'm really sorry that I caused such a big mess. I actually just wanted to ask. Captain Flacca. On the way here, I watched the simulation training and startup tests of those reserve pilots. Just to make the machine move slowly, they have to spend a lot of effort. People are dying. Mew sighed. No matter how many subjective factors there are in the world, the objective gap is a fact, and no one can deny that the adjusters are indeed better than natural people. Captain, where are you going? Seeing that one of the two highest officers on the scene was about to leave, Baki Lulu asked hurriedly. Where else can I go? I was shot and forced to land here. The enemy outside is the cruise team. Huh? Everyone was shocked. The cruise team was a well-known elite force of Zaft. When Cruz was not yet the captain of the white team, he drove the high mobility, Xeon, alone in the Battle of Endymion and destroyed the entire Mobius Zero team, leaving Mew alone as a survivor. Since that battle, it is rumored that Cruz, who was not an adjuster, fought his way out among many excellent adjusters and became the captain of the elite force. Is it really him? Yes, so we are in big trouble now. Instead of worrying about Kira's identity as an adjuster, let's think about how to get through this crisis. From what I know about him, he will not give up. Neutral countries. There is no restriction on him. No. No way. Even if it's Team Cruz, they won't mess around in Heliopolis, right? They should be waiting for us outside Heliopolis, and kill us inside. Did they do that? The captain was killed by them. Then what should we do? This ship has no combat effectiveness, And if we fight inside the colony satellite, Heliopolis will be destroyed if we are not careful. Silence. Seeing everyone in panic, Bakalulu scolded, and then asked Meru, Captain Lamias, you are now the person in charge of the Archangel, what should we do? Everyone looked at Meru and regarded her as the backbone. Facing the gazes of the crowd, a heavy responsibility weighed on her shoulders. Although it was very heavy, Mari had to shoulder this responsibility. All personnel are ready for level 2 combat. Check the Aurora Society, prioritize the recovery of all usable parts of the Strike Gundam, and then replenish the supplies of this ship, and prepare to meet the attack of Zaft. Understood. XN was short of manpower, and they didn't know if they could complete such a heavy task, but they could only complete it because it was their only hope. Everyone dispersed, and Kira and the other 5 would stay on the Archangel temporarily. No matter which country they were citizens of, they had already known the top secrets and must not be let go like this. As for Yang Hui, you now. I'm going to adjust the Strike Gundam. Kira, come and help. Chapter 241 Kira's Choice. Wait. At the same time, 3 people asked Yang Hui to wait. What's wrong? What do you mean? You don't want to get off the ship? I didn't give you permission to board. I refuse. Do you still want me to fight? I don't want to participate in the battle. That's an unfinished machine. Is it going to be put into actual combat again? Faced with the 3 people's questioning, Yang Hui sighed and wasted precious time explaining to them one by one, Captain Lamias, the cruise team is waiting outside. Without the Strike Gundam, can you escape? Or, besides Kira, is there anyone else who can drive the Strike Gundam to fight? After speaking to Meru and Bakalu, he looked at Kira and others. Now the alarm level of Heliopolis has been raised to level 9. Even if Captain Lamias and Lieutenant Bakalu are willing to let you go now, you can't enter the locked shelter. A battle is likely to break out soon, and Heliopolis will not be safe. Do you choose to go to Heliopolis to gamble your luck, or take your destiny into your own hands? For a moment, Kira and the other 5 were silent. They didn't know how to choose. On the one hand, they didn't want to be involved in the war between the Earth Army and the Zaft Army. On the other hand, after seeing the battle, they couldn't convince themselves that Heliopolis must be safe. I'll help. In the end, Kira made a decision. He thought Yang Hui was right. He had participated in the battle himself and knew that in the fierce battle, there was no time to take care of other things. He couldn't care about the situation of Heliopolis at all, including fighting outside the colony satellite, which could also destroy Heliopolis. So leaving now and praying that the goddess of luck would love him was the most dangerous thing to do. On the contrary, Kira believed in Yang Hui. Although he hadn't seen him for many years, he still believed in him. Although he was involved in the most annoying war, he was less worried with Yang Hui. He believed that Yang Hui would not use him as a tool or pawn, regardless of his wishes. Thor and the other 3 were helpless. Kira was their backbone. Kira had already made his choice. They naturally could not abandon Kira and act alone now. Otherwise, they would not give up going to the shelter knowing that they might be imprisoned. I know. Let's do this for now. Meru was actually struggling. She had seen through Yang Hui's plan. He wanted to take this opportunity to stay on the Archangel. She wanted to refuse, but considering the current situation, she could not refuse. Moreover, she was thinking about Yang Hui's reason for staying on the Archangel. Captain Lamias. Is there any other way? This can let Captain Flaka drive the Strike Gundam. No, he can't drive the Strike Gundam. Bakalu's proposal was directly rejected by Meru. Neither the original OS nor the OS adapted by Kira can be used by natural people. But, okay, Lieutenant Bakalulu, let's successfully overcome this difficulty before discussing it. I will take all the responsibilities and report this decision to my superiors. Yes, follow me. Bakalulu reluctantly agreed and took Thor and the other 4 to arrange the room. However, when passing by Yang Hui, she stared at him with a serious look and whispered to him, I will keep an eye on you. Malu could think of it, and Bakalulu could certainly think of it too. The current emergency situation did not allow her to argue too much, but she would never let someone like Yang Hui act recklessly on the Archangel. She was determined to see through Yang Hui's conspiracy. In response, Yang Hui could only shrug and say nothing. Let's go, Kira, let's go to the hangar. Okay. The 2 came to the hangar. Because Yang Hui and Kira's identities were very special, no one paid attention to them at first, and even looked at them with alienation and hostility. But after Yang Hui and Kira joined forces to adjust the OS of the Strike Gundam, the people headed by Chief Maintenance Officer Matic were not so resistant to contacting the two. This is incredible. Looking at the two people whose fingers were moving quickly, Matic touched his chin and sighed. Everyone has their own strengths. It will be hard for you to prepare the machine, Mr. Matic. Yang Hui looked up and said to Matic, but the speed of his hands was not slow at all. Leave it to us. Whether you can survive depends on this little brother. Matic gave Kira a thumbs up. Whether it is a natural person or an adjuster, it is instinctive to recognize the strong. Although Kira is an adjuster and Yang Hui's identity is also very special, the abilities they have shown now have been recognized by the maintenance personnel. Moreover, Yang Hui did not act arrogantly because of his identity, but put himself on the same level with them to communicate and joke, which greatly brought the relationship between the two sides closer. Yang Hui, there is a problem with the power transmission system, and the sensor of 4651 is also faulty. In order to fight normally, I urgently connected the control module directly with a molecular ion pump of the simulated cortex, and there was also a problem. Kira reported the problems found in the inspection to Yang Hui. He did not have a good impression of the Earth Army now, so he used Yang Hui as a middleman to pass on the information. I understand, Mr. Matic, did you hear me? I'll have to trouble you with these problems. Okay. Leave it to us. It may not be possible to restore it to a new one, but it will definitely be able to fight perfectly. After Matic and other maintenance personnel left, Kira stopped what he was doing, breathed a sigh of relief, and rubbed his sore eyes. He was already very tired, not only physically, but also mentally. The peaceful campus life was suddenly broken, and he was forced to drive a Miz to join the battle. All of this made Kira feel physically and mentally exhausted. He had been in a tense state before and didn't notice it, but once he relaxed, fatigue immediately surged up. If you are tired, go to the lounge and take a rest. Yang Hui continued the operation in his hands and said to Kira. But there's still work to be done. You still haven't changed, Kira. Do you really think that these tasks can't be completed without you? Yang Hui's hands paused, glanced at Kira and asked. Then why did you call me along? Kira asked in confusion. To keep you on the Archangel. Why? Kira was shocked. He saw the Strike Gundam out of the corner of his eye, and asked anxiously, do you also want me to drive the Miz to fight? I refuse. I said, I don't want to be involved in the war. Because staying on the Archangel is your only way to survive. What? I know Cruz. He is shrewd and will do anything to achieve his goals. Neutral countries and international neutrality laws cannot restrain him. He has taken away 4/5 of the Federation's G-plan. He will not let go of the last 1/5. Either get it or destroy it, so the enemy will definitely attack again. How could it be? And the war has entered a white-hot stage. The moderates of Plant may care about the status of Orb, but the radicals have already gained the upper hands in the parliament. Even if Orb condemns and protests to Plant, it will not have much effect, because Plant understands that Orb will not turn to the Earth Union because of this. Therefore, Heliopolis, which is used as a battlefield, may be destroyed at any time. After the refuge level is raised to level 9, even the highest executive officer cannot be unlocked, so the safest place is only the Archangel. Kira was silent. He was just a student. Unlike Yang Hui, he could not see the overall situation and had never thought about it so much. His idea was very simple, that is, he did not want to join the war and wanted to live a peaceful life. In fact, everyone has been fighting since birth. Babies fight to grow up, students fight to go to school, and people in society fight for a better life. Everyone is fighting, but the way and purpose of fighting are different. But Orb? It's not so easy to be a neutral country. Kira, you are just a student, so it's normal that you don't understand these. At this time, Yang Hui also stopped his actions and rubbed his temples. Speaking of tiredness, Yang Hui's tiredness is far more than Kira's. When he was very young, he had already started to make global layouts, set up intelligence networks, establish networks of connections, support Yang Hongayu's stable status and the political situation in Orb, secretly pave the way for Orb to become a world power, and practice Tai Chi between the Earth Union and Plant. When many people were still in elementary school, Yang Hui had already started to be busy. Only Wang and others knew about his tiredness. He would not confide in anyone, because this was his responsibility and a necessary preparation to achieve the ultimate goal. Did you write the original OS of this Ms.? Kira was silent for a long time before asking this question. Can you see it? Yes, there are many core codes in it, and there are also in Dolly's program. Dolly was a gift from Aslan to Kira when Kira graduated from elementary school. It was a mechanical bird. Dolly's internal program was completed by Aslan and Yang Hui. Although Yang Hui had graduated several years early at that time, because of secretly developing relationships with Planned, Yang Hui and Aslan would meet from time to time. Dolly's program was impeccable, and it was hard for professionals to imagine that two children could make it. Among them, the most critical core codes were written by Yang Hui. These special codes were independently created by Yang Hui, and no one has yet been able to crack or imitate them. So Kira recognized at a glance that the original OS of the Strike Gundam was written by Yang Hui. Even if it was not entirely written by Yang Hui was involved. You are right, I wrote it. Why did you write such a complicated OS? I have seen it, it is perfect and I can't find any flaws, but no one can use it at all. Kira said. How do you know that no one can use it? Yang Hui smiled mysteriously. You don't underestimate this world, Kira, you are a genius, but the world is so big, there are more than one genius like you, and there are geniuses who surpass you. If that's the case, why is it me and not you? You know I don't want to fight. Kira questioned Yang Hui. Because of my identity, helping the Atlantic Federation develop Ms can be explained as another form of international trade, but if I drive the Strike Gundam to fight Zaft, I can't use trade to cover it up. At that time, Orb will have to join the war, or join the Earth Union, or join Planned, or fight against the whole world. Yang Hui explained. Kira didn't speak, but listened quietly. He didn't want to and didn't need to think about international affairs, but he could hear Yang Hui's helplessness. Kira, I know you don't want to fight, and I won't force you to fight. You are a citizen of Orb and my friend. I will protect you. As he said, Yang Hui was about to change the OS that Kira had adjusted back to the version he was used to. But Kira pulled Yang Hui's hand back when it was about to touch the keyboard. I will fight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 242, Despicable Moral Kidnapping. The moment Kira grabbed Yang Hui, his mind was blank. It was a completely subconscious action. He didn't know why he wanted to stop Yang Hui. Maybe he wanted to help him as a friend? Or maybe he didn't want a war to happen in Orb? But seeing Kira's action, Yang Hui's mouth curled up imperceptibly, and then he immediately recovered. What is this? Moral kidnapping? That's right. It's moral kidnapping. Yang Hui said this to Kira, never intending to make him understand. He just wanted to show his helplessness and let Kira feel how difficult it was for him. With Kira's personality, he now doesn't think about justice, let alone politics, but he can't just leave his friends in trouble. He really hates fighting, but the current situation doesn't give him too many choices, because there are only two people who can drive the Strike Gundam now, one is him, and the other is Yang Hui. Yang Hui also fights, but the result is terrible, so terrible that he can't imagine it, so, what choice will he make? Yang Hui used his helplessness to push Kira a little behind him. Is this despicable? Shameless? Yes, it is indeed despicable, but, so what? As a scientific researcher, Yang Hui is not willing to admit the existence of such a mysterious world correction force, but past experiences have forced Yang Hui to admit the existence of some mysterious things. As one of the cores of this world, as the strongest adjuster, even if Yang Hui pushes Kira out of the vortex of war now, perhaps in the future, Kira will also participate in the war for some reason, and may even become his enemy. Instead of letting Kira stand on the opposite side of himself, it is better to control him in his own hands and let him follow his own ideas. Are you sure? Yang Hui asked seriously. I don't know, but now, I have to fight, right? Otherwise. Does Kira want to fight? Of course not, but many times, personal ideas are insignificant in the face of reality. Because of reality, personal ideas have to compromise. Well, if you want to quit, tell me at any time, I will do everything I can to help you. Yang Hui knew that Kira was not well prepared, so he made a promise to him. But this promise is just a blank check. Once he enters the vortex of war, it is not so easy to get out, and even if Kira really wants to quit in the end, Yang Hui will not allow it. He will use various methods to keep him in and train him to become the strongest adjuster he expects in his own way. On the other side, on the Nazca-class battleship outside Heliopolis, crews also started a combat meeting. Fortunately, there is the battle record that Miguel brought back for us. Otherwise, no matter how I defend myself, I will be laughed at because my body was injured by the Earth Army's Ms. Cruz said thankfully while watching the battle record between the Strike Gundam and Zeon. I'm sure you all know what their original OS is like. Why is that machine so flexible? I don't understand. Cruz continued to say to his subordinates, but I only know one thing, that is, we must not leave this thing alone. If we can't capture it, then destroy it here and now, and the same goes for the battleship. Everyone, don't underestimate the enemy. Yes. X and Miguel, Aurora, prepare to attack immediately. The permission for the de-equipment has been issued. This time we must completely finish off the enemy. Yes. X2 The two people who were named went forward with passion to prepare for the attack. At the same time, Aslan also made a request, Captain Adis, let me attack too. Aslan did not want to compete for credit, nor was he eager to fight, but because he was worried about Kira and Yang Hui. It was understandable to destroy the Earth Army's Ms and battleships, but he hoped to save Kira and Yang Hui in the battle. Captain Adis looked at Aslan in confusion. You don't have any usable machines. Cruz also said, and you have completed the important task of snatching those machines. But let's give it to others this time, Aslan. Captain Adis shouted. He thought Aslan wanted to gain more credit. Miguel and the others are just as unwilling as you. Well, Aslan remained silent. He knew he was misunderstood, but it was difficult for him to explain, because he knew how sensitive Yang Hui's identity was. Once it got out, Yang Hui and his Obu would be in danger. So he made a decision secretly. De-equipment, Captain Cruz is going to attack the Fortress Strategy Station. The dark-skinned blonde guy teased lazily. His name is Diego Elsman. He is a member of the Cruz team with Aslan and the red-clothed pilot who took away the GAT X-103 Storm Gundam. But, if that happens, Heliopolis will, said the green-haired exquisite boy worriedly. Nicole Amalfi, a member of the Cruz team, the red-dressed pilot who took away the GAT X-207 Thunderbolt Gundam. What are you still bragging about neutrality? It's your own fault. That sundear boy with silver hair and bangs, Isaac Joel, a member of the Cruz team, the red-dressed pilot who took away the GAT X-102 Dual Gundam. Isaac and Diego are the most common Zaft pilots, and Isaac's mother is a loyal follower of the radicals among the members of the Planned Council, so her attitude towards Orb has always been bad, and she even hopes that Orb will be destroyed as soon as possible. Although Diego's father is a neutralist close to the moderates, Diego has been good friends with Isaac since childhood. His ideas are different from his father's and are closer to the radicals. But Nicole's parents are members of the moderates, and he himself is kind and gentle, and does not want Heliopolis to be destroyed. But he has no right to change all this, so he can only pray in his heart. After the Miguel and Aurora machines were equipped, they launched their attacks one after another. As the hatch was about to close, the GAT X-303 Aegis Gundam that Aslan had taken away released its body fixation, stepped onto the ejection deck, and began the attack procedure. What? Aslan Zala launched an attack with a stolen body? Call him back and order him to return immediately. Captain Adis was immediately furious when he learned that Aslan had disobeyed orders and launched an attack alone. The stolen body was an important mission target. What if there was a mistake? Moreover, the Aegis Gundam had just been taken back, and he was driving it to fight without being familiar with it at all. This would put himself in danger. Aslan was the son of the military chairman of Zala. If he died in the battle, he and Cruz would not be able to get away with it. Let him go. Cruz expressed a different opinion on Captain Addis's order. The data extraction has been completed. This might make the battle between the Earth Army Ms more interesting. After saying that, Cruz looked at Heliopolis with a wicked smile, thinking of a very interesting result. Horizontal ellipsis. Turning back to the direction of the Archangel, The radio waves that had been restored were strongly interfered with again. Everyone knew that the enemy was coming. The entire colony satellite was interfered with by radio waves, and the neutron interference value increased. What? Tisk, as expected, the opponent is not equal to us. Let's go out and fight again, that bastard. Do they want to start again inside Heliopolis? Baki Lulu asked angrily. This is easy. We can't open fire, and they can attack at will. Mew said self-deprecatingly. The alarm sounded inside the ship. Malu came to the hangar to find Yang Hui and Kira. On the one hand, she planned to persuade Yang Hui to get off the ship as soon as possible. Although the refuge level was level 9 and there was nowhere to go after getting off the ship, she absolutely did not believe that Yang Hui had no other way to leave safely, and Kira. She naturally hoped that Kira could continue to drive the strike Gundam to fight. Fortunately, Kira had been persuaded by Yang Hui before Malu arrived, so he didn't waste his words, but Kira also made a request to Malu that if he didn't want to fight anymore one day, he could leave at any time, and so did his friends. Malu couldn't make the decision on this matter. He still needed to report to his superiors, but the current situation could not be delayed, so he could only agree to it first. He would help Kira when the time came. After all, she didn't want to involve civilians in the war. As for Yang Hui, he definitely didn't want to get off the ship. Zaft has already launched an attack. You want me to get off the ship now? Do you think it's safe? But Archangel is about to enter combat mode, and will leave Heliopolis as soon as the battle is over. There will be no chance to get off the ship in the middle. I know, but in my personal judgment, Archangel is the safest place now, so I won't get off the ship now. As for the future, let's get through this crisis first and talk about the future. Just as Malu was struggling, the communication rang. Captain Ramius, please come to the bridge. What's wrong? The Miz is about to attack. Come up and command. You are the captain. Me. Although Malu is the temporary person in charge of the Archangel, she was different from the captain. She was originally just a technician, and suddenly became the captain. She didn't react for a while. Although I was promoted to captain earlier than you, I don't know this ship. I know, then the Archangel is ready to sail, and all the crews are equipped with level 1 combat configuration. Captain, where is your MA? No, we can't attack yet. Then please ask Captain Flacca to take charge of SIC. After ending the communication, Malu looked at Yang Hui again. I'll go to the bridge to help. Aren't you short of people? Yang Hui waved his hand, and headed towards the bridge regardless of Malu's dissuasion. I will drive the Miz to fight, but please remember your promise. Kira also said to Malu, and went to the locker room to change into the driving suit. Malu's eyes were very complicated. He had no choice but to drag civilians into the war. With a tangled and painful mood, Malu came to the bridge and sat in the captain's seat. Why are you here? Seeing Yang Hui and his neighbors, Mew and other bridge personnel were stunned. Aren't you short of people? I came to help. Yang Hui waved his hand, indicating that everyone should focus on the battle. Is this okay? Your identity is. The premise of the identity is to survive. Yang Hui's words made sense, and everyone was no longer confused, and now they had no time to let them entangle this issue, because the enemy has come. Chapter 243 The Collapse of the Earth. Escape from Heliopolis is the top priority. Be careful not to damage the colony satellite during the battle. This order issued by Malu immediately aroused the disgust of everyone. They were already at a disadvantage, and they had to be restrained by the colony satellite. This was completely sending the already slim chance of winning to the enemy. But no one dared to say it to their face, because Yang Hui was on the bridge, and Heliopolis was Orb's colony satellite. But what they didn't expect was that Yang Hui's suggestion was beyond common sense. It doesn't matter, let go and fight. What? Take a good look at what equipment the other side is using. Everyone then focused on what kind of equipment the attacking enemies were carrying. They were either large anti-ship missiles or heavy particle weapons, which were weapons that would only be equipped for fortress attack battles. Is the Zaft army crazy? They actually use heavy bombing equipment for attacking strongholds. Mew cursed when he saw this. It seems that the other side is determined to destroy them. But even so, civilians have completed 100% of the evacuation. If you don't want to be sunk, just fight. I will bear any responsibility. Yang Hui shouted angrily. Maru is a qualified soldier because she cares about civilians, but now she has just become the captain, and the miracle captain of the future, unsinkable ship. It is too indecisive to make a decision. All members, prepare for battle. Strike Gundam equipped with giant sword backpack to attack. Understood. Hearing Maru's order, Yang Hui still shook his head. This decision is too conservative. Since Heliopolis has been abandoned, it is the best choice to let the Strike Gundam carry artillery equipment directly. However, Maru is the captain of the Archangel, and Yang Hui will not interfere. The enemy has already attacked. Maru now knows what Yang Hui means by fighting freely, because the enemy has opened 2 large holes in the outer wall in order to enter Heliopolis as quickly as possible, and there is also a shield following. One of them is X-303, Aegis. Bakalulu immediately hesitated after hearing this, because Aegis was also developed by the Atlantic Federation at great expense. It's already an enemy. Do you want to be sunk by it? Corinth missiles, prepare to launch. Pay attention to laser induction. Under Mu's scolding, Bakalulu gathered his thoughts and focused on the battle, but also performed the wrong action. Solid bullets are ineffective against PS armor. Malu immediately corrected and issued a new order: main gun, laser linkage, focus diffusion. The order was accepted, the main gun fired, and 4 emerald green beams shot out, but were easily avoided by the 4 enemy machines. After the Strike Gundam attacked, it was immediately targeted by the enemy. Knowing that live ammunition was ineffective against the PS armor, the Zion, equipped with the M69, Elephant, modified special fire heavy particle beam cannon entangled the Strike Gundam. The other 2, Zion, equipped with D equipment, M66, Woodpecker, short-range missile launcher, including large missiles X2, small missiles X2, plus M68, Golden Leopard, triple short-range missile launcher, began to besiege the Archangel. Similarly, the Aegis Gundam also joined in. Aslan thought that as long as the Archangel was sunk, the Strike Gundam would be rootless, and with 4 machines surrounding 1 machine, prisoners would not be a problem. As long as Kira was captured, he would have a way to persuade Kira to join Planned, the country of the adjusters. The only uncertainty now is Yang Hui's location. Is he on the Archangel? Unable to confirm, Aslan could not be ruthless to the Archangel, and could only find a way to paralyze the Archangel's weapons and engines, turning it into a bird in a cage. However, he underestimated the combat capability of the Archangel, and also underestimated the determination of everyone to survive. The dense barrage destroyed all the approaching missiles, and the thick beam fired again. Boom! A Zion, that was about to launch an anti-ship missile, had no time to dodge, and was swallowed by the bright green light, and exploded with a missile into gorgeous fireworks. Matthew. Damn it. Die? Earthlings. The deaths in the battle aroused Auror's fighting spirit and anger, and the attacks became more fierce and more unreasonable. Destroy Zion. Oh! Everyone exclaimed, because the previous shot was not aimed automatically by the battleship's computer system, but by Yang Hui's full manual aiming. It was just a shot that destroyed the Miz. This result was incredible. We are still in the battle, don't be distracted. Yang Hui shouted at everyone without turning his head. Just as he was about to aim at the second Zion, the target was led by the Aegis Gundam to the blind spot of the Godfelt Mk 71225 cm, twin-mounted high-energy beam cannon, and he lost the opportunity. Boom! At this time, the violent vibration of the Archangel awakened everyone's thoughts and shifted their attention back to the battle. The 4th weapon depot was hit, and the next door was locked. Enemy attack. Anti-ship missiles. 4. Intercept. Too late. Leave it to me. Yang Hui immediately transferred the system from the main gun, Godfelt, to the 75mm anti-aircraft automatic Vulcan cannon, Porcupine formation, and a quick operation locked all 4 large missiles. However, due to the close distance, only 2 of them could be intercepted. Fortunately, Malu immediately gave instructions to avoid the fate of the Archangel being sunk. Turn right 40 degrees, full speed. Arnold received the instruction and immediately turned the rudder, allowing the Archangel to make a beautiful and smooth deflection in the air, trying to avoid the direct hit of 2 anti-ship missiles. But in contrast, the anti-ship missiles directly hit the main body of Heliopolis, and the target hit was still the most important support shaft. Looking at the already shaky support shaft, Malu knew that Heliopolis was in danger. Although Yang Hui had told him not to worry about Heliopolis, he still issued an instruction: don't hurt Heliopolis anymore. Then are we going to wait to be sunk? Baki Lulu retorted. She was born in a military family and received the iron-blooded education of the army since she was a child. If Yang Hui asked them to protect Heliopolis, she would still care about it, but Yang Hui had already said that he would let them go, so she naturally wouldn't care about the degree of damage to Heliopolis, and she didn't want to die here. Don't get in my way, Aslan. Auror pushed away the Aegis Gundam that tried to stop him and charged again. Calm down, Auror. Get out of the way. I want to avenge Matthew. Ignoring the Aegis Gundam's obstruction, Auror fired all the remaining 4 small missiles, then pulled out the M3 heavy slasher and rushed towards the Archangel, but all the small missiles were intercepted and failed to cause any damage to the Archangel. The next second, countless guns were aimed at the Auror, bursting with man-eating flames. Bang 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 bang. The automatic Vulcan cannons turned into accurate snipers under Yang Hui's manual control, and every shell fell on the Auror. Although the Vulcan cannon shells could not directly destroy Zine, it was in vain under the concentrated fire. The Auror became riddled with holes almost in an instant, and Auror was unable to even scream before turning into fireworks together with Zine. Aurora. Damn it. Athrun didn't know what to do for a moment. The Archangel had lost 2 Zeons before it could be seriously damaged. With the equipment of the Aegis Gundam at that time, it was impossible to disable the Archangel while ensuring the safety of the personnel. What's more terrible is, Miguel also sent a request for assistance. Tisk, so agile, Athrun, outflanking. But the battleship. Destroy the Miss first, and then the battleship. Athrun had no choice but to follow the attack. Miguel was the commander of this battle, and he had to obey. Moreover, Miguel was the last remaining comrade, and he couldn't watch him die. The Aegis Gundam got rid of the pursuit of the Archangel and moved towards the Strike Gundam, forming a pincer attack with Miguel's machine. Disengage the Aegis, and attack the Strike. We can't let it get away. Cover with fire. No, the Strike is on the beam axis, no chance. Kira saw the Aegis Gundam approaching, and remembered that the pilot of this machine was Athrun, so he stopped moving for a moment. Miguel would naturally not miss the perfect opportunity, locked onto the Strike Gundam, and pulled the trigger. Got it. The alarm sounded, and the Strike Gundam rose to avoid it. Kira was very angry at this time. The Miguel machine didn't care about Heliopolis at all from the beginning. Every attack could open a big hole in the ground, and even destroyed several fixed steel cables. Now that the Aegis Gundam has arrived, he also wants to find out why Athrun attacked Heliopolis, but he was also interrupted by the Miguel machine. In anger, the Strike Gundam pulled out the Midas King blade, beam boomerang on its left shoulder and threw it at the Miguel machine. Miguel saw such a slow attack and disdained it. He dodged easily and returned to the best shooting position, locking onto the Strike Gundam. But Miguel didn't know that the beam boomerang flew back in a strange arc and cut off the legs of Jen from behind. What? While Miguel was shocked, the Strike Gundam had already caught a beam boomerang and came to the front of Miguel with a gun blade, anti-ship sword in hand. With rage and murderous intent, the giant sword fell and cut it in two. The split Miguel exploded in the leaping arc and Miguel's screams. The good news was that except for the Aegis Gundam, the 3 Gen S had been destroyed, and the bad news was that Heliopolis finally couldn't hold on. Miguel's position was too close to the support shaft, and the aftermath of the explosion became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The shaky support shaft could not bear the weight and collapsed. The supporting axis was destroyed, and the power connecting Heliopolis completely disappeared. The relatively intact Earth fell apart, cracked, and shattered, piece by piece, becoming a memory for everyone. Chapter 244, Off Track. Ironically, the collapse of Heliopolis became the pause of the battle. The Strike Gundam and Aegis Gundam, which were confronting each other, were pulled into the universe by the strong airflow generated by the collapse. The Archangel also suffered unimaginable tremors like a cruise ship in a storm. The storm stopped and the tremors subsided. After checking all the systems of the Archangel, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Bakalulu urgently called for the Strike Gundam, because it was the only result of the G-plan and the key to whether the Archangel could safely escape the pursuit of the Zaft army. X-105 Strike, please answer. X-105 Strike, Can you hear me? Please answer. X-105 strike, please answer. No matter how anxiously Bakalulu called, Kira turned a deaf ear. His mind was already blank. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he couldn't believe that this was his home, and he couldn't accept that Heliopolis was destroyed in his own hands. Heliopolis, disintegrated. How could it be? Not only Kira, but everyone on the Archangel stared at what was happening in front of them with dull eyes, unable to accept it. So easily, so fragile. Mew muttered to himself. The battle between the Earth Army and Zaft was certainly much more intense than this, and it was not that no colonies were destroyed in the war, but the situation was completely different from Heliopolis, and this was also the first time that everyone present witnessed the collapse of a colony with their own eyes. X-105 assault, X-105 assault, Kira Yamato. If you hear me, if you're okay, answer me. Bakalulu's iron-blooded demeanor did not let her immerse herself in the collapse of Heliopolis, and she kept calling the strike Gundam and Kira. Zzzz. This is X-105 assault. Zzzz. I'm Kira. After receiving the reply, Bakalu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Yes. Can you tell where we are? Yes. Then let's return. Can we come back? Yes. The communication was interrupted. Kira looked at the collapsed Heliopolis, worried about his parents, and returned to the Archangel, but on the way back, he received an emergency distress signal. That's Heliopolis' escape boat. After confirming that Kira was safe, everyone on the bridge began to discuss what to do next. Then what should we do next? Mew asked. Our ship is still in battle. Can we capture the movements of the Zaft ship? Maru asked the radar personnel. No, there are too many heat sources in the wreckage. In this way, both radar and thermal detection. Maru was silent. Now they were blind and deaf, and they had no control over the situation around them. But the other side should be the same. Do you think there will be pursuers? Mew asked Malu. Whether there are or not, we should be prepared for it. But if we are attacked now, we will definitely lose. That's right. Mew could only reluctantly admit Malu's conclusion, because their current situation was so serious. We only have that precious strike and my shabby Zero left. With the personnel configuration on the ship, I'm afraid we can't go into battle. Can the maximum battle speed shake them off? Isn't the speed of this ship quite high? Mew asked. The enemy's Nazca class is also a high-speed battleship. There is no guarantee that we can shake them off. Then why don't we surrender obediently? That's also a way. How is this possible? Just kidding. Mew K didn't plan to surrender. He and Cruz had a bad relationship. For some reason, Mew could feel that Cruz had some kind of obsession and hatred for him. If he surrendered, he might be the first to die. Mew just wanted to make a joke to liven up the atmosphere because he saw that the atmosphere on the bridge was too gloomy and Maru was indecisive and unable to make a decision. However, he was interrupted by Bakalulu at the beginning. What did you say? Wait a minute. Who approved you to do this? Lieutenant Bakalulu, what happened? Maru asked hurriedly. The situation was serious and Maru dared not miss any details. The assault returned, but he also brought back a lifeboat. Bakalulu reported. What's going on? Yang Hui asked proactively. Although he knew what happened, the people in the lifeboat were citizens of Orb, so he had to worry about it. Besides, Kira would definitely return to the Archangel with this lifeboat. Instead of letting Kira be hated by everyone because of his arbitrary behavior, it would be better for him to be the middleman and make everything smooth. Kira reported that the propeller of the lifeboat was broken and it was drifting around, so we picked it up, but the Archangel is now in battle, accepting refugees and so on. Then, on behalf of Orb, I formally request the return ship to temporarily accept the refugees, Captain Lamias. Yang Hui said to Marlu seriously. That's too much? The rescue ship will be here soon. I approve it. Marlu interrupted Bakalu's argument and directly approved Yang Hui's request. Captain. We don't know when the rescue ship will arrive. If we give up, it is very likely to drift to a place where the rescue ship can't find it. And I don't want to waste time arguing about this kind of thing now, so hurry up and take it in. Marlu explained to Bakalu. This can also be regarded as a kind of atonement. After all, Heliopolis collapsed because of them. Understood, Captain. After solving the problem of the strike Gundam and the escape boat, everyone continued to discuss the next action. I know the situation is serious now, but I don't intend to surrender. and I will never surrender. Mari said to everyone seriously, I will never hand over this battleship and the strike Gundam to Zaft. We must bring it back to the Atlantic Federation command safely no matter what. Bakalulu strongly agreed with Mari's decision and put forward his own idea. Captain, I propose to station in Artemis. Artemis? That's a military fortress of the Eurasian Federation, right? Is it, Umbrella Artemis? Yes. Bakalulu nodded and explained to everyone the reason for such a choice. Based on the current position of our ship, there is a friendly fortress located on the best route. But, gee, and this battleship don't even have friendly identification signals now. In this case, the Eurasian Federation side. Marilu said worriedly. Archangel and Strike are top secrets of the Atlantic Federation. I understand that. But if we go directly to the moon, it is impossible to avoid fighting along the way. We set sail before we have finished loading supplies, so we need to resupply as soon as possible. I understand all that. Then let's go to another place to resupply. Yang Hui said at the right time. What? Everyone was stunned. Baki Lulu was the first to stand up and object. On the best route to the moon, only Artemis is the closest to us. Going to other friendly bases will definitely deviate from the route. In this way. I'm not talking about the Earth Army's base, but, here. Yang Hui said, marking a location on the map. There was nothing here on the internal combat map of the Earth Army. Here? What's there? Malu frowned and asked Yang Hui. This is the space headquarters of the Scrap Recyclers Union. I have contact with the Scrap Recyclers Union, so I can definitely get enough supplies. Impossible. Archangel and Strike Gundam are top secrets. How could the Scrap Recyclers know about them? Then do you think it's okay if the Eurasian Federation knows about it? Facing Bakalulu's roar, Yang Hui didn't get angry. He just glanced at him and said calmly. The Eurasian Federation is also part of the Earth, so it must be. Second Lieutenant Bakalulu, I heard that you were born in a military family, but I didn't expect you to be so naive. Yang Hui sneered and shook his head, sneering at Bakalulu's statement. What did you say? What is the situation inside the Earth Federation? Do I need to say more? The Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation are the first and second largest countries in the Earth Federation respectively. Don't you know how fierce the internal struggle is? Oh, you may not know, after all, you are just a second lieutenant now. You. Hey, isn't this a bit too much? Baki Lulu was completely angry, and even Malu and Mew couldn't stand it. They all knew that there were mutual constraints within the Earth Federation, but they didn't know it was so serious, so they all felt that Yang Hui was a bit too much. I know better than you whether it's too much or not. Yang Hui glanced at everyone calmly. Among the people present, the highest rank was only captain, and one was a technician and the other was a rookie. They had no access to the core, so naturally they didn't know how fierce the conflict was. To put it bluntly, if there was no threat from Plant and Zaft, the war would still not stop, but the enemy in us would become the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation. The Eurasian Federation has been dissatisfied with its position as the second best for a long time, otherwise it would not have directly seized the Archangel and the Strike Gundam in the original plot. Seeing Yang Hui's attitude at this time, everyone became even more angry, but Mew and Malu, the two people with the highest military ranks, calmed down and believed Yang Hui's words. Mew simply considered Yang Hui's identity. He was a member of the core circle of Orb, so he must have seen and touched more than they did. Malu knew more than Mew, because the G plan could only be carried out under the will of Brigadier General Dwayne Halberton because of the mutual constraints within the Atlantic Federation. This was the case only within the Atlantic Federation, so what about the entire Earth Federation? Yang Hui, are you sure? Captain. Baki Lulu looked at Malu in disbelief, hoping that she would explain, but Malu ignored Baki Lulu for the time being and waited for Yang Hui's answer. I'm absolutely sure. I have a cooperative relationship with the top leaders of the Scrap Recyclers Union. As long as you can pay, I can give you what you want. It's a complete transaction. And, after saying that, Yang Hui looked at Bakalulu and said seriously, don't think you can look down on others just because you are a soldier, Lieutenant Bakalulu. In my eyes, the scrap recyclers who are trying to survive in the universe are more respectable than some soldiers. Moreover, they are not fools and know what to do and what not to do. The Scrap Recyclers Union has secret trading relationships with all forces. How can you survive in the cracks between the major forces without a little brain? Chapter 245 I'm just using you. Everyone was silent, not knowing how to refute Yang Hui, especially Baki Lulu. As Yang Hui said, in their eyes, scrap recyclers are a group of hyenas, who only know how to pick up garbage all day long, and are one of the most despised people. But even such a group of people, when spoken by Yang Hui, gave a completely different evaluation. But this, even if it is so, the Eurasian Federation is a friendly force, it must be better than. Just follow Yang Hui's suggestion, we will go to the Scrap Recyclers Union for supplies. In the end, Malu did not give Baki Lulu a chance to argue, and directly decided to support Yang Hui's suggestion. The reason why they believed in Yang Hui was that Yang Hui was also on the Archangel ship, and he would not joke about his own life. Moreover, Yang Hui stood at a higher position than them, and everything he saw, heard, and touched was not comparable to them. She also knew a little about the filth within the Earth Federation, so compared to the friendly forces that seemed to be friendly forces but actually did not know what they would do, a simple trading relationship was more reassuring. Maru also considered another point, that is, Zaft's pursuit. She didn't know whether Team Cruz would continue to pursue the Archangel. If they didn't, everyone would be happy, but if they did, going to the Scrap Recyclers Union would be a strange move, as its defense line was completely opposite to Artemis. Baki Lulu could think that Artemis was the best choice for resupply, so would the enemy not think of it? The Nazca class is also a high-speed battleship. What if the enemy ambushes them on the way? Or if they are blocked in Artemis, what should they do? Artemis's umbrella can be called an invincible defense, but once it is opened, they cannot enter or exit. Do they have to stay in Artemis for the rest of their lives and pray for reinforcements from the Eurasian Federation or the Atlantic Federation to help them? And, we have to consider the performance of the other 4 Gundams. Captain. I'll explain later. The most important thing now is to leave this place. Maru said to Baki Lulu. Understood. Prepare the bait. Start the main engine while dropping it. Correct the route to the Scrap Recycling Merchants Union. Then, in order to prevent detection, switch to inertial navigation and secondary combat configuration to ensure that the ship adjustment is completed in the shortest time. It will take about 4 hours to escape to the coordinates marked by Yang Hui. The rest can only be left to fate. Mew said to himself. The Archangel set sail. After throwing the bait, the main engine ignited, pushing the Archangel through the gaps between the debris and starting its legendary life. On the other side, Cruz also decided on the next course of action, which was to continue chasing the Archangel. I didn't expect the situation to develop like this. Captain Addis worriedly said, he never thought of destroying Heliopolis, otherwise it would not only be the Miz attack, but also the warships. What should we do? If the colony satellite of the neutral country is destroyed, the Council will definitely. How can the colony satellite that manufactures new Miz for the Earth Army be neutral? Cruz asked back. But most of the residents have already escaped, there won't be any big problems. As he said that, Cruz looked at Captain Addis, whose expression could not be seen clearly because of the mask, compared to the tragedy of Bloody Valentine's Day. Captain Addis remained silent. The tragedy of Bloody Valentine's Day is a scar that is difficult to heal in the hearts of all plant people. On February 14, CE 70, the Earth Federation launched a nuclear bomb at the agricultural satellite, Junia 7, in the plant satellite group, causing direct devastating damage to it, and at the same time causing the death of 243,721 people on Junia 7. Since February 14 is Valentine's Day, it is called Bloody Valentine's Day in history. This is also the turning point when the war between the Earth Federation and Plant enters a white-hot stage. Can you capture the location of the local new battleship? Cruz asked the radar manager. No, given the current situation, it's difficult. Should we continue the pursuit? Captain Addis asked, but we have no more mobile suits available. Don't we still have some? We snatched 4 from the Earth Army. You want to put that into battle? But it's enough to extract the data. Let me make the best use of it. Enlarge the space map and then send a telegram to the CAMOP to expand the scope of investigation. Yes. The space map showed that Cruz and Captain Addis began to study the direction where the Archangel might appear. They must have left this space when Heliopolis collapsed. Captain Addis judged. No, that's impossible. They should be hiding somewhere. After making a completely different judgment, Cruz carefully observed the space map and made a suggestion. How about casting a net? You mean, casting a net? That's right, let the Vesalius, cruiser's vehicle, a Nazca-class battleship, go first and wait for the enemy ship here, and the Kamov will follow closely while closely conducting reconnaissance on the route that intersects with its orbital plane. Cruise arranged. Is this route heading to Artemis? But if they flee to the moon, a large heat source has been detected. According to the prediction of dimensional analysis, the target will use the Earth's gravity to turn and head to the Atlantic Federation headquarters of the Earth Army on the surface of the moon. Captain Addis was convinced of his judgment that the Archangel was going to head directly to the moon base. But Cruz saw through the Archangel's trick at a glance and determined that it was a bait. That's a bait. But, just in case, we should still confirm with the Kamov. No, they will head for Artemis. What happened just now makes me more sure of this. Vesalius sails out and connects to Selman. However, Cruz accurately identified the bait, but also fell into a blind spot in thinking and misjudged the destination of the Archangel. The strategy of attacking from both sides will definitely fail. After successfully misleading the Cruz team, the Archangel also entered a short period of stability. The bridge only needed to leave the duty personnel, and no one needed to stay on the bridge, so Yang Hui also left the bridge to find Kira. Although the reason for driving the strike Gundam was different, Kira should still be confused and struggling at this time. Since he was the one who led him to this road, he naturally had to take responsibility. Hey, Kira, you've worked hard in the previous battle. Yang Hui came to the ship and was confirming the identities of all the refugees. Kira and others were naturally resting here, but there was one more person than before, a poor girl who had been spurned and cursed by countless fans, but was only harmed by the war. Her bright red long hair was tied into a single ponytail, her delicate face and her pink dress were refreshing and cute, but she was close to Sai, with an uneasy expression on her face, completely like a lady in distress. Yang Hui, what should we do now? Where is this ship going? Compared to Kira's complicated expression, Thor asked bluntly, because they were also forced to board the ship, and they had guessed that the Zaft army would keep chasing the ship. It was even more dangerous to stay on the ship. They wanted to get off the ship as soon as possible and stay away from the vortex of war. This ship will go to the Scrap Recyclers Union for supplies. If you want to get off the ship, you should be able to. Although those scrap recyclers are greedy for money, I will help you pay for your return to Earth. Yang Hui replied. Scrap Recyclers Union? What is that? Mirialia asked. I've heard of them. Compared with others, Sai, who came from a better family, was more knowledgeable. They are a group of space nomads who make a living by looking for space garbage everywhere in the universe. What? Aren't they just a group of rag collectors? Why do you have to go to them for supplies? As a spoiled daughter, Frey didn't know much and liked to judge others before understanding them. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The eldest lady of the Aster family, although they make a living by picking up space garbage, there are still many talents among them. Otherwise they can't survive alone in the universe, let alone form an organization that is related to all major organizations. Yang Hui taught lightly. In some ways, Frey is indeed worthy of sympathy, but who can be spared in the vortex of war? This is not a reason to approve of what she did, and at least look at the environment. Your current situation is that you are living under someone else's roof. Who are you pretending to be a big lady for? This is no longer hypocritical, but stupid. You. How can you say that to me? Aren't they a group of rag pickers? Even if they are capable, they are still rag pickers. Okay, Frey. Sai quickly comforted Frey to shut up and apologized to Yang Hui. I'm sorry, Yang Hui, Frey doesn't understand. It's okay, but you'd better let her restrain her big lady temper. Temporarily getting rid of the Zaft army does not mean that we are completely safe. I know. If it were someone else, Sai would speak for Frey even if the other party was right, but Yang Hui's identity made Sai unable to be hard-tempered. First, the other party was right, and second, Yang Hui could be regarded as saving their lives. If they were allowed to get off the ship at that time, they would have become part of the space junk with the collapse of Heliopolis. Finally, Yang Hui is a top figure in Orb. As citizens of Orb, they dare not offend Yang Hui. By the way, Kira. Yang Hui. Let's go, let's talk. Okay. Wait. Do you still want Kira to fight? He's not a soldier, why do you want to do this? Thor stopped Kira from leaving with Yang Hui, and questioned Yang Hui. I didn't force him to do anything, it was his own choice. Yang Hui stared at Thor and others and said. But after returning to the ship, Thor and others also asked Kira why he continued to fight. Kira also told everyone about the conversation between Yang Hui and him. Everyone also felt that Yang Hui was very despicable. It seemed that he gave Kira a choice, but in fact he didn't. He just forced Kira to fight for him. Thor, stop talking. But you don't want to fight either, right? Yes, but you're a bastard. I thought you were a good person. Thor couldn't find an excuse to convince Kira. In anger, he grabbed Yang Hui's collar and raised his fist to beat Yang Hui. Thor. Stop it. Don't be impulsive. He is. So what? Can the young master of the Yang family use ordinary people like us at will? Thor. If you want to beat me up, feel free. I won't fight back. Yang Hui looked calmly at the aggressive Thor and the unfriendly Sai and others. If they were enduring before, Thor's words aroused all their dissatisfaction. You bastard. Yes, I forced Kira to fight, and I deliberately induced you to board the Archangel. I am indeed using you. I will not refute this. Yang Hui. You. But everything I did was for Orb. Yang Hui said to everyone in a sonorous and powerful voice. His attitude and reality made them breathless for a moment. As long as Orb can become stronger, break free from its current constraints, and no longer be controlled by the Earth Union and planned, I will use everything I can, including myself. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yang Hui finally said to Kira, I'm going to the hangar. It's up to you to decide whether to come or not. After that, he turned and left, leaving everyone with complicated expressions. Chapter 246, The mask becomes difficult to take off after being worn for a long time. For Orb? Haha, when did I become such a good actor? When he arrived at the hangar, the seriousness on Yang Hui's face disappeared completely, replaced by a self-deprecating smile. All this for Orb? Half right and half wrong. It's true that it's for Orb, but it's not just for the simple goal of letting Orb break free from the shackles of the Earth Union and planned and become the third largest force on par with them. Yang Hui's ambition is even greater. He wants to develop Orb into the most powerful force in the world, and make the Earth Union and Plant bow down to him. Because he wants this world to be connected to the Promise Fortress, the power he controls must be able to suppress the entire world. As for Plant, he has always adopted this strategy of making friends, because Plant's people are the country of adjusters. Objectively speaking, adjusters are indeed better than natural people, and what Promise Fortress needs is better people. Moreover, compared with a complicated Earth Union, Plant's internal forces are easier to sort out and control. If the radical Padrick Sala cannot let go of his extreme mentality, then it is better to exclude him. It is not difficult to control Plant by leaving the moderate Siegel Klein. As for the old Fox Delandel who will go online in the future because of emotional injury, let's talk about it in the future. It's not certain whether he will go online. Next is the Earth Union. In fact, the Earth Union is easier to solve. Just knock off the head wolf and it will fall apart directly. The Earth Federation is now a mob gathered together by the high-pressure policy of the Atlantic Federation. Don't look at the Eurasian Federation wanting to compete with the Atlantic Federation for the position of the Earth boss all day long. In fact, it is a bully who only dares to do small tricks in secret. When the Atlantic Federation really speaks, the Eurasian Federation immediately becomes the most obedient lackey. Looking at the plotline of the main plot of Seed, it can be seen that every time the Atlantic Federation made a tricky move, the teammates who were sold out were not the Eurasian Federation. For example, the Alaska self-destruction operation is the most typical example. What? Are there other forces? That is not clear. Maybe there are, but they have never appeared. Anyway, the Eurasian Federation is the one that is named. So as long as the Earth Federation defeats the Atlantic Federation, it will be considered a success. But the problem arises here. If it is just to defeat the Atlantic Federation on the surface, it is indeed not difficult, but the problem is that the actual manipulator hidden in the dark is the most difficult to deal with. Blue Cosmos, also known as the Blue Cosmos Alliance, is a radical organization composed of natural people who resent the adjusters. According to the ideology of the Blue Cosmos, they believe that genetic modification is a violation of the natural order, so they are committed to eliminating all adjusters in order to protect the blue and pure world. They use this ideology to manipulate the people and inspire people's hatred of the adjusters, intending to make all natural people rise up against these adjustments and eliminate anyone who tries to leave them. Although the political views of the top leaders of the Earth Federation are generally different, the leadership of the Atlantic Federation Space Force is mainly dominated by Blue Cosmos members. In the late stage of the First United Plant War, it can be said that Blue Cosmos almost controlled the entire Earth Federation army and turned the war with Plant into a genocide war. Blue Cosmos is neither like a party state where the party and the state are highly integrated so that the interests and actions of the party and the state are consistent, nor like a capitalist country where the army is nationalized and the party has no right to command the army, but when it cannot control the country, it issues orders to Blue Cosmos members in the army that are contrary to the state's orders in the name of the organization. The purpose of this action is to force the country to recognize the fait accompli and force the country to dance according to the baton of the organization. This is a very troublesome organization, because they are already a kind of religious organization, and the ideas and beliefs they advocate almost affect the entire Atlantic Federation. It is not difficult to destroy an organization. But it is even more difficult to destroy a belief. What is even more troublesome is that Blue Cosmos is not the real behind-the-scenes boss, and there is an even more troublesome organization behind it. The Death Merchant, Logos, an arms trafficking group that manipulates international affairs by inciting wars and selling arms. Ordinary arms dealers will be eliminated if they cross the line, but arms dealers who can manipulate international affairs are not so easy to deal with. First, it is unknown how many members their organization has, and how many of these members are high-level officials in various countries. Second, the real core members cannot be confirmed. Except for the leader of the alliance, Lotto Jibril, who took the initiative to stand in the front and went to the front line with a ship, no one has surfaced. The so-called leader is just a title. Can't a new leader be elected after the death of the leader? As long as the core layer is not wiped out, even if the Atlantic Federation is defeated and the Blue Cosmos is eliminated, organizations such as the Great Northern Ocean Federation and Green Cosmos will appear. There is also a last point. With the tasks issued by Promise Fortress and Mephis's hint, Yang Hui is sure that there are deeper secrets hidden behind Logos, and this secret is likely to bring him a huge crisis. So, in this world, Yang Hui must completely control the country of Orb and develop it more and more powerful enough to suppress the whole world and deal with any possible crisis. Orb is also needed as a stabilizing force. After the Gundam Seed plus D world is connected to the Promise Fortress, no one will dare to make trouble. So, for Orb, it is right, but for the purpose of Orb, it is for the Promise Fortress. After arriving at the hangar, Yang Hui immediately adjusted the Strike Gundam, but all the adjustments were made according to the data of Kara's battle. He didn't even touch the OS, because he believed that Kara would definitely come and would definitely take the path he arranged for Kara. Sure enough, only 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard behind him. This is not the answer you want, Yang Hui said to Kara without looking back. Yes, this is not the answer I want, but do you know what your biggest weakness is? I don't know. Kindness. As he said, Yang Hui stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Kara, his expression serious and solemn, without any casualness or laughter. Your kindness is your greatest advantage, which surpasses all your abilities as an adjuster, but it is also your fatal flaw. You are easily taken advantage of by me, even though you know you are being used by me. You have to obey. I can't think of so much, I just, because of your kindness, you will do your best to protect Thor and the others when you have no choice. Because of your kindness, you cannot abandon the friendship we once had, and you can't sit back and watch, but you must know that it is because of this kindness that you are likely to be dragged into the endless abyss and swallowed up. Have you thought about it? I don't know, I have never thought about these. As he spoke, Kara came to Yang Hui's side, looked up at the Strike Gundam. Maybe, I will never figure this out in my life, Yang Hui, although you are using me, but I know you won't harm me. Maybe, what if you are just a pawn of mine? Yang Hui also turned around, looked up at the Strike Gundam and said, You won't, I know. We've only known each other for a year, you think you know me well. Isn't it very hard? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, shook his head and smiled bitterly. First, you pretended to do everything for our good, let us board the Archangel, and used Thor and others to restrain me. Then you expressed your determination, slightly revealed what you were carrying, and made me feel guilty. Now you pretend to be a bad guy, wanting me to think you are a bad guy. Halfway through, Kara paused, turned and looked at Yang Hui. But I know you, Yang Hui, you haven't changed, you are still the same you, as a natural person, protecting Enathan, 2 adjusters, from the bullying of other children, still the one who will do everything to help us, still the one who values friends and companions the most. Let's get the strike Gundam done quickly, we don't know when the battle will happen. Yang Hui didn't want to discuss this issue too much. Maybe it was because he had changed since he came to this world. He entered politics since he was a child, and was so changed in the big dive at, becoming snobbish, unscrupulous, and even arrogant. At least for the sake of the situation and development, Yang Hui would never sacrifice Heliopolis. He would try every means to keep Heliopolis, stabilize all the defense lines of Orb, and get on the Archangel. This is no wonder. In the first world, Yang Hui started from scratch, and as the person in charge of the organization behind the scenes, it was difficult. Every step he took had to be careful not to fall into the abyss. Going to the second world, Tianhu started, everything went smoothly, and he finally achieved his goal without spending too much effort. With the first 2 successful examples, Yang Hui unconsciously relaxed, no longer controlled himself, and did not maintain his true self. No, or rather, he was used to disguising himself in front of others, and even after a long time, the mask was worn for too long and it was a bit difficult to take it off. Now he finally understood why Wang and Wang Liumri hesitated to speak on several occasions. If Wang and Wang Liumri had discovered it long ago, it would be understandable, because they are the ones who know him best, but Kira. Yang Hui really didn't expect Kira to be able to see through the layers of masks and see the real him. What is this? An additional ability of the strongest adjuster? However, this can be regarded as a wake-up call for Yang Hui. From the perspective of an observer, he made the most objective evaluation. Okay. Kira nodded and participated in the preparation of the strike Gundam. I will protect you. I know, I will protect you, but I'm an adjuster, but I can't fight. Want to learn? I'll teach you. I don't want to learn. I'll get off the ship when I arrive at the Scrap Recyclers Union. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 247 Cruise was tricked. On the other side, not long after the Visalia set sail, Aslan, who was tossing and turning in bed, came to Cruz's office to report. In the previous battle, he disobeyed orders and attacked without authorization. He did not produce any results after all his allies were killed. Naturally, he would be questioned and even punished. Aslan Zala is here to report. Well, come in. Aslan entered the office, and Cruz, who was writing a combat report, said without turning his head, "The collapse of Heliopolis has kept me busy and delayed our conversation." After finishing the combat report, Cruz turned around, put his hands on the table, and his tone was very calm, without any reprimand for Aslan. "Yes. I'm really sorry about the fight just now. I'm not going to punish you, but I want to hear your explanation, because this action is so unlike your style, Aslan." Cruz didn't not punish Aslan because he was the son of Speaker Sarah. Aslan has always been a model soldier since he joined the army. He is capable, mature and steady, loyal to orders, and has never used his status to ask for higher treatment or arrogant. But this time, he disobeyed the military order in an uncharacteristic way. There must be a reason why he had to do so. Aslan was silent, not knowing how to answer for a while. When the machine started, you were next to it, right? I'm very sorry, some unexpected things made me waver, so I couldn't report to you. Aslan replied. After a little thought, Aslan was still ready to report truthfully, but Aslan was ready to conceal Yang Hui's existence and only report Kira's situation. First, Yang Hui's identity is too sensitive. If he is not careful, it may cause international disputes. Although Orb participated in the MIS development plan of the Earth Alliance this time, Orb also has a cooperative relationship with Plant and Zaft, but not many people know about it. Therefore, Orb cannot be completely pushed into the position of the enemy because of this incident. Second, he is not sure where Yang Hui is now. What if he is not on the Archangel? Wouldn't his report be self-defeating? Third, Kira and Yang Hui are both good friends of Aslan, but compared to Kira's pure friendship, Yang Hui has a great favor to him and the Sarah family. Then tell me, what could have shaken you? Yes, the last machine. The person driving it is called Kira Yamato. He was my friend in elementary school on the moon and an adjuster. Huh? I never expected that I would meet him again in such an occasion, so I wanted to confirm it anyway. Is that so? War is really ironic. It is understandable that you would be shaken. You used to be close friends, right? Yes. I understand. In that case, you don't have to go into battle next time. Huh? You can't point a gun at him, and I don't want you to do such a thing. No, Captain, even if he was your former friend, since he is now an enemy, we must eliminate him. I think you should understand that, right? Kira must have been manipulated by the natural man. Although he is very good, he is always confused and a good guy, so he must not have realized that he was being used. Aslan's words, I don't know if he is trying to persuade Cruz or himself. It should be more of himself, after all, he can't accept the fact that he is an enemy of Kira, so, I want to persuade him, after all, he is also an adjuster. I believe he will understand us. I understand your feelings, but what if he doesn't listen to the advice? Hearing this, Aslan lowered his head and replied in a low voice, if so, then I will kill him. In that case, then I will give you a chance. Yes. Thank you very much. Go. Aslan left with gratitude, but Cruz fell into deep thought. Because the name Kira Yamato made him feel inexplicably familiar, as if he had heard of it somewhere. Don't underestimate this vague sense of familiarity. Cruz is a very purposeful person. He will never ignore ordinary people among the masses if he can remember them. The fact that he has an impression of them already shows that this name is not ordinary. But Cruz pondered and couldn't remember the specific details of Kira Yamato for a while. Write it down first. Athrun may really be able to bring him back. We should know it then, but putting Kira's matter aside, Cruz returned his energy to the battle. It stands to reason that even if he can't catch up with the Archangel now, he should find its trace, but there is no news from the bridge at this time. This shouldn't be the case. Adis, have you found the trace of the enemy ship? Not yet. Where are the friendly forces that we contacted before? No communication has been received either. Very strange. Cruz was very confident that his judgment would not be wrong, and just in case, he also contacted the friendly forces to set up an ambush circle on the route from Heliopolis directly to the lunar base. No matter which road the enemy chooses, they should find something. Where did it go? While thinking, Cruz opened the space map again and rethought the trace of Archangel. This time, he discarded all his previous judgments and started thinking from scratch. First, Artemis, the original target, was ruled out. They were now in a position where they could see the existence of the umbrella with the naked eye. If Archangel was really the same as he expected, it would be impossible for there to be no trace at this time. The next one to be ruled out was the route directly to the lunar base, for the same reason that there was no trace and the time was no longer right. Then, Cruz began to rule out all the Earth military bases and military fortresses far away from the lunar base, and finally, Cruz looked at the empty space map and frowned deeply. No, after ruling out all the impossibilities, there is actually no other choice. Did I overlook something? Suddenly, Cruz's eyes focused on a blank area in the space map. I remember this area of space. While thinking, Cruz overlapped the civilian map of the space with a military map of the space. There was an additional logo in the blank space, the Scrap Recyclers Union? Could it be? Unlikely. Cruz believed that most of the natural people in the Earth Army were people who had poor abilities but were self-righteous. It was impossible for them to leave the military fortress of the friendly forces and go to the Scrap Recyclers Union to seek help from the civilian forces of the same level, but there is a saying that goes, eliminate all the impossibilities, and the remaining results, no matter how incredible, are the truth. Could there be someone else? Kira Yamato? This name shouldn't be it. Aslan said that he was just an ordinary student, so, who else? Thinking of this, Cruz was basically certain that there were other masters on the Archangel who were not from the Earth Army, and they had led him into a misunderstanding. Edis. Captain. Change the course immediately and correct the target to S-32 space domain. S-32 space domain? There is nothing there, Captain. I misjudged the target of the enemy ship. Just change the course. I won't make the same mistake again this time. This. I know. Captain Addis was very puzzled by Cruz's decision, but he still obeyed Cruz's order. It was because he respected Cruz very much and did not look down on him because Cruz was not an adjuster. On the contrary, since Cruz became the captain, he has led them to complete countless tasks and made many contributions. He recognized his ability very much. Well, inform the friendly forces and ask them to move. Understood. After ending the communication, Cruz looked at the space domain map and smiled faintly, with a gloomy and dangerous curve at a corner of his mouth. Haha, interesting, an unknown opponent, you can fool me. I really want to know your identity. Heliopolis, orb, wait? Could it be? Cruz thought of an impossible possibility again, and the curve at a corner of his mouth became more and more weird and dangerous. It should be you, right? I can't think of anyone else except you. Interesting, really interesting. If it's really you, then this ship must be destroyed. I really look forward to which direction the world will move in. Haha, haha, ha ha ha. Several hours of silent sailing passed quietly. Along the way, Malu and others were very nervous. They dared not relax for almost a moment. Even when they took turns to sleep, they slept in their clothes and greeted the attack of the Zaft army as soon as possible. When the Scrap Recycling Merchants Union entered the detection range of the Archangel, everyone was relieved. No matter when Zaft's attack returned, at least they arrived at the first target. However, at this time, everyone was a little nervous again, because on the same route, an unknown ship was approaching rapidly. A large heat source has been detected, presumably a battleship engine, at a distance of 500, Yellow Zone 33, 17, Mark 02C, Route 020. Is it on the side? It's heading in the same direction as us. Has it been spotted? But it's still a long way away. The target is about to overtake our ship, and the target information cannot be confirmed. Can't confirm? Is it a Zaft ship? There is no record in the database. Judging from its size, it is a civilian ship, but it is a battleship engine, and its speed exceeds that of our ship. How is it possible? Everyone was shocked. The Archangel is the Atlantic Federation's most advanced high-speed battleship. Zaft's Nazca-class ship was originally designed as a high-speed ship. It is not surprising that it can catch up with the Archangel, but how can a civilian ship have a speed faster than the Archangel? Is it a scrap recycler's ship? Can't confirm. Mariu and others did not dare to be careless and immediately sounded the alarm for the first-level combat configuration. We should be arriving at the Scrap Recyclers Union by now, right? How come we were caught up in this place? Yang Hui. Kira looked uneasy. Although he decided to help Yang Hui, he was still nervous when a real battle was about to happen. I'm not sure it's the enemy yet. I'll go to the bridge first. Yang Hui comforted him, but you should be prepared. Okay, I know. By the way, remember to wear your driving suit. Okay. Yang Hui came to the bridge and asked what happened, and the result was, Thor? Mirialia? Sai? Kaz? Why are you here? And, you're wearing military uniforms. Chapter 248 Safe Arrival, Incredible Team. HMPH, do we need to report to you about what we want to do? Thor replied unhappily. Thor, don't be like this, haven't we decided yet? But I just feel unhappy. Sorry, Yang Hui. Sai took the initiative to apologize for Thor. Although he was also unhappy that Yang Hui used them, the situation had developed to this point. It was meaningless for them to feel uncomfortable and angry. Moreover, Sai, who had seen more, also agreed with Yang Hui's statement. They were in different positions, and their ways of thinking and means of doing things, and even their ultimate goals were different. They could only blame themselves for not being able to see through Yang Hui's use of them before. That's why they made the current choice. We don't want to be protected by Kara alone. We also want to do something within our power. We can get off the ship later. You won't let Kara get off the ship, right? Yang Hui was silent. If it was before, he would have tried every means to prevent Kara from getting off the ship and not let him deviate from the path he designed for him, but now, if Kara really decided to leave and return to Orb to become an ordinary person, Yang Hui would not stop him. But he wouldn't say that some masks need to be removed, but some masks can't be removed. Yang Hui wouldn't explain anything for Thor's understanding. What's the situation? Yang Hui asked Malu. There is an unknown ship sailing on our side, and it's very fast. We're not sure if it's a Zaft ship. Unknown ship, very fast. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. In this world, the only ship that is faster than the Archangel is the Eternity, right? But the Eternity should not be completed yet. Are there any images? Wait a minute. I have. Although there are many large debris near the Scrap Recycling Merchants Union, the electromagnetic interference is very low, and you can get the surrounding images by slightly eliminating them. Seeing the unknown ships in the image, Yang Hui knew who they were. Cancel the alarm, they are not from Zaft. Are you sure? Malu asked seriously. Sure. Yang Hui nodded and tried to connect to the other party's communication. To be honest, Yang Hui had really forgotten about them. There were many capable people among the scrap recyclers he knew, and the best among them was the ship in front of him. No, it should be said that the team on this ship. This is the scrap recycler, Luo Kidwer. Which team are you from? I have never seen this ship before, where did you pick it up? Sure enough, as soon as the communication was connected, a hearty and excited voice came out, and the personality was still so lively. Luo, long time no see. Yang Hui did not report the ship number and unit of the Archangel, but greeted Luo directly. In fact, there is an unwritten rule among scrap recyclers, that is, do not ask the other party about the source of the goods. If anything goes wrong, the individual or the team will bear the responsibility. It is Luo, who is obsessed with becoming the strongest scrap recycler, who would be so presumptuous to ask others. This voice, is you. Yes, long time no see, Luo, what good stuff have you found? The cooperation between Orb and the Scrap Recyclers Union was all arranged by Yang Hui, so Yang Hui was very familiar with the Scrap Recyclers Union, and even, the current union leader had a toothache when he saw Yang Hui, because Yang Hui had poached many talents from his men. Yang Hui and Luo also had a very good relationship, because Luo was cheerful and generous, optimistic, and only a few years older than Yang Hui, and they became very familiar with each other after several cooperations. This time I found a big treasure, and I am one step closer to the goal of being the strongest scrap recycler. Big treasure. Hearing this, Yang Hui frowned, and then suddenly realized. It seems that Luo has found the secret development of the Astray Gundam Red Machine. Originally, according to the plan of Yang Hui and Old Sahuk, the development of the Astray Gundam would be carried out in Heavenly Pillar, and it would start after Yang Hui took back G's technology. Now it seems that Old Sahuk can't wait, and he has started to study Ms. technology in secret in Heliopolis. But it doesn't matter. It's better to start earlier. The sooner the development of the Ms is completed, the faster the mass production will be, and the military strength of Orb will be strengthened. The red machine has appeared, so has the blue machine also been obtained by Kong Yun? Well, if you have time, contact him. Yang Hui guessed what the big treasure Luo was talking about, but he didn't point it out. After all, there were Malu, Bakalulu and others around him. If they knew that Orb had also developed its own Ms, they didn't know what would happen. So he simply concealed it for the time being. Okay, Luo, let's talk about the past later. This ship needs supplies. You should go to President Matic first and prepare in advance. The price is easy to negotiate. Okay. I'll go back and wait for you. After hanging up the call, Yang Hui saw that everyone at the scene was staring at him blankly, especially Bakalulu, who wanted to ask something but hesitated. As I said, there are many talents among the scrap recyclers. Yang Hui shrugged and said. Most people must want to ask about Yang Hui's relationship with the other party, because they feel very familiar with them when listening to the communication. It is incredible to think that the core senior staff of Orb are so familiar with the scrap recyclers. What Bakalulu and Malu want to ask is why a civilian ship, and a scrap recycler's ship, can actually have a speed that exceeds the Archangel. Not to mention, other scrap recyclers definitely don't have such a ship. How can they collect scraps to make a ship that is faster than the Atlantic Federation's latest warships? But Luo's team is really different. Luo himself is a super mechanic with all kinds of wild ideas. He has not systematically studied mechanical knowledge, but there are only a handful of people in the world who can compare with Luo, and Luo's team also hides a big person. Yang Hui doesn't know her real name. Everyone calls her Professor. It is rumored that she was once a top researcher at Actian. There are also rumors that she was born in the Dawn Society and is the predecessor of the current R&D Master Alice Simmons. But none of this matters. Yang Hui knows that he cannot poach her, and he does not need to delve into her identity. As long as they can cooperate, it is enough. However, this is not what Yang Hui is most interested in. There is one thing in Luo's team that Yang Hui is most interested in. If he can get it, he can equip Luo's team with a warship and enough Ms for free. That is the AI Computer 8 that Luo picked up from somewhere. This is completely incomprehensible to Yang Hui. He even suspects whether Zio 8 is a high-tech creation from extraterrestrial civilization. It is a completely integrated black box structure, so it cannot be disassembled. So far, no one knows what is inside Zio-8. It looks like a very ordinary suitcase mode, but it has extremely high computing power and is even very good at simulating human emotions. This is beyond Yang Hui's understanding. If one day, Zio-8 is opened and there are alien creatures the size of a thumb living inside, Yang Hui will not be surprised. However, Zio-8 is also Luo's favorite, and it is impossible to hand it over to Yang Hui, so in the end it was left unresolved. After all, compared to Zio-8, Yang Hui values Luo, the super genius, more. To sum up, the scrap recyclers do have a lot of talents, but Luo's team is also a standout, and it is not surprising that they have a high-speed transport ship. But, okay. The facts are right in front of us, no matter how unbelievable it is, we must accept it. Baki Lulu just can't change her mind for a while. What should we do next? Huh? Everyone suddenly looked at Baki Lulu, and their expressions were all incredible. What's wrong? Baki Lulu's pretty face blushed and asked loudly to cover up her shyness. No, nothing, just feel. It's a bit unexpected, haven't you always been against it? Malu and Mew said one after another, playing a wave of tacit cooperation. Well, I still don't agree with this decision. I just want to know his next plan. How should we hide the information about the Archangel and the Strike Gundam? Everyone covered their mouths and laughed, knowing that Baki Lulu was arrogant, but they didn't point it out. Not to mention, it's quite cute that the iron-blooded soldier who has always shown such a side. You don't need to worry about the rest. I will get off the ship and meet them. If you want to protect the intelligence, don't appear in front of them in military uniform. Anyway, they don't know that this is the battleship of the Atlantic Federation. I'll go with you. To him. Hearing Malu and Bakalulu say at the same time, Yang Hui raised his eyebrows. I am the captain of this battleship. I have the right to know everything about the Archangel, including your conversations and transactions with the scrap recyclers. I will monitor you to prevent you from making a decision that is unfavorable to the Archangel. Yang Hui's expression became even weirder. Malu's reason was true. After all, she was responsible for everyone on this ship, but Bakalulu. Are you sure your reason is serious? Isn't the monitoring behavior completely overlapping with what Malu said? Lieutenant Bakalulu. Yes. You will be responsible for accompanying Yang Hui to participate in the negotiations with the Waste Recycling Merchants Union. Maru didn't understand Bakalulu's plan, but since she wanted to go, she should give her the opportunity. As the captain, there are still many things to deal with, and it would be best if she could stay on the Archangel. Although Maru didn't know why she also wanted to go with Yang Hui, but now it's better to put official business first. Understood, I will definitely supervise him. I said, did I agree? Yang Hui asked the two of them. You have no right to refuse. Maru was about to say something, but Bakalulu spoke first, with a very tough attitude, but this toughness only lasted for a few seconds, because, do you have money? Oh, end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.